Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 251 Cheng Manor. The lights have already illuminated the Cheng Manor of Novosibirsk, and Cheng Yojin is still sitting in the hall, with calloused hands, whirling that word. There are even tears constantly spinning in Cheng Yojin's vicissitudes of life. He has been doing this all day. Since seeing this character, he has been staring at it in a daze. He is very grateful for His Imperial Majesty's decrees and instructed him to learn literacy. If he can't learn Chinese for half a year, he will let him return home by himself, although this was His Imperial Majesty's angry words at the time. But now think about it, the kind of paintings that he once drew by himself. How crazy His Imperial Majesty was when he watched it. For half a year, even if he worked hard to learn, although he didn't know how to write much, he could at least understand it. At this time, think about the painstaking efforts of His Imperial Majesty. Cheng Yojin feels embarrassed now. If anyone dares to take out witch stuff and dangle in front of him, he promises to blow the man on the spot. Even in the Imperial Court, he doesn't hesitate to do it. He thought you wanted to get rid of the illiterate style, and when he got the Jiang Feng brothers' words before, he was infinitely moved. But the industry is not about losing self-control, but today, he is actually a pair of calligraphy written by Dugu. Jiang Feng brothers' calligraphy was deeply touched. The scenes on the battlefield once made Cheng Yojin feel infinitely sad. The brothers who used to accompany him laughing and crying and making a lot of noise, now, most of them are buried in the cold soil, and many people have not even left a name. But, who can remember them? Except for the Midnight Dream, who would remember that they were on the battlefield and gave everything for Great Tang. Ernie ooh, the dog is left. I miss you old dogs. You guys are okay in that place. Woo 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 ... I actually forgot about it. What is your real name? No, you are waiting for one brother. I will ask His Imperial Majesty to erect a monument for you. Let future generations admire you and remember your glorious achievements. While speaking, Cheng Yojin wiped the old tears on his face and hurriedly put on the armor and entered the palace, but was hit by Cheng Chumo, who walked in. What are you doing? Cheng Yojin is angry. Furiously shouted, Father, I have something to tell you. Cheng Chumo was shocked by Cheng Yojin's red eyes and said hurriedly, if you have something to say, if you have a fart. I'm going to the palace to find His Imperial Majesty to settle the account. Cheng Yojin urged impatiently. When Cheng Chumo heard it, his head turned a bit. Look for His Imperial Majesty to settle accounts? Which account is this calculated? Wait for Father, I have something to tell you. Today, I went to Little Tavern again with Crown Prince and the others. This time I found out a big problem. Hearing this, Cheng Yojin is not in a hurry. Ask, what's the big problem? Cheng Chumo said mysteriously. Today, dang. Little Tavern. Do you guess Jiang Feng brother said that? Cheng Yojin was anxious, slapped Cheng Chumo's forehead with a slap. Cheng Chumo shrank his neck, and said nicely, today, Jiang Feng brother promised to teach us. Moreover, he plans to teach differently from person to person. I am going to teach me the route of heavy cavalry, and Zhang Sanchong is a kind of riding 1,000 miles alone, and the Wanjun takes the head of the defender straight from it! Exclamation mark. Do you know why Shu that bastard? Damn, Jiang Feng brother actually taught him how to assassinate. Why is it so cheap that he doesn't teach me? Cheng Yojin hearing this, shocked. It's just you? Just your strong body and let you be a light rider. Can you do it? I think Jiang Feng brother's arrangement is good. But, this guy's, I still want you to sign a barracks. Cheng Yojin can't understand Jiang Feng anymore. Why did he insist on letting these children be soldiers? What are the benefits of this? However, Cheng Yojin believes that the Crown Prince has informed His Imperial Majesty about this matter, but His Imperial Majesty has no objection, which is considered tacit approval. Then, how to arrange this matter for His Imperial Majesty? Then Dugu, and Crown Prince, how did the Jiang Feng brother arrange it? Cheng Yojin waved his hand and instantly made the retired veteran servant quickly dispersed, and then closed the door before asking. And Cheng Chumo has a brain, and quickly wrote Dugo's arrangement on it. Cheng Yojin was shocked. Is this planning to hand over all the money in the world to him? Everyone in the generation of mathematics. How terrifying. He still knows Cheng Yojin. This kind of twists and turns is the private collection of 5 surnames, 7 clans infinitely controlled. It is also because of this thing that will let 5 surnames, 7 clans stand tall all the year round. If this is to let the people of 5 surnames, 7 clans know that Dugu, even if he hides beside his Imperial Majesty, 5 surnames, 7 clans will spare no effort to assassinate him. This thing, he would definitely rather be a jade fragment than a complete one. Zhang Feng, why did you arrange this? What are you going to do? Cheng Yojin couldn't figure it out, but fortunately he didn't think about it anymore. He knew that Du Yui was the real head. Like a fight now? Asked hurriedly. Where is the crown prince? Cheng Chumo took a deep breath. And I didn't dare to write it in ink at this time. Dip water into Cheng Yojin's tea bowl with my fingers, and then quickly wrote the words Classic of Wonders on the table, and then quickly wiped it clean. And Cheng Yojin's face changed suddenly when he was shocked. Quickly get the old man's battle armor. The old man will enter the palace. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 252 Imperial Palace. The study room of Palace of Absolute Beguiling. At this time, it is 9:11 p.m. But Li Shimin seems to know that Wei Zheng and the others will definitely come to the Imperial Palace in the evening, so he sat on Dragon Throne early and waited. He notified him early. If these people want to enter the Imperial City, they are not allowed to block the robbery. He has made up his mind. If these people don't come, he will use iron blood methods that he hasn't used for a long time, and he will let these people know that this matter is serious. Tonight is destined to be a restless night. Just as Li Shimin was drinking the 3rd bowl of tea, little Gizzy hurriedly came to reporting to his Imperial Majesty, Duke of Lu, Duke of Zhao, Duke of Zheng and the see you outside. Announce. Li Shimin finally let go of the last worry in his heart. He doesn't want to kill evil again, especially at this time. He has few trusted people in the Imperial Court, and these are the people he values most. He is very worried that these people will betray him. But now it seems that Jinwu guards can be collected. With a wave of his hand, a person hurriedly left in the dark. At this time, a few people dressed in court clothes, holding white jade in their hands, hurriedly entered the Imperial study room, and even Cheng Yojin wore the armor he hadn't worn for a long time. And it's the same equipment that I used to accompany Li Shimin to wear left and right. When Li Shimin saw this, a smile flashed across his mouth, waving a hand to signal that everyone does not need to be cautious. Minister can come tonight. I am very pleased. Come. You are welcome. This is not a bad palace of political statement, so take it easy. At this time, after seeing the smile at the corner of Li Shimin's mouth, everyone was deeply sighed in relief. The few people are no small whites. It can be said that they are all a group of old fox. After seeing Li Shimin doing this, everyone also complied with Li Shimin's wishes and sat down. Tonight, I am very pleased. I am really sighed in relief to see a few of you here. Before I heard Chen Qian's child talk about Zhang Feng brothers' affairs, I was a little bit worried. I also know that you may come, so after I learned this information, I have been worrying about this. You see, what should I do? Li Shimin faintly smiled, and everyone got up again. Although Li Shimin was loyal at this time, everyone was very confused. The more at this time, the more careful, because often at this time, his head has already been raised by His Imperial Majesty. His Imperial Majesty. This small official, etc. are dull, but I also know that this matter is not determined by the minister, so the minister waits after knowing it, immediately, locked up all the unfilial sons at home, and then hurried to the palace to see His Imperial Majesty. While speaking, everyone knelt down. Punch His Imperial Majesty. Regardless of the actual situation, confess your guilt first, it can save your life. Sure enough, after hearing this, Li Shimin finally let go of the expression on his face. Minister, you may rise. As I said, this is not the Imperial Court. This is the place where we old guys chat, so don't be cautious. Come on! Exclamation mark. Li Shimin, while speaking, got up and waited for the eunuch to serve tea. One after another helped everyone up, and then handed the tea bowl to everyone cup by cup. At this time, he waved his hand and retired the eunuch, and after secretly guarding the Jinwu guards in every corner of the imperial study room, said with a smile, "I really don't know what to do with this matter. Minister Cheng, tell me about Chumo, who belonged to Chonga. Should I go?" This Cheng Yojin's eyelids are imperceptible skipped. His Imperial Majesty, the minister is stupid, or that sentence. What do you say? I will listen to old Cheng. My youngster, if you make His Imperial Majesty unhappy, I will go back now. Bring him to His Imperial Majesty. Hey, how do you talk? When Li Shimin saw Cheng Yojin, he didn't accept the move, and instead said so, had to wave his hand to let him sit down, and then looked towards Wei Zheng. Chancellor Wei, let's talk about it. I have a headache about this. Wei Zheng hesitated. A double master, this violated His Imperial Majesty's reverse scale, but His Imperial Majesty expressed pity and asked Wei Shui to go to Jinwu guards. On the one hand, it gave his family a little income, but more importantly, I want to watch Wei Shui. But now, Jiang Feng brother, this is a problem for everyone. Wei Zheng clenched the teeth, got up and knelt on the ground and said, His Imperial Majesty, the old official Dal, unconsciously, let Shui commit these crimes. The minister is willing to be punished and return home. This small official, etc. I would also like to sue the old man to return to the hometown. I will be green and white. Zhang Sun Wuji and the others also knelt down and begged for mercy in a hurry. Li Shimin shook his head, with his hands on his back, as if he couldn't see everyone. He said, I remember, Wuji, when we were about the same age as Chonga, we were already famous on the battlefield. Huh? I remember. At that time. Oh, we are all old. His Imperial Majesty is in prime of life. Where will I get old? That's all. Li Shimin shook his head and said, get up all. This matter is my previous decision. After signaling everyone to get up, Li Shimin simply sat among the people and said, in this matter, I think I still respect the choice of the Jiang Feng brother. After all, if we could shamelessly at the beginning, maybe. But, we are all old. It is time to contribute something to our great Tang future. Diff. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 253. Everyone did not understand what His Imperial Majesty meant by this ambiguous sentence. But at this time, everyone can only play stupid. Sometimes, people just die from talking too much. Die by cleverness. At this time, Li Shimin was also satisfied. After hitting to achieve the goal, Li Shimin couldn't help but let go of the last trace of fear in his heart. If this is the case, then I have decided, since the Jiang Feng brother is willing to give all his abilities to Chen Qian and the others, then I will allow it. But, when the time comes to learn how much ability from Jiang Feng brother, I will personally assess it. If it doesn't pass, then what it is now, it is still what it is. If they can learn it, then I will reward it. But, I have a request. Everyone was hearing this, overjoyed, and hurriedly thanked them. Li Shimin said again, every day, I have to receive their learning situation on that day, and then, Cheng Yojin, you and the people from the military department will share what Jiang Feng taught me secretly. Come out. As a Fadugu, Minister Fang, thank you for your trouble. As for Chen Qian, I will organize it myself. But, there is one thing, what Chen Qian has learned, I don't want to hear it outside. Li Shimin finally expressed his worries, and he believes all of them can understand. If you don't understand, a few of them won't be here tonight. Several people got up one after another, and then fell to the ground again. This small official, please follow His Imperial Majesty's decree. Okay, get up. Since it's all so late, don't go back tonight. Maybe it's been a long time since I had a drink together. How about it? Or I will let the royal chef come with a good wine from the Jiang Feng brother. Without waiting for everyone's objections, Li Shimin laughed, said, I learned that those youngsters sneaked to my Huanglian to poach a tiger and gave it to Jiang Feng brother. I also learned that the most precious tiger whip, that youngster actually gave it away. I gave an old scholar. Li Shimin seemed very angry. It feels like heartache. Shook his head and said, that's all. Let's go eat tiger meat until tomorrow. That's a good thing. When the time comes, let's go together. Everyone, what can you say? What dare you say? Can only be sullen and nodded. I just walked on the edge of life and death, and now everyone behind them is soaking wet. Where can I dare to say anything? Now His Imperial Majesty is comprehending, and in his head, if anyone dares to speak at this time, it will be over. Not long after, Hun Yang sheep was suddenly lifted up by a few eunuch-caught eunuchs, the spicy pepper, and the numb pepper, which can feel numb even after taking a breath, coupled with the pungent sensation of the cornel powder stolen from Jiang Feng. The entire imperial study room was instantly filled with a pungent sensation that made people unable to blink. Come, come. Li Shimin seemed to have an appetite, rubbing his hands, beckons with the hand impatiently, let everyone sit down, and then personally opened a jar wine, for everyone. Only then took the glazed glass cup and said, everyone has worked hard during this time. I have long wanted to invite you to have a drink, but there is no time. Tonight, let us have a good drink together. A glass. While speaking, Li Shimin raised his neck and drank it all. After a glass of wine, everyone's nerves slowly relaxed, and Li Shimin asked slowly, by the way, Minister Fang, how about the cooperative in Chainan in the past few days? And I always feel a bad premonition. Fang Xuanling hurriedly put down his glass and was about to get up, but Li Shimin waved his hand and sat down and said, His Imperial Majesty, the minister has noticed in the past few days that the Chainan government treasury had deposited less than 30 million liang of silver before, but at this time, plus the borrowed ones and the deposited ones, the total there are 10 million tals of gold equivalent to gold. This amount is quite impressive, so this small official thinks, Guanlong's affairs should not have started yet. But the minister also found out in these 2 days there is something wrong, that is, all the merchants don't know how to get the goods, they have been hoarding. No one has ever said that they want to go out of the city. The huge amount of materials hoarded in Cambodia in the government treasury are all, it's sold out. Even most merchants borrowed money at the gate of the government office, then turned around and bought supplies, but there were still a large number of my beards, or Tibetan and Turkic merchants all came to buy goods. This small official messenger touched General Yuchi, and he didn't find any clues. But the number of people on Merchant's Way is indeed a lot less than before. The minister is investigating. I believe there will be definite news on this matter tomorrow. Li Shimin hearing this, I clicked nodded. As long as the government treasury's money does not decrease, it means that everything is normal. As for these merchants, why don't they ship the goods out and why they should store them in Chainan? Li Shimin is not worried about this. Merchants Way no problem. That means that these merchants are hoarding goods deliberately. This is not his turn. Thinking about it, Li Shimin doesn't think about it anymore. The money is okay, and now all merchants have not broken anything bad. It means that the matter has not yet developed to a bad one. Local. After all, there were merchants who had the habit of hoarding goods before, but now, it's just that there are more goods. After Li Shimin wanted to understand this, he stopped thinking about it, waved his hand and said, okay, let's not think too much about it. Maybe the Jiang Feng brother was drunk, or it might have caused us to build a dike. Guanlong faction, that's all. As long as we pay attention to it now, once this matter unfolds, even if he wants to do something, Guanlong faction is over. Now, we eat and worship Jiang Feng as master's business, let's finalize it. Okay. And at this moment, the moment when the gong rang, in a dark hut in Chainan City, an oil lamp was slowly lit, and the next moment, one after another, wearing a luxurious silhouette, appeared in this cabin. One of the veiled, hair grey-white elders glanced across the crowd with a stern look, and asked, how is the matter? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 254 The Dyeing Room on Xinghua Street. Here is normally an unremarkable dyeing shop. But tonight, it's already time, but in the backyard of this dyeing shop, a candlelight is at night. Conspicuous. And in this small room, it was surrounded by people. Some of these people were dressed in servant costumes, some were dressed as servants. And there were even people who were dressed in gorgeous clothes, sitting at the top of the house at the age of 80. The old man, to the few people standing at the door who are about 20 years old. At this time, he looked at the headed old man respectfully. The old man didn't seem to want to talk. He sat calmly in the first place, drinking tea without a mouthful. Are you all clear about the matter? What do you think about this matter? Everyone is hearing this. Hurry up and said, going back to the sir, we have already dealt with it cleanly. All the merchants who have a relationship with us have said hello, and everything on Merchant's Way is settled. As long as we give an order at that time, the predicament of the accumulation of all the materials in Chainan City will cause the entire Chainan to fall into a chaos. Moreover, these merchants have guaranteed that they will be at the critical point, at any moment, create public opinion. It's okay. The old man waved impatiently. I just want to know, have you handled it well? I just want the result. Okay. I will also handle it, that's it. I'm just waiting for the manager to speak. After everyone's careful assurance, the old man then put down the tea bowl, said with a faint smile, okay. In that case, then, act. This time, Li Shimin was still kept in the dark. This is worthy of praise. After I return, I will definitely report this to the top thing. You waited for the credit. I will truthfully report up 1 inch. Many thanks, Lord Manager. After the old manager said this, he turned to one the emerald green ring said sternly, fight me Guanlong faction. Li Shimin, you have forgotten how the Sui dynasty perished. You have forgotten how your Li family got up. Right? Everyone is ready tonight. Tomorrow, I just want to hear about the chaos in Chainan City. Yes. It's night. A restless night. But the night will pass after all. The night will eventually pass, and when the sun shines on Chainan City again, a strange atmosphere is suddenly smudged in Chainan City. Suddenly there was a rumor in the shops of Chainan Xinghua Street. Have you heard? This time these businessmen have lost money. I heard that all major countries in the western regions now prohibit our businessmen from entering. What? Then what do I do with these goods? I paid my old books in advance 1 inch. Who isn't? The batch I got from Cambodia now goods. It's over. That's a sea fish. If this is not handled quickly, then what can I do? What else can I do? This is not an official government. Let's buy the Cambodian goods. Now they don't want it. Then we have to find the government. They can lend us money. Then it means that they can definitely manage this matter. Crowd, I don't know who. I roared such a sentence. In an instant, all the merchants flocked to the temporary Ministry of Works established at the gate of the government treasury as if they had found the backbone. And this matter is still fermenting. It seems that there is a hand that is stirring the water into muddy water. Everyone flocked to the direction of Chainan government treasury crazy. At this time, there are even people who are pulling goods one after another, shouting in the city, howling about what the government does not give them a good life. What kind of remarks? And just now, an emergency report was also placed on Li Shimin's bookcase at this time. Longyiu Road emergency official document. On Longyiu Road, all Guanlong trading companies issued notices at the same time. From today on, all merchants' ways will be suspended, and the 5 surnames and 7 tribes will be united on Chainan. Economic sanctions. Shannon Road emergency report. Li clan of Longsai, among the 5 surnames and 7 tribes, has suspended the sale of Chainan grain industry today. On the number, it is forbidden to do business with Chainan. Jianan Road, Hebei Road, Henan Road, Jiangnan Road. An urgent report made Li Shimin's face completely gloomy. Guanlong faction, are you so anxious to suppress me? You think you are suppressing? I really have no preparation. Li Shimin was angry. Without Jiang Feng's guidance, He might not have noticed the seriousness of this incident until now, but now, with the defense, he would not be so rushed to deal with it. With a wave of his hand, Li Shimin drank. What is Chainan today? Hearing this, a small yellow sect outside the Imperial study room hurried in and knelt in. He said, back to His Imperial Majesty, there are a lot of rumors in the room. Everyone is dealing with angry people. Now, all the people are only at the gate of Chainan government treasury. Lord Fang and Lord Zhangsun has personally sent someone to deal with this matter. Good. Good. Li Shimin's eyes shot a strong murderous intention. With a wave of his hand, he drank, passing the order, Wai Zheng, Cheng Yojin, and the others will enter the palace immediately, call the Chainan Defense Division, and immediately gather 50,000 troops on standby. Yes. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 255. The Chaos of Chainan City. Zhang Feng faintly felt something wrong. In the end, Guanlong faction has started. But as for His Imperial Majesty, he still doesn't do it. And that bastard old Li hasn't known what he is doing these days. And there is no movement at all. Is this waiting to die? Zhang Feng silently looked at the silhouette rushing in the street, turned over, and lay down on the recliner under the crooked neck again. Don't take a nap like this. He also heard about this incident. Very brilliant. This opponent has a little IQ. Firstly, Guanlong forces were used to pressure various merchants to stock up crazily, and then at the right time, the merchant's way was cut off. It is really slippery to play this trick. Even if this is in the modern era hundreds of years later, it is a talent. This thing is awesome. Zhang Feng admires the person who made the plan very much. But, is there a solution now? Zhang Feng was silent. Presumably, this time, Guanlong faction can hold back so long without making a move. This move will definitely be a big move. And it will be the ultimate move to pinch His Imperial Majesty. That, in other words, all the 7 races at this time. Have you started slightly? Zhang Feng smiled. He had a keen interest in this mysterious Chinese nobleman in the previous life and in the later life. Didn't expect. At this time, he really encountered this mysterious force. The 7 great clan that can master the rise and fall of a dynasty in the midst of talking and laughing. This force, His Imperial Majesty, can you really fight it? Zhang Feng smiled. But I fell asleep too. And when Zhang Feng was asleep, in the Imperial study room, Zhang Sun Wuji and the others brow beaded with sweat appeared in the Imperial study room. Last night, they were still guaranteeing that there was absolutely no setback, but they didn't expect to come together this morning and they heard this mess. And from the return of the small yellow sect, it seems that His Imperial Majesty is very angry this time. At this time, the 5 of them bowed their heads, trembling with fear not to speak. And Li Shimin is also anxious, walking around in the Imperial study room. I don't ask anything now. And I don't want to ask any more. The whole thing, I was negligent. If I had asked my Zhang Feng brother earlier, then this time, things won't be like this. But now that things have happened, you have to find a way. Now that the impossible is out of setback, you can ask your Zhang Feng brother for help. You are so sorry, I am sorry! Exclamation mark. Let's talk about it. What should I do about this? His Imperial Majesty. I think old Cheng thinks it. We have to let the Imperial City guard this matter going from house to search. You will definitely. Okay, shut up. Shut up for me. Li Shimin waved his hand impatiently and pointed a finger. Zhang Sun Wuji said, you are the Ministry of Justice high official. Then you tell me, how do you solve the current problem in this matter? This small official is dull. Now any merchant's way other than Chainan has been cut off, and even if we can open merchant's way, who are these merchants' goods sold to? 5 surnames 7 clans controls all the business entrances. At this time, everyone didn't expect they will shoot at the same time. The minister is dull, I don't know what to do. Wai Zheng. Li Shimin's face is gloomy and is about to drip. Furiously shouted, Du Yui, Fang Xiu Anling, you two will give me a careful idea. At this time, Wai Zheng said, His Imperial Majesty, the minister thinks that the best way is to negotiate with the people of Guanlong faction. There is nothing that can't be discussed. and it's obviously that they are targeting this cooperative. If His Imperial Majesty is willing to give in, the old official thought that there would be room for change. Will it? Li Shimin laughed at himself. He knows the dominance of Guanlong faction. He is carrying Guanlong faction on his back and wants to suppress Guanlong. No one is a fool. Everyone knows very well in his heart. And this thing is obviously that he wants to control economic power, which obviously affects their development, unless it is to give up the rights of this cooperative. And she immediately abdicates. Apart from this, he really didn't think of any other way to solve this problem perfectly. This incident was originally Guanlong's excuse for using this time to beat him, that's all. In Li Shimin's heart, he knew it very well. Oh, Li Shimin sighed deeply. This matter. You wait to give me comfort first. As for the solution, Li Shimin was silent again. This incident has happened to the present. Besides these few people, who stood in front of him, who else came to report on this matter? A sad anger burned in Li Shimin's chest leisurely. This is my courtier. This is the courtier of Great Tang. This is what those guys who keep on saying care about are doing now? I'm afraid everyone is busy counting their possessions now. Who can think for me at this time? Li Shimin couldn't help shaking his body. Try not to think about it, then waved his hand and said, that's all, that's all. Now all things are let go to me, and all the manpower is given to me to solve Chang in chaos. As for the way, I go and ask Jiang Feng brother myself. Li Shimin sighed, pointing to the window. No one could see his anger. I saw Li Shimin muttering to himself. This is the imperial court of my Great Tang. Although there are numerous officials. But at this time, how many people are really thinking about me? It's time to clean up. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 256. When all the merchants in Chainan City started to panic, everyone in Chainan City has gradually felt a little bit of pressure. At this time, in Chainan City, even the glazed glass products that are normally worth more than 10 silver today, the price suddenly plummeted to the freezing point. 5-2. Such a shocking thing, instead of making everyone feel the boiling, on the contrary feel a trace of horror. In the dark Sing Lane market of Andingfang, in the street market filled with goods at this time, all the merchants have personally entered the battle, blushing and roaring, come, come. Walk by, don't miss it. The finest silk is on sale at half price. Quality assurance. Benefits that can be waited for a while for 1,000 years. Dear folks and elders. Next is merchants in Arab Empire, because of some things, all silk products, all silks, all furs, teas, and other items are all sold at half price. Pass by, don't miss it. All the original price of the product was a silvertle, but now it only costs 100 texts. 100 texts. Dear folks and elders, come and have a look. All the people were shocked by this. Fuck, what's the situation? Question mark. This fuck ... Are these merchants colluding? Fuck ... Buy it? No ... Wait, I always feel something is wrong. There are many people onlookers, but the people who really buy, but very few. It can even be said that everyone has tightly covered my money bag, for fear that the money bag I just bulged up at this time will be directly given by these bad merchants because of certain things. He set it off somewhere. When I heard the news, the old man came from the village outside Chainan City, rushing to carry, like a patrol, frowning, holding his hands slowly in one piece after he didn't even dare to look at it. Slowly choose among the silk products. Early in the morning, he heard that Chainan is in chaos, and all merchants are selling things in their hands at half price, and even some people directly come here for half selling and half free. How can he let go of such a good thing? Looking at the clan, those young men who are waiting to be married, or even half-old young men, are undressed every day and have no money to buy. Even linen clothes are reluctant to buy, but seeing this normally only the rich and wealthy people can afford to wear things. It is actually cheaper than linen clothes. Old Patriarch took the shrewd young men of the clan, ready to come to Chainan to hit the big luck. If this is the case, why not buy some? Old Patriarch wandered in front of each silk stall, compared it in the linen shop, then whimpered, picked up a piece of satin cloth, and in front of a dejected Fatty, asked the shopkeeper, "How do you sell this cloth?" Fatty was desperate. The merchant's way outside is blocked. Moreover, people who can't even offend the imperial family are blocked. How can he not worry? Half a day has passed, and he hasn't sold a foot of cloth. Seeing these cloths may make him lose his money, but at this moment, someone came to ask. Suddenly, Fatty came to his energy. Looking at all the people staring at him with a pair of smart eyes, looking at his people, his eyes rolled around, patting his chest and shouting, "This, sir, you are so insightful. This cloth, you have also seen it, the finest silk. You are my first visitor today, so if you can see, come on, give you a price. At the price you gave, how about I give you another piece of cloth?" This foreign merchant is very insightful. Zhang Feng stood in the crowd and couldn't help being nodded. This kind of business is quite a promotional model of later generations. Although it seems that he is losing, but as soon as this news comes out, he will lose it. It's weird. As long as he can control the situation behind, he will not lose much with the 5 cars of silk and satin cloth today. Just when Zhang Feng wondered how to deal with Fatty, Sir narrowed his eyes, tightly grasped the brown satin cloth in his hand, and asked, "Really?" Fatty slapped his chest and said, "Sir, don't worry. I'm a serious businessman, and I'm still a shaman, rushing back to the Arab Empire country, so these cloths, we stand by one's word." "Really?" "This little brother. What you said is true. For these cloths, we only need to say a price." "Little brother, are you right?" All the onlookers were shocked, and one person hurriedly grabbed a piece of cloth and shouted with red eyes. Fatty wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "Everyone, these cloths, you must know the price normally. But, because of the unscrupulous Guanlong faction, I wantonly suppressed me. I have no choice but to wait. So, in order not to lose too much, so let's keep the price to the lowest. But you can rest assured, these cloths, I have said before, the original value was above 100 tals, but now it only takes 10 tals." Hearing this, everyone was disappointed. Even old patriarch was also at this time, and a deep disappointment flashed in his eyes. And the fatty eyes rolled around everyone's faces and said, "Sir, you are my first guest. I can't. You just have to count. We will definitely. I will give you these 2 pieces of cloth." "Really?" "One word is a chase." "That." Sir tremblingly stretched out 3 fingers and said, 50 money. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 257. 50 essays. At this time, the value of a silk brocade is 200 yuan. This is the normal price. But, at this time, this bad old fogey actually gave $50. This. Can he sell it? And it's still buy one get one free. This. Is he a fool? All the people onlookers, either hawking, or merchants who are joining in the fun, including soldiers on patrol, stopped and watched at this time. Even the soldiers on patrol took out the knives in their arms at this time. As long as the guy dared to veto what he had said before, they would dare to rush forward and take the troublemaker to jail for him and let him have a taste. The taste of lying. Even more how? Their homes are also short of food and clothing. If they can really buy a piece of cloth at this price, then they will also go up and grab one. Zhang Feng also looked at him with interest and left. The basic overall situation has been determined here. Businessmen will surely make money. And also at this time, among the crowd, the Ministry of Works and Ministry of Justice people are also anxiously waiting for whether the merchants will give a reasonable answer at this time. But, just now, that fatty, but unexpectedly, I agreed. "Sir, you are my first guest today." Then as the first guest, "The rule of my Arab Empire country is as much as you say!" Exclamation mark. "So $50, pay with one hand, and deliver with the other. These 2 pieces of cloth are yours." "Really?" Old Patriarch was also a little surprised, and still scared. He didn't intend to buy this money, but what about now? He actually agreed. "Okay, fatty." Standing on the carriage again, holding a piece of cloth aloft, shouting, "Our businessman, the most important thing is credibility. Spit a nail now that we have agreed. We will do what we say. Everyone was jealous when they saw Sir handing $50 to the fatty. He picked 2 pieces of cloth from the raise upwards of the fatty car. After the happy Ziza left, everyone flew the pot completely and swarmed on. Boss, I will come 10 pieces of cloth. I want 3 pieces. I want 2. I want 2. Everyone was jealous and started to grab the goods, and the fatty was deeply sighed in relief, watching the crazy grabbing people show their yellow teeth. Don't worry, listen to me. He didn't receive the money, but slowly said, this time it's the damn thing the Guanlong clansmen of China. I don't know what went crazy and blocked the merchant's way. Our goods can't be shipped out. And you know, we went to Great Tang just to make a living. But how did you encounter such a thing? So I had to make the best move. Fatty, what do you mean? The people in the crowd were angry. No one is a fool. When he heard this, everyone suddenly realized that this grandson wanted to restore the original price. Fatty, this is in Great Tang. If you dare to steal and play slippery, I will let you taste the taste of my chain and government office board. A patrol in the crowd. The soldiers were angry. Fatty looked pale, waving his hands again and again. This official, please calm down your anger and listen carefully to me. Businessmen, especially foreign merchants, have strict laws in Great Tang constraint. As long as you encounter the kind of rape, or the kind who want to imitate the dog and steal chicken, you will be thrown into jail, and then expelled from Great Tang. You will not be allowed to enter Great Tang forever. This is Great Tang's attitude towards Gentiles. Can the fatty be in a hurry? He hurriedly explained, this time, it's our fault. I didn't make it clear before. I just said that Sir is the first customer. Everyone heard it. So this thing, for the first guest, we will generally meet his requirements. But, the ones behind this are nothing so much. In the angry eyes of everyone, Fatty was sweating in a hurry. Said, however, the price is still $200 a horse. On this basis, we are giving away a piece of cloth. It is equal to $100 a horse. Of course, if you want to buy a piece of cloth, let's count it as $90. Just fine. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but frowned, and slowly began to figure it out. Most people walked away angrily, but there are still people who are thinking about something with their fingers. In the end, someone made another move. For $90, he really bought a piece of cloth. At this moment, those who are still hesitating can't help it. Finally, one after another shot, and the other side. All the businessmen onlookers, looking thoughtful, frowning and thinking about it. There are even people who are learning the way of being fatty. Sure enough, all of a sudden, things that no one cares about are sold out in an instant. There were even soldiers on patrol, who couldn't help but snapped up a lot. The silhouette of the Ministry of Works is hidden in the crowd, and from time to time it records something in the pocketbook in the arms. And the other side. There is no such good thing. Such things are only between foreign merchants and foreign merchants who are eager not to be involved in the Great Tang civil strife. But chain and local merchants are miserable. They don't have any rare goods in their hands. For foreign businessmen, it's at most a little bit less profitable this time, but they won't lose much. But for Great Tang's merchants, it's a catastrophe. At this time, in the Chainan mansion, the piles of tall piles made county magistrate's head as big as a fight. Where has he seen such a thing? At this time, in the county hall, county magistrate Zadas Khan, sweating around the room, while a goatee, skinny monkey-like master, half squinted with eyes closed, sitting on a chair motionless. If it wasn't for his beard that shook from time to time, everyone would think he was asleep. At this moment, a bailiff hurriedly ran into the back hall and reported to my lord. Your lord is an accident. Hearing this, Zudashan and the master's eyes fiercely jumped. They asked in unison, what happened? The people from the Ministry of Works are here. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 258. Zudashan is deeply sighed in relief. He hurriedly roared, then you are still stunned, and quickly invite people in. He didn't dare to go to the front hall. In the front hall, there is already a vast crowd, crying and grabbing the ground. He is sad. As soon as he heard the cry of those merchants, his head went big. But now it's impossible not to listen. People from Ministry of Works are here, what can he do? But it would be easy to have someone in charge. This is a Ministry of Works business. If the Ministry of Works didn't create a cooperative, would it be like this? In fact, Zudas Khan knows clearly that this is the matter between His Imperial Majesty and Guanlong faction. He is a small county magistrate. He is really hard to judge this matter. You let him judge. Does it belong to the Ministry of Works? He dare not. You want to say that it is Guanlong's fault. Does he still want to live? Do you still want to eat rice? So, no one dare to offend. One is the immediate boss. If you don't pay attention, your head will fall to the ground. The other is Great Tang's largest commercial team. If he dares to offend, he promises that he won't even want to buy a grain of rice tomorrow. 2. This is the horror of Guanlong faction. Just as Zudas Khan was thinking about it, people from Ministry of Works had already walked in. Zudas Khan and Master, when they saw the visitor, an ugly smile appeared on their faces, and they bowed and said, "Lord Sun, you can count as coming." It is a small manager of Ministry of Works, but even if it is a small manager, this position is not comparable to that of his small county magistrate, because they work in the palace, and he is just a small county magistrate. Zudas Khan, let me ask you, how many cases has the Chainan government received about the Guanlong road closure this time? The person here is concise. Obviously not pay attention to his complaints. When Zudas Khan saw this, he hurriedly replied, "Back to Lord Sun, in one day today, Chainan County government received a total of 90 cases. The small official did not dare to decide the case easily, so it has been submitted." That's it. Lord Sun frowns, clicked, nodded. This is the case. As for the future, I will talk about it later. All cases, as long as they can be delayed. The Ministry of Works and Ministry of Justice, have already intervened in this matter. As for the future, immediately submitted to the Ministry of Justice. When the time comes, the Ministry of Justice will give a unified reply. Yes, small official understand. Zudas Khan deeply sighed in relief. It would be great if he could not let him shoot. It's not that he doesn't want to, but obviously, this matter is beyond the scope of what he can handle. He dare not move. Obviously this is the best way. The Ministry of Works people left in a hurry. And within 1 hour after the people of Ministry of Works left, all places in Chainan City are posted with notices. From today, all merchants who are hoarding goods can report to the Ministry of Justice. As for the handling plan, the Ministry of Justice will give an explanation within 3 days. All merchants and people panicked after seeing this Ministry of Justice announcement. Although I will give an explanation after 3 days. But this is just an explanation. There is no solution. Everyone panicked. Looking at the notices, all the businessmen, blocking all the Ministry of Justice people who came to post the notices, asked, "This lord, the notice says that in 3 days, they will give an explanation, but in the next hand, the stock is the parallel imports purchased from government treasury. After 3 days, where is it still useful?" "Yes, my lord, the goods in our hands are all I get the goods from the government treasury. Can we return the goods first? We can't wait for this day." "How much fish is this dead?" "My lord, you have pity on me and wait. Let me wait for some comfort in my heart." All the people who posted the notice panicked. Everyone's worries, in fact, I can understand it later. But this incident has alarmed His Imperial Majesty, so please be patient. Now His Imperial Majesty is dealing with this matter, so, at most tomorrow, His Imperial Majesty will have a decision. At the same time, Palace of Absolute Beguiling. Li Shimin originally ate the powder of the insect egg of the locust, but the black hair was basically restored, and fine white hair appeared again. One night time, his black hair is grey. He is sad. Guanlong's suppression. This time he never thought that it started when Chainan appeared crazy stockpiling. Whenever Li Shimin thinks of this, he can't wait to slap himself. It would be great if you could listen to Jiang Feng at that time. Why are you trapped in the dead now? But, what can be done now? Everything is trapped in Chainan. If there is no way out today, then Chainan will be messed up. What should I do? What should I do? Li Shimin is even more worried. Little Gizzy looked at the appearance of His Imperial Majesty and tried to make a sound once, but in the end they all endured it. But at this time, after seeing His Imperial Majesty in such pain, he finally couldn't help but said, "His Imperial Majesty, or let's go to Jiang Feng for help." Since he can predict the next incident, then there must be a solution for this incident. Jiang Feng brother. Li Shimin hearing this, a strange flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. I am ashamed of my Jiang Feng brother. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 259. On the streets of Chainan, Li Shimin was sitting in an ordinary sedan chair, looking at the pile of goods outside through the car curtain, and once again had a headache. This time, he was not looking for anyone to accompany him, just one person, a carriage, and a group of guards. It was as simple as that. In this way, he can see the most authentic Chainan city. When he has time, he wants to be alone, stroll around in Chainan city, and talk about Chainan with Jiang Feng. But he can't do it. He is the Emperor of Great Tang. If he doesn't do a good job a little, he will suffer the impeach of the Imperial Court, entire court civil and military. This time, it is still the same. Li Shimin waited for 1 day, 1 night. There has never been a minister. Because of this incident, he came up with a good idea. On the contrary, in the early days of today, he encountered many complaints. Come to impeach Ministry of Works, and your own. This is his courtier. Li Shimin felt a sorrow, a burst of deep sadness. This is his imperial court. When nothing happens, everyone is a good courtier, but if something happens to Great Tang, a large number of people will come to impeach someone! Li Shimin sometimes wants to go to Jiang Feng for a showdown, and then ask him to rectify the Imperial College of Supreme Learning, and find someone who can really consider Great Tang for Great Tang. But he dare not. Not willing. The relationship with Jiang Feng was announced straightforwardly. Because he cares too much about Jiang Feng, so he doesn't want Jiang Feng to sink into the filthy place of Imperial Court so early. At this time, which classic of wonders he was thinking about again? That is the thing that was once rumored, that Shan inheritance, the thing that helped Prince of Qin to unify the world, the thing that made everyone scramble wildly. Is it true? At this time, Li Shimin's new last one is very entangled. He doesn't know what he is doing now, and what went wrong will make the whole country fall into this kind of situation controlled by others. Whether it is Guanlong, or 5 surnames 7 clans, or Turkey who is waiting for an opportunity on the side of the couch, none of them are his blocking stones. Master Li, here it is. While Li Shimin was thinking about it, outside the sedan, little Gizzy whispered to Li Shimin. Li Shimin took a deep breath, took a look at the familiar and unfamiliar Tongyue Street, which is the street market where Jiang Feng is located, took a deep breath, and walked out of the sedan chair. Jinwu guards, who were dressed up as entourages with a wave of hands, were hidden all around guarding, and even asked little Gizzy to wait at the memorial archway gate. Only then did I sort out my mood, and slowly walked towards Jiang Feng's little tavern. And when he had just turned Sandao Hutong, he saw Jiang Feng with his hands behind his back, kicking a broken tile, kicking and walking back. Jiang Feng brother, are you out now? Li Shimin is a little surprised. He can clearly see Jiang Feng is thinking about things. When Jiang Feng saw Li Shimin, he was also stunned. He kicked his foot and staggered and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Li Shimin hurriedly stepped forward to help. Old Li, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to help Lord Zhangsun deal with this mess? Yes, now, what I asked Li Qian to tell you last time. Did you tell Zhangsun Wuji? Li Shimin sighed and silently lifted Jiang Feng up. Jiang Feng, see this, complexion sank. This old Li, how can such an important thing be sloppy? Jiang Feng's face also changed slightly. Follow me into the house. Jiang Feng no longer talks nonsense. Now he is no longer allowed to talk nonsense. In the tavern, Jiang Feng did not fetch the wine, nor did he go to the back kitchen as usual. He took a bag of dried tiger meat wrapped in oil paper from the counter and poured a bowl for Li Shimin Cha, then asked, "Old Li, you tell me the truth. How much did you participate in this matter? If it is not too much, then treat it as a loss of wealth and disaster prevention. What, don't get used to it?" Jiang Feng brother. Li Shimin sighed. "Last time, you Ifkiana, that bastard brought me, I also heard him tell me the truth, but I may be confused by lard. I didn't take seriously about that Guanlong thing. After all, it was His Imperial Majesty. Where can we young people get involved? But didn't expect this Guanlong's grandson, so vicious, just cut off all merchants' ways. Now, even if I don't want to worry about it, I can't do anything. I directly put all my wealth on the Cambodian aquatic products from the government treasury. Originally, I wanted to put that I'll get you some of the shrimp stuff you mentioned, but now it's a little ominous. So I'm here today. I didn't bring it." Jiang Feng squeezed a handful of hair and looked sad. "Honestly, how many seafood did you buy from Cambodia?" "Almost all of my net worth." Jiang Feng is a little dizzy. This naive one. Don't you know how difficult it is that a sly individual has more than one plan to fall back on? Are you a fucking businessman? Don't understand this? I told you that many, earnest and well-meant advised. You have all taken it as a breeze. Jiang Feng is speechless. When rubbing my temples, I feel my brain hurt. "Oh, old Li, I can't help you this time. My damn thing is for you. Let you send your baby son go to the military camp to take refuge. Let Lord Zhangson bring a message. Turn everyone's attention to the war on the border. You don't listen. It's all right now. If you don't have any preparations, let's let people go. I'm blocking the door for you. Now, I can't help it. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 260. Li Shimin hearing this. "My head is a little dizzy." "Jiang Feng brother, you can't do this. If you are like this, my old Li can't live anymore. You also know that our current situation. Now if I want to get out of the pit, it's too late. When the time comes, if His Imperial Majesty comes to settle accounts after the fall, will I be ransacked and destroyed?" Jiang Feng stared. "Remember what I said at this time? You fucking told you not to put all your money in. You wouldn't listen. What should you do if you ask me now? The road is blocked for you. What can I do?" Jiang Feng is speechless. It stands to reason that this His Imperial Majesty is not a fool. Don't he know that Guanlong is such a big threat? If you do this, then Great Tang is still playing an egg. The door was blocked every minute. I couldn't help, Jiang Feng comforted. But, old Li, don't worry. This is not all bad things. At least the cooperatives and marketing models are in such high pressure under the circumstances. It has been quietly implemented. You didn't see the fatty from the Arab Empire country today. I almost thought it was your old Li who did it. That fatty was indeed arranged by me. He found me before and I gave him this move. Jiang Feng brother, what do you think? Li Shimin finally found me a little bit arrogant. It's okay. Jiang Feng twitched his lips. I've told you this thing countless times. And I used it last time on Longyu Road. If you can't use it at this time, then you really it's not saved. But, this is just an utterly inadequate measure. Even if all the people in Chainan City participate in the purchase, they still can't stop the blockade of Chainan by Guanlong faction. So, solving this matter fundamentally is the key. Have you thought about it? Haven't you? Li Shimin couldn't help but slow down frown. Oh, Jiang Feng brother, how could you think I didn't think about it? I just thought too much. I spent one night last night. You know what's wrong with me? In the Imperial Palace. Imperial Palace, do you know? Those great characters. I don't dare to make the atmosphere. But even like this, I haven't figured out a solution for one night. Jiang Feng hearing this, touched the chin asked, what did His Imperial Majesty say? Did you see His Imperial Majesty? No. Li Shimin's head shook like a rattle. Although I did not see His Imperial Majesty, I heard that His Imperial Majesty has not slept for 2 nights. I think I am also sad about this matter. Morning, what did his mother do? Jiang Feng was speechless. If he was thinking of these things at all, he wouldn't be so passive now. Damn, I thought he had a layout before, so I mentioned it when your precious son came last time. Now, didn't expect. This damn thing is nothing. What does he do for food? How long has Great Tang been a dam for Jiang? Forgot to hurt so soon. Jiang Feng is speechless. Li Shimin listened to faces red. But what can he do? He did forget the Guanlong faction before, but thought that this thing is mutually beneficial. Then Guanlong, it shouldn't be a shot, but didn't expect this time. Guanlong is really doing it. Ruthless. My mother, Great Tang's economy is monopolized by you. I want to get some money, but you have to suppress it. What is this? At this time, Li Shimin has an impulse. If it doesn't work, then at worst, I will shovel you all. My Great Tang will only weaken the economic development for a few years. Li Shimin also can afford it. Thinking of this, Li Shimin interrupted Jiang Feng's chatter and asked, Jiang Feng brother, do you think His Imperial Majesty wants to pull these guys up by the roots? Send troops to eradicate him? No. Jiang Feng waved his hand. As long as His Imperial Majesty is not a fool, he will not do such a stupid thing. You think? If His Imperial Majesty sends troops, the civil strife against Great Tang will not be Guanlong, but the whole western regions are all messed up. Just think about how the previous dynasty died. Guanlong has a long history, and there are overwhelming majority supporters and beneficiaries in all countries. This ensures that he will not hang himself in one place. Once there is a problem in this place, there will be a reaction in other places in an instant. Do you think about the consequences? Hearing at this, Li Shimin couldn't help but burst into a cold sweat. A touch of sadness flashed in his eyes. Jiang Feng looked at Li Shimin, shook his head, patted his shoulder and said, Old Li, don't worry too much about this. This matter His Imperial Majesty is measured, otherwise can I call him first emperor throughout all ages? Then Jiang Feng brother, if it were you, what would you do? How to solve this trouble bureau? Basically this time, Chainan City, and all of Great Tang's economic powerhouses, are basically paralyzed at the same time. If the problem is not resolved in a short time, then there will be no waiting for Great Tang. The meeting is only my family of merchants, but the economic decline of the entire Great Tang. I really don't want to see this. Jiang Feng nodded, went to the tavern door, opened the door, looked around, let Guzi and the others who were squatting on the ground playing in the mud all around to help him watch, then returned to Li Shimin's side, whispering said, actually, I really have a way. It's the only way. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 261. What can be done? Li Shimin grabbed Jiang Feng's hand excitedly, and Jiang Feng's eyes were a little bit hot. With a look of disgust, he threw Jiang Feng's hand away, and then said, say things and talk about things. Don't talk about it. I haven't said wife yet. If this is for others to see, then how much is it? Well, then you can say it. It's anxious to meet too. Can Li Shimin be in a hurry? When is this all? It's weird if he is not in a hurry. Seeing Jiang Feng dragging him like this, Li Shimin anxiously wanted to choke his neck. Jiang Feng couldn't stand Li Shimin's hot eyes, and said, this matter, in fact, anyone who spends a day in Chainan City can know this. What? Jiang Feng was not in a hurry. He asked, Old Li, let me ask you, is it all merchants' way in Chainan City now, and merchants in Liuozu and other places? The way is blocked. It's true. Otherwise I won't be in such a hurry. As long as the siege between Chainan and Liuozu is lifted, Guanlong's suppression will not attack itself. Broken. But the question is, how to get rid of this thing? You also said, His Imperial Majesty is impossible to fight Guanlong. He is also impossible to give in to Guanlong. The rest, what else can you do? Don't say, let His Imperial Majesty surrender and lose half of it. Otherwise, Old Li will despise you very much. Li Shimin said it was pretty good, but the meaning of that sentence changed as soon as it got to the back. Involved. Jiang Feng was also anxious. Pointing to himself, he asked with a puzzled look, "Me, Jiang Feng? Am I that kind of person? You see it with your eyes?" On which he hears Lao Tzu asking him to go surrendered. This is obviously not our Jiang Feng's style. Okay, you have been with me for so long, don't you understand my style? Lao Tzu would rather screw off the enemy's head than I would like to bow my head for a minute. This is a man, being proud of being a man. That is, being proud. I ask you, are you proud? Yes. Li Shimin also slapped his chest to make sure. The entire world, who can make him bow his head? Apart from heaven and earth and your parents, who dares to do anything else? He still has the arrogance of Li Shimin. Jiang Feng shrugged. Isn't that enough? Then why do you ask such an idiot question? Li Shimin rubbed his hands and said, "Isn't this afraid? You are afraid of an egg. His Imperial Majesty is not in a hurry. You are in a hurry for a hammer. Just your family property, you throw it at the gate of Guanlong faction. People might not even look at it." A glance. Jiang Feng despised Li Shimin infinitely. Okay, my family has a small business, but you don't want to harm me like this. Now things are stuck in your eyes, you can bear to see if I suffer here? Li Shimin shrugged with a wry smile. Jiang Feng shrugged. Okay, if that's the case, then I won't tease you. I ask you, what did you hear from His Imperial Majesty last night? And His Imperial Majesty, nothing. Ready? No. Li Shimin shook the head. If he had been prepared for this matter, where would it be the present situation? This may be what extreme joy turns to sorrow. Jiang Feng hearing this, walking around the room with his hands behind his back. The current situation is a predicament for Great Tang. Jiang Feng's look suddenly change. Is it because of my own appearance that everything in Great Tang has developed steadily in a short period of time, and then the normal historical trajectory has deviated from everything? The chain reaction that appeared then? But this is not right. Even if I appeared, it was only a small step to speed up the progress of the world, and everything I did was just a little bit insignificant. And only this cooperative was the big one. Action. Is it because of this that everything in this world is messed up? Guanlong faction is dispatched, the huge monster hidden behind me, 5 surnames 7 clans will also show a trace of hideous fangs at this brief moment. When the time comes, under the joint hands of these two huge monsters, what will happen to Great Tang? Jiang Feng dare not think about it. There must be a part of all this because of the cooperative. And the bigger reason may be because in this world, the traditional model will make the world change, right? Since it is going to change. Jiang Feng squeezed his fist. Looking at the sunlight outside the window, in the heart roared, since we are going to change, then the rule of Zheng Wen. Let's fight against Guanlong this time. Turn around, Jiang Feng solemnly said to Li Shimin. This time, we are going to reopen a merchant's way to empty the prestige and industry of Guanlong and 5 surnames 7 clans. Do you dare to do it? If it does, I think this is something that His Imperial Majesty likes very much today. When the time comes, you will either fail and become a scapegoat, or you will achieve great fame in one fell swoop. Do you dare open up a new merchant's way? This in the last ages, all businesses are accumulated in a little bit of time and slowly. If this is really new, then this. Li Shimin, you dare not think about it. But, thinking about everything controlled by Guanlong faction and 5 surnames 7 clans, he couldn't help but ask, what is the new merchant's way you are talking about? No Jiang Feng to answer him. Instead, he said, I remember, outside Chainan City, it is surrounded by 8 rivers, right? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 262. 8 rivers surround. Where does Li Shimin know these 8 rivers? These 8 rivers are the 8 rivers of Wei, Jing, Feng, Lao, Luo, Chan, and Ba. But the 8 rivers are basically blocked by sediment. In addition, in recent years, the Imperial Court has not paid attention to the effect of these 8 rivers on Great Tang, so these rivers are basically was stranded. But, why does Jiang Feng suddenly say this at this time? Does he want to use these 8 rivers to change this siege? It seems something is not good. right? I couldn't help but Li Shimin asked tentatively, Jiang Feng brother, do you mean you want to use these 8 rivers as a breakthrough? Then bypass the Guanlong faction's closure of the city? This plan is good, but have you ever thought about it? These years, this river. Until Li Shimin finished speaking, Jiang Feng interrupted what he said. These things I know it all. But have you ever thought about it? Where else in the world can be compared with Chang'an City? Chang'an has such a favorable geographical location, time and location. But why not take advantage of the convenient way given by God and use the dry road instead? Now you go on the dry road and see, where are the no Guanlong faction people? These 8 rivers? Everyone looked down upon it. Even the Guanlong faction had never thought of it, in what they thought was the perfect strategy, and this was their biggest failure. Li Shimin was finally shocked. 8 rivers. Yes, he has traveled countless places. Where can he meet the geography advantage of 8 rivers around the city? No, this is also the biggest reason why the capital was originally chosen here. The right time, the right place and the right people. Above, the lowest desert can deter Turkic, and the Qinling Mountains circle the city, forming a natural barrier, and on the left is the endless plain. Even if you gallop, there is even the Yellow River, which makes the transportation more convenient. However, everyone has been fighting for years, forgetting the natural advantage of this home. 8 rivers. 9 is the extreme place, and the imperial city is suppressed here. This is also the biggest reason for choosing the location here. Everyone just thinks that this geography advantage is blessed by heaven, but they have forgotten one thing. That is to use a little bit of Jiang Feng's call. Li Shimin understood it instantly. Hurry up with a fist and said, many thanks Jiang Feng brother, I understand. I understand. What you mean is that all the blockages in the rivers can be cleaned up in the fastest time, and then used 8 rivers, solve the problem of the current trapped city. By the way, you finally figured it out. Nodded praised by Jiang Feng. This time, you finally understand. This is the only break in Chang'an City now. I really don't know why His Imperial Majesty would not take advantage of such advantages. This His Imperial Majesty, really? Li Shimin heard this. His eyelids twitched. I hurriedly said again, so what? I won't bother for now. I'll go back and report this matter first. I'm disturbing my Jiang Feng brother today. Let's go get together again. While speaking, Li Shimin took out a brand new newly printed silver bills from his arms and put it on the table, then hurriedly left. Jiang Feng curiously took the banknote like silver bills, but slightly larger than the banknote, and took a deep breath under his nose. The memory of previous life is still missing after all. On the other side, Chang'an City has become a mess. Especially those who bought seafood from the Chang'an government treasury are more anxious at this time. Originally, Chang'an's day is hotter than any other place. Plus these two, the rumors of road closures that suddenly appeared in Chang'an City on the day made the merchants even more panic. At this time, hundreds of merchants were squatting, standing, or lying in front of the government treasury, wailing. And at the gate of government treasury, the officials of government treasury were also dealing with everyone in anguish. This day can't be passed. I bought thousands of silver till these things that your government treasury promised, and dozens of them died on this day. It's heavy. It's not out of Chang'an City yet. God, you opened your eyes. My lord, you said at the beginning, as long as there is a problem, your government treasury will be in charge. How do you say now? Our things, Chang'an City can't get out. How do we get this thing? Everyone 1 inch. Difficulties for all of you. We all know. We have just notified the above about this. It is said that there will be someone from Cambodia who is coming and will help you raise this marine fish before the lockdown is lifted. Don't worry. The official yelled with a dark face, but the crowd became even more angry. Shit. If you are willing to solve it, that's fine. We will return the goods. If Merchant's Way is unblocked, can we buy it again? Such consumption, we can't afford to lose. My lord, please do me a favor. My fish, it's only half a day today. It's all dead. It's almost 300 stones. If this is dying, my goods, then it's really worthless. My lord. This at that time, All the officials' heads exploded. How to return this thing? Unfortunately, one of the officials suddenly angrily roared, "Don't worry, you are in charge of the Chang'an government treasury, Zhao wait for this matter. You just have to wait until today. Everything will be okay." You believe me? I take my Xiangshang head as a guarantee. If this matter is not resolved tomorrow morning, my head will be given to you. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 263 Imperial Palace. It's a little miserable. In the Imperial Palace of Connaught University, the sun is like a big stove, frantically heating up this imperial city, and the people in the city, as if they lost their souls, proceeded listlessly. Things in. If it weren't for accident, a team of Jinwu guards and guards were stepping neatly. This imperial city is like a dead zone. At the moment when I did it in my childhood, a team of Jinwu guards wearing ordinary servant costumes surrounded an ordinary sedan chair that could not be in the ordinary sedan chair, and hurriedly entered the imperial from the Vermilion Bird Gate. In the city, when this sedan chair appeared, everyone was surprised. But when everyone saw little Gizzy headed by him, all the people on the road knelt to the ground one after another. No more disliked. The hot floor. Li Shimin was in the sedan chair, and the instruction of one after another was sent out from his sedan chair, and the Jinwu guards who were all around the sedan chair were also rapidly shrinking. When the last order was drafted, Li Shimin hesitated. After a while, he shredded an official document in his hand that had just been prepared, and asked, "Little Gizzy, in Chang'an City, how many people have bought government treasury seafood? How much seafood has not been dealt with?" Little Gizzy hearing this, his waist bow is lower. Back to His Imperial Majesty, according to the report from the person just now, there are still almost 30,000 stones in the government treasury that have not been processed. Due to the temperature, these things will be in large quantities every hour. Death. Li Shimin frowned. Didn't the people of Cambodia come to help? I remember that the king of Cambodia assured me that these fish would be alive and kicking before leaving the government treasury. But why did I have so many requests in my hand? Return the goods, and there are mass deaths. This. Back to His Imperial Majesty. Little Gizzy, I don't know where. Li Shimin is angry. I wiped the sweat that I didn't know if it was cold or hot, and said, "This is all because of the closure of Merchant's Way." The player was immersed in the river in accordance with the instructions of the Cambodian people, so, presented to me the King of Cambodia. When I returned to the Palace of Absolute Beguiling, I want to see Cambodia King. Li Shimin was angry. The thing he feared the most, after all, happened. Other goods are better, but this seafood, this thing, is alive. Once there is a little difference, it will surely cause immeasurable losses again, and even make all merchants. In the future, this thing will only be avoided. In this case, what kind of business are you talking about? He has eaten this thing, it tastes delicious. He never doubted what Jiang Feng said, because once he underestimated Jiang Feng's words, then realistically, he would slap him fiercely. This time, it is a good example. So Li Shimin is scared. He is afraid that the cooperative that has just been set up will eventually cause irreparable losses because of this little thing. Especially for the plans of Tibet and other countries, this Cambodia product is the best opportunity. As long as there is a little problem, Li Shimin will never allow it to happen. After a while, the sedan chair finally appeared in a hurry outside the Palace of Absolute Beguiling. When the sedan chair appeared, a team of eunuchs had already been waiting here, and they fell to the ground in a row. Even Wei Zheng and the others were already waiting here. Pay respects to His Imperial Majesty. When Li Shimin stepped off the sedan chair, in an instant, everyone knelt down. Li Shimin waved his sleeves. "You may rise." Immediately there was eunuch. When Li Shimin hurriedly entered the Palace of Absolute Beguiling, he replaced him with the outside robe. When Li Shimin's silhouette appeared in the Palace of Absolute Beguiling, the Cambodian king also slowly got up. Watching the solemn King Li Shimin, Cambodia's eyes flashing quickly. Farewell to King of Tang. Cambodia King is free. Li Shimin stepped forward to lift up the Cambodia King. He was not polite. Just directly he said, I came to you today because I have some important matters to discuss. I have Chainan, and you must have known it. Then I want to ask the Cambodian king, can the sea fish be saved? Yes. The Cambodian king's eyes flashed, and the secretly thought came true. Seeing Li Shimin let out a long sigh, the Cambodian king said again, the water of this sea fish is definitely different from the water of Great Tang inland. Forgot to tell King of Tang before this point. And this king learned from his men today that after these things, he also carefully considered them. This matter can actually be solved, as long as King of Tang can shorten the time. The blockade of Merchants Way will be lifted within time. Then this prince has guaranteed that the loss of these fish will be reduced to a minimum within half a month. Really? Li Shimin hearing this, Long Yan Joy, I don't know how the king of Cambodia will operate this incident. I will listen to you. But you also know that the Chang'an government treasury has basically been sold. At this time, many businesses are gathering around the gate of government treasury, looking for a solution. How can this be solved? Li Shimin is not worried that the Cambodian king will not be treated for this marine fish. A person who grew up by the sea since he was a child, if he doesn't have this ability, then he is really a waste of life. And the hardest part of this is the things that are sold. How can I save him, or trade? It's just a joke about, that's all. The Cambodian king hearing this is also frowned. After pacing in the imperial study room, he said, if King of Tang can trust this king dare to send more than 3,000 guards to personally help these merchants can solve the marine fish in a short time. As for the dead, if there is no corruption, this king can restore some value to it. Li Shimin hearing this great joy. King of Cambodia, just talk about it, what do you need? I can satisfy you. Ha ha ha. King of Cambodia carefreely smiled. Nothing. Just 10 carts of poisonous salt. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 264. Li Shimin does not understand the theory, but if Jiang Feng is here, then he will definitely know. That poisonous salt is nothing but the crystallization of the silence after the seawater dries up naturally. Adding to the water will turn ordinary water into seawater. And the dead fish, the dried salted fish made, is something that will be coveted in later generations. But for all of this, Li Shimin doesn't care. What he cares about is, in the shortest possible time, controlling the turmoil in Chainan City. As for the rest, he doesn't care. Even if the Cambodian king wants him Li Shimin to help him kill someone at this time, Li Shimin will always without the slightest hesitation. After all, the Cambodian king hurriedly left. After the Cambodian king left, Wei Zheng and the others hurriedly entered the palace of absolute beguiling. As soon as I entered the door, before everyone paid respect, Li Shimin said, today I have a solution. Hearing this, everyone secretly sighed in relief, but frowned again. His Imperial Majesty, all merchants' ways in Chainan City are blocked by Guanlong. How can there be a solution so quickly? The old official thinks, Jiang Feng brother, if you can fly, there will be a turnaround this time. Flying? Old bastard, you hurt Jiang Feng brother so badly, do your family know? It's all right. Li Shimin waved his hand, and at this time he no longer looked as solemn as before. He took a sip of tea slowly, and said, it doesn't have to be so troublesome to fly. Wei Zheng hearing this, hurriedly asked, what does His Imperial Majesty mean? Yes? Or take the merchant's way? Does His Imperial Majesty want to use the Imperial City Guards forcibly clear away? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. This is tantamount to war. If this is really going to war with Guanlong, wouldn't I? Everyone's complexion could not help but turn pale at this moment, especially looking at Li Shimin's face. After mastering the expression one, everyone became more anxious. Even Cheng Yojin clenched the teeth, knelt down with Abum on one knee and said, His Imperial Majesty, if the Imperial City garrison is required, then the war axe of the warlord would have rusted long ago. How about letting me old Cheng lead the battle? The Emperor. Li Shimin hearing this, slightly shook the head. This matter, don't panic. Hearing this, Everyone is even more confused. Don't panic about this. This is really torn apart with Guanlong. Li Shimin watched everyone really anxious, and couldn't help feeling the last touch of warmth. On this icy imperial court, there are at least some people who really think for me and Great Tang. Li Shimin's voice was a little excited. Get up slowly. When Li Shimin spoke, everyone hurriedly looked towards Li Shimin. I was as anxious as you were before, and even not as indifferent as you, but at this moment, I really understand that in this cold imperial court, I am not alone, but there are everyone. My heart is so happy. When everyone heard it, it became more unfathomable mystery. But His Imperial Majesty has said so. How dare everyone still pester? Kneeling on the ground together. His Imperial Majesty, I am waiting. I can share the worries for His Imperial Majesty. This is my duty. Li Shimin waved his hand and signaled everyone you may rise, and then said, this matter is not actually a frontal battle with Guanlong, nor is it flying through the skies or escaping through the ground. If it weren't for the Jiang Feng brother, I would have forgotten this. Actually, Shannon really hasn't reached the end of the mountains and rivers. What? This? What is this possible? His Imperial Majesty, now the Merchant's Way in Shannon City, Los Angeles City, and Cold State City are all blocked, and all goods cannot be shipped out. All merchants are waiting for death to come. This. If there is a little way, will they stop here? Wai Zheng and the others were shocked. His Imperial Majesty actually said that Shannon City has not yet reached the end of the mountain. As long as there is a little way, what will happen? His Imperial Majesty, if there is a little way to do this, Shannon. And I just asked you Aunt Angang just now, he has no way. I don't know His Imperial Majesty. You said, what is the magic method to bring Shannon back to life? Resurrection? Li Shimin smiled. I said, Shannon hasn't reached the end of the mountain yet. Li Shimin also started to cry. He completely forgot his sad face early this morning. You asked you Aunt Angang, but did you Aunt Angang say that the capital was Shannon? Why? Wai Zheng thought for a while, and Fang Xuanling and the others discussed it, and then said, the old official remembered it very clearly. At that time, it was said that Shannon was the dragon veins converging ground. There were 8 dragons entrenched, and Shannon City was the only Longan. Shannon, then the country will be peaceful. Yes. Li Shimin got up, looked at everyone, nodded and said, this sentence, I also forgot before. But today, I suddenly heard another statement from the Jiang Feng brother. Shannon 8 rivers. Everyone looked at each other and was shocked. 8 rivers, or 8 dragons, they all know, but His Imperial Majesty said before that Shannon has not reached the point where the mountains and rivers are exhausted, and now he said 8 rivers. Is it? His Imperial Majesty means 8 rivers? Is the solution to this crisis? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 265. Yes, this is the only thing that can solve the Guanlong blockade. I didn't expect before, but when Jiang Feng brother was chatting, he reminded me, Shannon 8 rivers surround Shannon and then gather in Yellow River. Isn't this a natural merchant's way? West, you can enter the Qinling Mountains, and the south can go straight to Liuozu. This path, if it were known to the people of Guanlong early in the morning, then today I might actually go to visit with a gift. But, God bless, this has been ignored by us. Shannon 8 rivers, didn't expect, actually became my final solution to the Shannon crisis. Li Shimin was infinitely moved. Wai Zheng and the others have also been stunned. Shannon 8 rivers. Didn't expect the final break. It turned out to be Shannon 8 rivers. But this Shannon 8 rivers, which has been abandoned before, has become a stinking ditch, and even the moat of Shannon City is inferior. It really can solving the crisis of Shannon. Everyone could not help but get together again to discuss. Wai Zheng just started to play. His Imperial Majesty, this Shannon 8 rivers is good. By then this ... at least in the old official in my memory, there has never been a clean-up. And because of every major flood in the Qinling Mountains, the river has long been blocked by sediment. At this time, Can this be used? His Imperial Majesty. This matter is very important. How about letting someone go to actually investigate it tomorrow? Du Yui also spoke out to persuade. Li Shimin waved his hand. He signaled everyone to be quiet, and then fell into deep contemplation. Someone at the Imperial Court must know about this matter, otherwise, this matter will not be known so quickly by the people of Guanlong. But, as for who is from Guanlong, Li Shimin is still unknown. After all, there are too many people at Imperial Court, 5 surnames, 7 clans. So much that Li Shimin feels a headache. Although Guanlong was targeting him this time, it's better to say that the people in the Imperial Court were targeting him. The fingers in Li Shimin's embroidered robe pierced deeply into the palm of his hand, and the deep tingling made him temporarily forget his urge to clean up the Imperial Court. Li Shimin lowered his head, closed his eyes, and let anyone see the killing intent in his eyes. After a while, Li Shimin slowly opened his eyes. This matter doesn't need tomorrow. Tonight, I want everyone at all costs to clean up the blockages of several rivers. Wei Zheng and Zhang Sunwuji looked at each other, their eyes full of astonished expressions. Bartio, one night? This. How many people can you move? But they also heard ostrings from Li Shimin's words. This Imperial Court really has all kinds of demons and ghosts, and there are many people from 5 surnames, 7 clans. His Imperial Majesty wanted to circumvent the eyes and ears of these people, and then deal with the matter tomorrow morning before being impeached by these people, but the difficulty of this matter can be imagined. His Imperial Majesty. At this time, Cheng Yojin was excited. Quickly said, His Imperial Majesty, you forgot a person. Li Shimin, hearing this, hurriedly asked, who? Water Military Governor Zhang Liang. Tonight's action, if his navy joins, then this time, it is absolutely foolproof. Night, it's difficult to act, although there is a bright moon at night, but if the duck is unfamiliar with water, it is definitely a gift to the Water Dragon King, that's all. So the Navy, will definitely be better at this than anyone else. Hearing this, Li Shimin got up excitedly and patted Cheng Yojin on the shoulder. Yes, why did I forget Zhang Liang? However, at this moment, Li Shimin's excited eyes dimmed again. Zhang Liang's tribes are all on the coast and near Yuozu, which is too far. Not far, not far. Cheng Yojin flushed with excitement. He pushed Zhang Sunwuji away, took Li Shimin to the map on the wall, pointed to the 8 waterways and said, His Imperial Majesty, you don't know, this Zhang Liang, although there is no large army, but when I asked him for a drink last time, I went to his house. That good guy, that veteran who is full of the yard, they are all excellent water players. These all are his loyalty, because there is nowhere to go after he retires, so Zhang Liang will keep them in the mansion. Fortunately, there are 3,000 acres of land they are managing, but the old official always feels this group of water. It's a pity that the duck came ashore, but I didn't expect to meet it tonight. Li Shimin, hearing this, couldn't help being slightly frowned. Zhang Liang's mansion, unexpectedly raised 3,000 retired veterans? What does Zhang Liang want to do? However, Li Shimin couldn't help but smile at this time. Taking a photo of Cheng Yojin, who was excited, said, when you said that, I remembered it. I forgot this group of sailors who had been overcoming obstacles for Great Tang. But these 3,000 people are not too bad. Enough. Hey, don't you know that? This Zhang Liang is idle at home outside Cheng'an City, but he is still responsible for recruiting sailors. And where he is, training the sailing school. Last time, we were drunk and he had to take me to swim. Good guy. There are tens of thousands of ducks in the drowsy water. It's done. Li Shimin, hearing this expression, moved. He didn't expect that Zhang Liang would accidentally save him. Procedure. Let Zhang Liang, with all his troops, immediately go to the 8 rivers to clean up the waterways. If the cleanup is completed before dawn, I will personally set up Chain and Water Master Mansion to specifically let these veterans are here to manage the 8 rivers. Wei Zheng, I order you to personally declare your decree, in front of all the sailors. Wei Zheng eyes flashed. hurriedly bowed. This small official to comply with the purpose. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 266. Cheonan City, Peace Street near Anhuiman, is relatively deserted here. Basically, here are those retired veterans who can take care of their lives. The premise is that you must have your own house in Cheonan City. If there is no house, it will basically be arranged on Peace Street. Therefore, the name of Peace Street comes from this. Before, it was not called Peace Street. It was called Xianyifang. There were many veterans living in this place. Everyone joked that it was Peace Street, a good place to wait for euthanasia. And on the west side of Peace Street, near the Kingman Canal, is the residence of the Navy Governor Zhang Liang. On the side of the mansion is the Kingman Canal. There are magnificent buildings and piers on the bank. Boats and water equipment used for training look so dirty in the river where they are worried about whether there are piles of feces floating down. So what? Over there, a large group of dark-skinned men are like tough men smeared with tung oil. One of them is dark, followed by a bunch of tough men, and a group of people with their hands behind their backs, like a teacher. A middle-aged person, holding a large bamboo pole in his hand, squinting his eyes, staring at the water. On the other side, a man was chanting slowly. Even many times, he had already yelled 10, but he was just like Alzheimer's attacked. The next word was called out. It becomes 2. Who is this fuck? But in this regard, all the dark-skinned men pouted their buttocks and plunged their heads into the water, not dare to show their heads. At this time, if any unlucky person dares to show up at this time, what is waiting for him is a meal of fried meat with bamboo poles in the hands of those veterans. And in the highest place of the training field, Zhang Liang stroked his grey beard, squinted and stared at the nodded who couldn't help but pouting. Not bad, not bad. The quality of this group of people is good. Old Lin, you have merit. Waiting for the Ministry of as soon as works' payment arrives, the official will reward you with 10 silvertals. Beside Zhang Liang, a man with a moustache and pockmarked face was hearing this, and he hurriedly bowed. Many thanks, Governor. Zhang Liang waved his hand. This is all retired. Just call me Lord in the future. This captain, don't you dare to talk about it outside. Old Lin hearing this hurriedly kneeled down, excited, trembling all over. In the heart of the end, General, you are still the governor. You will be one for the rest of your life. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. Zhang Liang is very happy, raised Lao Lin. However, at this moment, the agile servant hurriedly climbed up the high platform of the 3 Zhang Hai, and hurriedly reported, the governor, Duke of Zheng is here. Zhang Liang eyes flashed and waved his hand. What's the matter? The minion didn't know it, but seeing that Duke of Zheng had the imperial edict of his imperial majesty in his hands, he was on his way to the school. So the minion felt suspicious. Only then did I report to the governor in advance. Imperial edict. Why Zheng actually came here? Why is he here? Zhang Liang is puzzled. This announcement of the imperial edict is usually brought by people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and he has not received the imperial edict for many years. What does his imperial majesty mean this time? Zhang Liang naturally knows what happened in Taoist priest Anqing, but his imperial majesty actually came to him at this time. What does this mean? He can't see through. He waved his hand and said, the message goes on, all training should be stopped, everyone awaits. Yes, although I don't know why. But since his imperial majesty passed the decree, as a courtier, he must accept the decree, otherwise it would be resisting the decree. And the weird thing is that this time, Wei Zheng didn't make an announcement in the mansion, but came to the school. Could it be his imperial majesty knew that there were veterans in his mansion? His imperial majesty knew about this. Although he did not know the specific number, he did not hide the matter. Weird. All of this reveals weirdness. When Zhang Liang came to the school, a group of greasy black guys, all panting, stood in a queue and stood by, while Wei Zheng's voice was not far away. Sounded everywhere. Brother Zhang, I haven't seen you for many days. Zhang Liang hearing this, hurriedly clasped his fists. Chancellor Wei, I don't know what wind is today that brought you here. Let's count the days. We haven't seen you for almost half a year. Let's go. Walk. Let's go to the Fuzzhong for a drink. Wai Zheng, wearing a red dress robe, sighed. Drinking matters, let's wait for the next time. This time, I also sealed His Imperial Majesty's decree and come to declare it. Brother Jiang, take the decree. Okay. Jiang Liang clasped his fists. After that, the little court eunuch of the Ministry of Internal Affairs who followed Wai Zheng screamed, Imperial edict is here. Jiang Liang takes the order. All beings kneel. Wow, wow. In an instant, the black man all knelt down. We looked at Wai Zheng and were a little surprised. These are all my great Tang sailors? But eyes flashed. Wai Zheng's expression changed abruptly, and he declared, accepting orders from Emperor. The Emperor said, today I learned that there are 3,000 retired sailors under Jiang Minister's account. This is my mistake. I have forgotten the past. Everyone who made great achievements for Great Tang. Jiang Liang's expression changed. The look of all the sailors present, especially those veterans, has changed dramatically. There are even veterans who are shaking all over at this time. His Imperial Majesty, don't forget us. But at this moment, Wai Zheng's voice sounded again. I intend to set up a navy mansion in Chainan, and today I have made a request to you, that is, before tomorrow morning, clear out 8 rivers that can be used by ships. If it is completed, the one person selected by Zenteffinger and others is the steward of the Navy Master Palace, from now on, to manage this Chainan 8 dragon veins. Jiang Liang hearing this, Puchimoth's spurt blood poured out, and he fainted completely. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 267. Wai Zheng sighed after he had declared the decree. Come here, past the Imperial Physician. Quick, send Governor Jiang back to the mansion for good students to look after. Wai Zheng knows that it will be today such a situation. If it weren't for this kind of thing today, coupled with His Imperial Majesty's coveting to clean up the 8 rivers, then Jiang Liang's move would surely be annihilated. At this time, Jiang Liang was dizzy, and it was the best ending. His Imperial Majesty just drew all the sailor veterans around him. Otherwise, if this matter reaches the ears of other ministers, then the Imperial edict he is waiting for today is not the same. It is a crime of treason. All the generals of Great Tang, His Imperial Majesty acquiesced that you have private soldiers, but this number can only be controlled at a 500 index. If the number exceeds this number, fines will be punished lightly, and severely punished. Jiang Liang took in this group of veterans, seemingly a benevolent act, but combined with his act of recruiting new soldiers in Chainan and 3,000 veterans, how terrifying is this? Once he has done something wrong, he only needs to wave his hand gently, from all the waterways surrounding Chainan, along the Cow River, straight into the Palace of Absolute Beguiling. What kind of horror is this? Will His Imperial Majesty allow it? Minister will allow this. And is the veteran who is good at water sleeping on the side of the couch? No, absolutely not. That's why Wai Zheng sighed when he saw Jiang Liang vomiting blood into a kuma. Just when Cheng Yojin said about it, he had already seen the killing intent in His Imperial Majesty's eyes, but because of the immediate impact, His Imperial Majesty didn't say anything. However, after it is difficult to guarantee, His Imperial Majesty will not settle the accounts after the fall. I hope Governor Jiang can understand the difficulties of His Imperial Majesty. Wai Zheng watched Jiang Liang leave, and then continued, Peace Street. What a Peace Street. Before coming, the old man didn't know. Here it has been renamed Peace Street and I have witnessed the situation with my own eyes. The Imperial Court ignored you for the old and weak who retreated after years of fighting. This is our fault. Wai Zheng deeply, he sighed, and then bowed deeply in the horrified eyes of all the soldiers. Chancellor Wai would actually bow to our group of mud legs? Everyone was in tears, said that some people knelt on the ground with a choked voice. Chancellor Wai, can't use it. Chancellor Wai can't use it. We are all muddy legs with no status. If you do this, I will be damned. Chancellor Wai Zheng waved his hand. Signed everyone to get up. But everyone is still unwilling to die. Wai Zheng had to sigh. This bow is for the people of the world, and it is a fairness to you. This is your honor. This is the glory that you have won as soldiers. If you used your lives to protect Great Tang, go and leave your blood for the creation of Great Tang. How can you have Great Tang now? The period of prosperity? This official just wants to say, His Imperial Majesty has not forgotten you. The people of the world have not forgotten you. Wei Zheng's voice choked. All the soldiers present were crying even more. Once upon a time, they dreamed that one day would be recognized, but after the war, when they returned to their homes, they found that there was nothing left. Relatives, next to each other, and grew up with bare butts. Playmates, etc. are gone. They used to kneel in their homeland and weeping bitter tears. They were once confused and didn't even know where they were going, but at this time, the superintendent gave them a home that is not a home. For several years, they have not waited for the situation where the Emperor Xian had promised to celebrate them in Chang'an City. They gave up because they also knew that Great Tang was just established and needed an opportunity for development. This is a few years. Just today, His Imperial Majesty finally remembered them. How can this not make them excited? Moreover, Chang'an set up a navy mansion specifically for their veterans. What is this? This is an honor given to them by His Imperial Majesty. The department set up by His Imperial Majesty himself. And he is still a person full-time in His Imperial Majesty. At this time, their waists suddenly felt straight. They are no longer solitary souls, unbound ghosts. At this time, they finally found the qualifications to be able to walk in the neighborhood, on the Chang'an Street, with a status token hanging on their waists. They are also organized and identifiable people. Everyone was weeping bitter tears again, and even the crying here attracted the old and weak soldiers who were waiting to die in Peace Street. After hearing the news, their numb eyes suddenly once again shoot out a touch of excitement, rays of light. We have found our goal. His Imperial Majesty did not forget us. Great Tang did not forget us. Wei Zheng choked with sobs as he watched the turbulent, iron tower-like men who were in pain like entering a child under the blazing sun. This is the soldier who once took his life in exchange for peace in the world. Wei Zheng has an impulse frequently. He really wants to grab those who oppose the military in the imperial court to see if it weren't for these mud-legged soldiers, can they still be in the imperial court comfortably? Wei Zheng sighed deeply. The supervisor behind him, and court eunuch of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, were also silent at this time. Having his head down, he hurriedly recorded everything he saw. After a while, when the cries and catharsis were slightly lowered, Wei Zheng shouted, His Imperial Majesty has not forgotten to lay down the brother of the Great Tang country with him. It's just that. Now, Great Tang has encountered a series of troubles. His Imperial Majesty has no time to take care of you, but now your opportunity is here. Now you all know about Chang'an City, right? Predicament. This is a test for Great Tang. Therefore, His Imperial Majesty needs the brother who fought with him in the past. Everyone was jealous. He shouted hoarsely, wish for His Imperial Majesty, and then go to Blade Mountain, and never die. Good. Wei Zheng nodded, pointing to the smelly river beside them. This is your new battlefield. His Imperial Majesty needs you to clean up all the 8 rivers before dawn. Can you do it? You can do it. Even if it's fateful, I will make the water of these 8 rivers clear and transparent before dawn tomorrow. Okay. Then, let's go. His Imperial Majesty is at the Palace of Absolute Beguiling, waiting for your new report. As you bid. Diff. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 268. Everyone, all the sailors, all the veterans watching on the shore, and those soldiers who lack arms and legs. Don't wait for anyone to give an order at this time. Puff, puff. Jump in the water, either by hand or with tools. In the turbidity and stench, they desperately cleaned up the sand. At the beginning, only tens of thousands of soldiers are in progress. But as the battle line grew longer and longer, the people of Chang'an were alarmed. After hearing what Wei Zheng said, I couldn't sit still. His Imperial Majesty is in crisis. That is also the crisis of Chang'an City. At this time, His Imperial Majesty made Chancellor Wei bow in order to lift the blockade of Chang'an. How can their identities be more noble than Chancellor Wei? What is Chancellor Wei? That is the minister who is directly admonishing by his Imperial Majesty. He bowed for these mud legs, even those who were still slaves. That is to say, Chancellor Wei represents his Imperial Majesty, bowing for the mud legs of the world. The guise of Great Tang are very simple. It is also very emotional. Although this is only for the veterans, what is the status of these veterans? They are all the same people as them. There are even some people who lack arms and legs. They are better than these people, right? People can jump into the smelly ditch where they wash urinals, clothes and vegetables as soon as possible to dredge them. Can they sit still? Unless his face is thicker than that city wall. So on all the streets, groups of elderly men on crutches were knocking on the gong to publicize the matter. As long as they are not sick in bed, they will roll me into the river. Clean up the silt. Who won't go? Good. Get out of Chang'an, because you do not deserve to be called a Chang'an person. The people of Chang'an are just his mother. There is not a softy. What did His Imperial Majesty do? Isn't it for the people to live a little more comfortably? Clean up all the river channels. Whatever can be done is better, right? At least, you wash the chamber pot. No, such a clean river. Who dares to wash the chamber pot? I was the first to tear him. The man in Guanzhong is so hard-spirited. He said he wanted to clean up the misty river in front of his house. Who the hell could sit on? I feel so embarrassed. Immediately, the 8-year-old man and the 12 or 13-year-old doll all carried their heads and frames, and jumped down the river to join the process of clearing the river. The army that cleaned up the river course began from the time of Shenshai to the time when the sun went down. The number of people involved in cleaning up the river course has increased from tens of thousands to more than 100,000. In the end, those merchants, even if no one reminds them, they can't sit still. Too embarrassed. The flat-headed people of the people ran to clean the river. Even if they broke their throats at this time, no one came to see their products, and they even encountered the contemptuous eyes of the people. Can they sit still? The poop they pour into the river is always more than that of ordinary people, right? This is wiping their ass. They are not ashamed. The old ancestor at home couldn't sit still, so the broom ran out, pointed at their noses, and their parents were too embarrassed to scold them. No, all merchants blushed and urged the servants to jump down the smelly ditch to take their stools. In the sunset, Li Shimin was standing on the attic on the third floor of the bedroom, watching the rivers that were originally dazzling like silver ribbons in the sunset, but now they turned into pitch black. Holding the railing on the back of his hand, all green veins are exposed. Guanyin, you said, can these 8 rivers really solve this crisis? Li Shimin muttered behind him, looking at Zhang San in the distance. Wagu asked. Zhang San Wagu pursed his mouth, grabbed Li Shimin's exposed hand, and said softly, "Second brother, you already have the answer in your heart, don't you?" The answer. Li Shimin lowered his eyes and looked at the slender jade hand quietly. At this time, he is still wearing a thimble. Suddenly Li Shimin remembered that the shoes he wore this year, as well as the shoes worn by Crown Prince and other princes, were all made by his own empress. Imperial Palace is not too poor to wear shoes, but in order to save money, Empress Zhang San still insists on sewing and repairing and making shoes by himself. Li Shimin suddenly felt so tired, he was ashamed of Zhang San Wagu. For the past 2 years, he has been dealing with one problem after another, but he has ignored the person next to him. He is not a qualified husband. As to whether he is a qualified monarch, he is a little confused at this time. Since the Wei River Treaty half a year ago, he was depressed. In the imperial court full of impeach, he was lost. It was not until the appearance of Jiang Feng that he found a trace of rejuvenation. Great Tang. The dawn. But when he was hurriedly preparing for a big fight, he turned his head and found that there was still a sharp blade hanging on his head. 5 surnames, 7 clans. This fierce tiger that frightened him, at this time, finally showed his hideous teeth. He is scared. I am afraid that everything he did was scattered ashes and dispersed smoke because of the wave of 5 surnames, 7 clans. Oh, Li Shimin sighed deeply, rubbing Zhang Sunwaga's hand, looking at the red sunset, muttered, don't you want to have the answer in my heart? Diff. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 269. Zhang Feng is confused. Normally, the Guzi who always liked to surround him, Zuzi and the others, and Old He and the others all disappeared. Just at the stall where he was taking a nap under the crooked neck tree, the whole street seemed to disappear suddenly, with no sound or shadow. What's the situation? What about people? Zhang Feng stood at the deserted street market, clutching his hair, looking at the empty street with a dazed expression. The whole person is stupid. This fuck. Could it be that I am sleepwalking? Still dreaming? Zhang Feng was really dumbfounded, and even the old scholar who had been squatting under the big willow tree that was enough for 3 adults to encircle was gone. Besides dreaming, is there a second explanation for this? Quick! You fucking people are cleaning up the river, just your fucking Dabai is hiding in the house and sleeping. Are you ashamed? Your father, 72 years old, you are all carrying a hoe into the river. You are a strong young man, hiding in the house and sleeping? No, uncle, please do me a favor. I have to play tonight. I have an errand just now. Let me sleep for a while. Sleep? Why don't you sleep to death? When is this? You are almost dying. Come on. Don't talk nonsense. 1 hour is enough for your baby to clean up a lot of river dung. With the waves of harmonization and pleading, Zhang Feng stared at an old man in the shop, who was pulling the watchman's ear and walking over. Zhang Feng hurriedly stepped forward with a fist and asked, Sir, you just said that you were going to clean the river. Are these people cleaning the river? Meet the old man. It was Zhang Feng, who took away the anger on his face and grinned. Ha, so what? It's our group of people who normally contaminated the river, so His Imperial Majesty sent the old and weak soldiers to clean the river. Where can I watch it? I am so embarrassed. So, we all joined in spontaneously. You rest, dang. It's Zhang Feng normally teach the youngsters to read characters. This has already shocked everyone. As slaves, they have what skills and abilities? Can you afford it, sir? And is it the child who teaches them actively? This must be the smoke from the ancestral grave. In addition to Zhang Feng normally, he is generous and generous. Basically, every family has received his favor, so they don't allow Zhang Feng to go for things like ado. Even if Zhang Feng goes, I promise to bring it back every minute. Who is Zhang Feng? That is the best good person in this street market. Moreover, he is still a talented person with unparalleled talents. Who dares to let him go down the river to wash the sand? If anyone dares, there will be a group of red-eyed people who will go up and give him a discount on his legs. Zhang Feng is very depressed, but also very curious. This old Li is really fast. How long has this passed? 3 hours? Or 2 hours? Can this encourage so many people to take the initiative to wash the river? Zhang Feng didn't believe in evil, so he paced, bypassed the crowd, and quietly followed them to the Longzak, a channel around the city near the Dozingzai near Chunmingmen. Before I reached the river, I heard the clamoring noise and a foul smell. If the river is blocked all year round, if it is not cleaned for a long time, it will be that's all. Only after walking in, will there be a stench, but if someone is shopping here, it will definitely be stench. Zhang Feng pinched his nose and leaned out his head in the path behind a tailor's shop. His eyes were straight. Good guy. I saw that in the river, everyone was naked, pouting their buttocks and digging out the sand. A group of old sailors were like Loach, diving into the bottom as long as they found out where there are hard goods. Wherever he would put the willow branches in his hands, dozens of people would go up in an instant, and they would even wait for the bottom of the river to be hollowed out. On the shore, all kinds of porcelain fragments, or complete chamber pots, porcelain, and rustic clusters of arrows, crossbows, and large swords, were randomly thrown on the shore. Zhang Feng that I saw is drooling. If this is placed in later generations, it will be a valuable bag. Especially one of the golden light scabbards makes it difficult for Zhang Feng to remove his eyes. This thing is either from the predecessor, or is left behind by a great character of which dynasty. This kind of treasure, but a scabbard made of pure gold one. These simple, but no one is fighting for it. If this is for later generations, fuck, a rotten tile will be picked up in minutes. Where else can you see it? At this time, an old voice rang behind Jiang Feng. At this time, huh? Isn't this Jiang shopkeepers? Jiang Shanren, what are you doing here? The smell is so bad here. It won't be good if you touch your body. Quickly leave. Jiang Feng was also dumbfounded. Sir, I also want to help. You are all doing it. I am a strong young man. No. The old man is angry. Shouted, come here. Jiang Shanren is here. Here are a few young men, and carry Jiang Shanren back. You can touch Jiang Shanren's body in this place of ado. Jiang Feng's face is black. I was really resisted by a few robust men, resisting them on their shoulders, just like resisting sacks. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 270. Boom, boom, boom. As the bell rang 3 times. At the beginning of the grey dawn in the east, civil and military officials slowly entered Vermilion Bird Street after going through multiple inspections in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate. All the ministers have a deep mind at this time, but there is a group of people among them who are staring sharply at the front of the team at Wei Zheng and the others. If it was the divine ability to kill, then Wei Zheng and the others would have been killed thousands of times. These people are the courtiers of 5 surnames 7 clans. Last night, they received a secret letter from Guanlong faction. Impeach Fang Xuanling used the responsibility of the Ministry of Works to tamper with the currency without authorization. Impeach Sang San Wuji colluded with the government and businessmen, causing chaos in Chainan. Impeach His Imperial Majesty was in vain of the expectations of the Gdanskya people and arbitrarily followed Cambodia. Use all the inventory of state treasury to buy so-called marine products. The kind of thing that looks absolutely disgusting. This is what His Imperial Majesty did. If it were not for Wei Zheng, Fang Xuanling, Du Yui and Zhang San Wuji and the others, what would His Imperial Majesty do? All these people should be killed. At this time, Wei Zheng and the others did not seem to see these people's gazes. The few people exchanged their eyes, and each minding their own business entered the Palace of Political Statement. Today, the atmosphere of the Palace of Political Statement is a bit weird. No one is whispering in small groups as before. It seems that the actions of hundreds of thousands of people that took place in Chainan last night, none of them saw it. In this weird atmosphere, Cheng Yojin finally did not hold back the feeling of being like a man on his back. The natural blood energy of a soldier made him explode. But when he was about to burst out, Wei Zheng grabbed his hand and shook the head slightly. His Imperial Majesty, come here. As the eunuch sang and drank, everyone hurried to kneel and shouted in unison, welcome to His Imperial Majesty. Long live my Emperor. In the singing and drinking of numerous officials, Li Shimin walked out of the apse, but this time, Li Shimin did not set foot on the 9 steps scaling heaven stairs, but slowed down, slowly walked onto the great hall and looked around the crowd. In Wei Zheng slightly nodded, Li Shimin's expression finally relaxed. In the bloodshot eyes, finally let go of the last worry. Last night, Li Shimin didn't sleep at all. He couldn't sleep. He didn't get news from Bay Dredging. He didn't dare to sleep because he knew that something would happen in the morning today. But after seeing Wei Zheng's affirmation, Li Shimin finally sighed in relief. All of you may rise. Thanks His Imperial Majesty. Everyone got up. But there are still more than a dozen ministers, but they are still kneeling on the ground. A killing intent flashed in Li Shimin's eyes and asked, to King Temple King, what are you waiting for? Peter King Temple King and the others hurriedly knelt down and said, His Imperial Majesty, the ministers have the original performance. His Imperial Majesty, Astrology Supervisor Kui Feng has the original performance. Kui family, quick play. Li Shimin's eyes flashed slightly. This 5 surnames 7 clans. It seems that the Guanlong 8 masters are standing together after all. Astrology Supervisor Kui Feng heard this, and said first, His Imperial Majesty, I recently watched celestial phenomenon at night, and discovered that the stars are shining in the night sky, even surpassing the brilliance of the moon. There must be a demon bewitching people's hearts. What? Mars overlook the heart? God. The disaster of Daoist priest is caused by this catastrophe. All ministers hearing this, whispered in horror. Li Shimin coldly smiled. Looking at Kui Feng with interest, they all asked, "Then you tell me, what kind of a demon is bewitching me?" This Kui Feng hesitated, but continued to say, "His Imperial Majesty, you must also know that when Mars overlook the heart, there is bound to be a catastrophe, and astrology supervisor has been calculating overnight for the past few days. Chainan has undergone catastrophe." "Then you mean my fault? Now Chainan's accident, how did it happen?" "Does the world say that fools can't make it?" "I don't know this." "Who did it?" "Your astrology supervisor actually said that Mars overlook the heart." "Then I want to ask you, is it human fault or God's fault?" Li Shimin was angry. The killing intent can no longer be concealed. Kui Feng trembled. All the members of astrology supervisor behind him, or the other 5 surnames and 7 tribes, or Guanlong faction, knelt down. "His Imperial Majesty, this person is Chancellor Y." This small official etc. witnessed it in astrology supervisor. All the hexagrams point to one person. That is Chancellor Y. If it hadn't been the last time Chancellor Y cursed His Imperial Majesty in the Imperial Court, and then he went in and out of the harem several times. This was strictly forbidden in all dynasties, but Chancellor Y and the others ignored it and remained the same. Entering the harem swaggeringly, the officials do not know what Chancellor Y intends to go to the harem so ordinary, but these things must trigger Mars to overlook the heart and bring down the original place of Chainan catastrophe. Moreover, the Chainan incident this time started from rumors, so how could people on Merchant's Way easily close Merchant's Way? This is obviously because everyone has seen Mars overlook the heart, so they are afraid of Chainan, will avoid meeting somebody one after another. At this time, only by killing Chancellor Y, who confused the harem, can the world be peaceful. Is this asking me to sever my hands and feet? Very good. Very good. Li Shimin extremely angry laughs back. And Wei Zheng still stood thus straight, without saying a word. Li Shimin looked around at the kneeling crowd and asked, "You think so?" King Temple King and the others hurriedly said, "This small official I also saw Chancellor Y, Lord Zhangsun, and General Cheng and the others frequently pretending to go out of the city many times. I even saw ... His Imperial Majesty ... So the officials thought, it's not enough to kill him. Good. Very good. Who else has such an idea?" Li Shimin furiously shouted. In an instant, a large number of people knelt down again. Even when the generals were released, the warlords of the northern Guanlong faction also knelt down. At this time, there are only a handful of more than 30 people who are still standing up. Li Shimin's anger cannot be extinguished after all. Just when Li Shimin was about to order the arrest of these people, Fang Xuanling suddenly shouted, "His Imperial Majesty, the minister has what to play." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 271. People who have not spoken. After all, I still speak. Moreover, the ministers have always been impeached people. At this moment, everyone can't help but want to hear what Fang Xuanling is going to say. Originally, this Ministry of Works was the person of 5 surnames, 7 clans and controlled the department. However, His Imperial Majesty rejected the public opinion and insisted on letting Fang Xuanling come. This is not to cut off other people's money. Why? How is this possible? Among the numerous officials, at least 70 people are on their knees. They expected His Imperial Majesty to dare not move them. After all, behind them, there are 2 huge monsters. Li Shimin dare not. But at this time, Fang Xuanling came out. Everyone couldn't help but lift the head, looking at Fang Xuanling and the others with a playful look. They wanted to see what Fang Xuanling could say. Fang Xuanling bowed first, and then said aloud, "As for what the adults said, the minister has different opinions. Let's listen." Li Shimin waved his hand and put down the butcher knife in his heart. This small official believes that the reform at this time is also a kind of disguised benefit for the people. Although the Merchant's Way outside is blocked, all businessmen are in this situation. To achieve greater potential, the minister has seen merchants in Chainan Street Market. Many of them have not panicked or lost, but have made a lot of money. As for the new currency, the minister should also report to His Imperial Majesty. All of these currencies are transported by carriage, not to mention tedious and cumbersome, but also easy to wear, and the transaction speed is greatly reduced, so the emergence of emerging currencies is inevitable. This incident, small official, has already seen results in Chainan. Therefore, the minister thinks that these two things are not wrong. As for the closure of Merchant's Way, then it's all deceptive talk, that's all. Fang Xuanling touched his grey beard and stared at Tikeng Temple King Yu Jianian and said, What you just wanted to say, but these few things. As a Tikeng Temple King, if you don't go to the people to learn about it, you just talk gibberish on the imperial court. You said, you are deceiving the crowd. Yu Jianian stood up, neither humble nor humble. I bowed, took out a copy from my arms, and said, His Imperial Majesty, this is the result of the old official's investigation in Chainan. No need. Li Shimin didn't even look at him. Before yesterday, I received Jinwu guards and the results of the investigation by Crown Prince in Chainan. Therefore, I will naturally distinguish who is right and who is wrong. Chancellor, why? They said Mars overlook the heart. Don't you want to say something? Li Shimin was very annoyed. When is this? Wai Zheng can actually stand up. If it weren't for Fang Xuanling, I couldn't help but kill him a long time ago. Wai Zheng, hearing this, and then unperturbedly said, back to His Imperial Majesty. The old official didn't know what to say. They said that Mars overlook the heart. The minister didn't understand. The minister only knew, people were doing it. The sky is watching. As for what the Star Guard said, forcibly adding to the evil of Chainan closing the Merchant's Way, the minister has nothing to say to the back of the astrology supervisor. You, Wai Zheng, you don't want to be impudent. Astrology supervisor is set up by His Imperial Majesty, just to observe celestial phenomenon. You don't want to irritate God. If it is to lower heavenly punishment, no need. At this time, Wai Zheng waved lightly. Just last night, the old man had a long conversation with Yuan Dangang and he didn't say anything. Don't you think your knowledge has surpassed Mr. Yuan? This Kui Feng is speechless. But in a blink of an eye, he said, how can Mr. Yuan's talents be compared to me? He must have been held hostage by you. So he said this. Really? Li Shimin wanted to laugh. He waved his hand and said, announce, Yuan Dangang will see you. Kui Fengjun's expression completely changed. Even all the kneeling people above the imperial court, their faces changed at this time. Everyone, they have counted everything, but this Yuan Dangang, cultivation only learned profound mystery, but it is highly regarded by His Imperial Majesty, and normally only serves His Imperial Majesty. Even if it is they, there is no way to visit. In the words returned by Yuan Dangang, they are not worthy. But now, the fact that Mars overlooks the heart. What would Yuan Dangang say? Just when everyone's minds are turning sharply, with a grey-black, there is a black and white gossip picture on his body, holding a handle of Buddha dust, and on the grey hair bun, with the supreme ultimate yin-yang diagram inserted, pinching Yin-Ju into the Great Hall. Yuan Dangang didn't even look at the people who were kneeling on the ground, but only slightly called His Imperial Majesty a respectable name. Immeasurable heavenly venerable. Poor Taoist meet His Imperial Majesty, because poor Taoist is calculating how to get rid of the impurity of the Imperial Palace, so please also His Imperial Majesty forgive me, poor rudeness of Taoist. Li Shimin's expression eased slightly, and he waved his hand faintly. Minister, you may rise immediately. Now some people say that Mars overlook the heart is because Chancellor Y has repeatedly entered and exited the harem, and now Chainan is blocked by the wicked Merchant's Way. How does Mr. Yuan view this matter? Mars overlook the heart? Yuan Dangang was stunned. His Imperial Majesty, the minister normally meditates on the roof at night. Why not see Mars overlook the heart? Is there another expert in the world? No. Li Shimin slightly smiled. Pointing to astrology supervisors Kui Fengjun said, it's Mr. Kui of astrology supervisor, saying that the Imperial Palace has an evil monster. It's Chancellor Y. Hearing this, Yuan Dangang happy. Ha ha ha. Also ask His Imperial Majesty to atone for the crime. Poor Taoist can't help but want to laugh. Poor Taoist really doesn't understand. Why does this astrology supervisor say so? Poor Taoist was also observing celestial phenomenon during this period. Celestial phenomenon is indeed abnormal. Ziwa star is shining, but it is a bit similar to Mars overlooking the heart. Did Master Kui see this in the ancient book of astrology supervisor? His Imperial Majesty, Ziwa star is here. And people, in the Chainan Street Market. This is a strange man who has not been seen for thousands of years. The officials felt that this time the city was sealed. This crisis will definitely be lifted. Li Shiman was shocked. Wai Zheng and the others are also shocked. Can this be counted as fucking? Is this Yuan Dangang a god? Ziwa star. Isn't this the Jiang Feng brother? This crisis was really resolved by him. Thinking of this, Li Shimin smiled. I looked around and said, this time, Grandmaster Yuan said it is right. Ziwa star is now in this world. I was almost fooled by the dullness of your waiting. Come on, drag Kui Feng out to me, and punished me with a heavy penalty of 30. There is one more thing, I forgot to say. What do you mean by closing the city? Chainan was blocked already? Wait and see. Will Chainan's backlog of caravans be sealed in the city? I wrote down this account. Waiting for the Chainan crisis to be eliminated. I am looking for you to wait and talk about the things that deceive the people today. Retreat. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 272. Is the crisis resolved so fast? This time, Yuan Dangang was also shocked. Because of this, he has not slept for 2 days. He has been investigating how to resolve the crisis of Chainan. But besides inquiring about Ziwa Star's present life, any clues all around this Ziwa Star? Did His Imperial Majesty found this Ziwa Star? If this were not the case, how could His Imperial Majesty lift the crisis of Chainan City so soon? In 9 changes of 8 divinatory trigrams, all passages in Chainan City are blocked. This, while walking, Yuan Dangang ignored the greetings of everyone, and quickly pinched Yinju in his hand. However, today's Yinju made Yuan Dangang startled, because, this time the seal was still a dead place yesterday, and there was a hint of dawn. This, Yuan Dangang was shocked. The predicament. What is it that solves the predicament? Yuan Dangang in the heart thought hard, searched, and even finally used the 5 elements algorithm that he least wanted to use. In the end, he stood on the Vermilion Bird Bridge in amazement, watching his feet roll. The running water was shocked. Water. It is water that relieves the crisis of Imperial City. By the way, water is good at curing, and it is clearing blockages. This is the blockage of the hexagram. There is an extra trace of water. Is this? Can't help but think of Yuan Dangang's memory yesterday afternoon in Chang'an, which caused a sensation throughout Chang's and things. Basically, the entire Chainan city was dispatched to clean up the river in a vast engineering project. Although externally, everyone said that the river was cleaned up to make the water clear and beautiful, His Imperial Majesty felt that these rivers affected the beauty. But from the perspective of the hexagram at this time, it does not seem to be as simple as imagined. But as for where it is not simple, he can't tell. Could this be where Chainan broke the game? But, these 8 rivers? 8 dragon vein ... How do they break the game? Yuan Dangang left in confusion. In the deep palace of absolute beguiling. Wai Zheng Fang Xuanling Du Yui and Zhang Sun Wuji, Cheng Yojin and the others sat down again and drank tea slowly. It seems that everything that just happened on the Great Hall has nothing to do with them. After a while, Li Shimin refreshed and returned to the palace of absolute beguiling. As soon as he entered the door, Li Shimin waved his hand to let everyone sit down, and then said, this time, it is said that it has been facing the 5 surnames 7 clans and the Guanlong 8 clans. The river is really cleaned up. Back to His Imperial Majesty. Wai Zheng got up, bowed and said, everything is ready, and the water army veterans, last night, also tried dozens of ships of different weights in the river, and there was no obstacle. Okay. Li Shimin waved robe. Then let me arrange this matter immediately. I want to see all the caravan people before tonight. All leave from Chainan. Follow the order. Everyone left in a hurry. In the end, Li Shimin yelled Cheng Yojin and said, "General Cheng, this time, I have to bother you. I will send the best generals to escort you along the way and cooperate with the veterans to ensure that they are safe. If you encounter anyone blocking it, kill." Cheng Yojin, hearing this, hurriedly paid a military salute. "His Imperial Majesty, you can rest assured if you leave this to me, come on. But there is one thing I don't understand at the end, say." Li Shimin sat beside Cheng Yojin and asked, "If there are people from 5 surnames 7 clans along the way, or people from Guanlong blocking, will they fight or not?" This Li Shimin frowned. "This time, if you fight, you will be completely torn with Guanlong. It is not the time yet, but if you don't fight, what should you do if you encounter it?" At this point, Li Shimin really didn't expect. Although the rivers along the way are quite steep, they are nothing difficult. Cheng Yojin can solve them. With the addition of the tens of thousands of navy forces, they will definitely be solved. But this Guanlong and Li Shimin are really somewhat hesitate to fight or not to fight. It has become the most important issue now. His Imperial Majesty, the miscellaneous family has something to pay attention to, but I don't know if it is inappropriate to talk about it. At this moment, Little Gizzy said hesitantly. Li Shimin's eyes lit up. The reason Little Gizzy has always been by his side is that on the one hand, he has followed him since he was a child, and he can't worry about his loyalty, but more because he is smart. If the eunuch were not allowed to participate in politics, Li Shimin would have promoted him to office long ago. At this time, seeing Little Gizzy speak out, Li Shimin couldn't help but get interested. His Imperial Majesty, the miscellaneous family thinks that if General Cheng's subordinates are all disguised as the guards of these merchants, then it's not enough. Moreover, the military men are bold and mad, and those servants are also. They are extremely similar. They are suitable for battles of various terrains, and they can be combined into various battle formations at any time. If each caravan is equipped with 30 guards, you can ensure that this incident is foolproof. Alright. Li Shimin didn't even think about it. Clap your hands directly to decide. Cheng Yojin also showed a glimpse of his eyes. Get up and hold a fist. The end will go now. With the identity of the guard, I am not afraid of anything. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 273. In Jiang Feng's shop, at this time, old he, Zuzi his father, and the most powerful matchmaker in the market, sat in his little tavern, with eyes full of meaning looking at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's head is about to explode. The wine has been on 3 jars. I have eaten several dishes. He even saw the matchmaker kick a large plate of meat into his pocket. However, they have been sitting for 2 hours, and they have no intention of leaving. Where does Jiang Feng know their purpose? The matchmakers are here. What can they do? Old he seemed to see that Jiang Feng's brain was too dull, so he had to beckon with the hand and told him to stop rubbing the almost cracked counter. Feng Tsai, come and sit. Wait for Old Scholar to come too. Jiang Feng is a little afraid of Old Scholar. It's nothing else. That mouth is just what he cares about. He can't stand it. Old Scholar, what did he come over and do? Jiang Feng continued to pretend to be confused, but he also knew that he couldn't hide. He drooped his head helplessly and sat down on the table. At this time, the matchmaker stared at Jiang Feng fiercely. Her mouth was like a cricket, and she almost slapped Jiang Feng out. After watching for a long time, the matchmaker is nodded and seems very satisfied. In a moment, Old Scholar strode into the little tavern, slapped Jiang Feng away, sat on Jiang Feng's stool, and poured a bowl of wine by himself. The elated guy drank a bowl of dishes and said, "That dang, I saw it, the gift was accepted, and I saw the girl, it is a sign that he is a master who can give birth to a son." He weighed 1 inch. Jiang Feng exploded, quickly asked, "Old Scholar, are you going to marry? Whose girl is blind? No, I said yes, so Divine Vision knows you, and you are attracted to you." The Old Scholar's face went black immediately. I gave Jiang Feng a glance, and didn't care about it. The old man is thinking about you. Originally, the old man thought he would find a marriage for you. In the future, he can ask for a glass of wine without money. Now it seems The old man is in your Jiang Feng's heart, so it is so. No, no, no. How can this be? You are an old man. Fu Wucha. I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with a horse 1 inch. Jiang Feng's head is as big as a fight. Slammed Old Scholar's flattery, but Old Scholar didn't seem to hear it either. After talking in a low voice with the matchmaker, he slowly took out a jade pendant from his arms and sighed. This jade pendant is originally an old man's mother and is going to be given to my future wife, but the old man is alone. I am afraid that there is no hope. This will be cheaper for your youngster. Also regarded as a gift from the old man. Don't refuse. This piece of jade is said to be an old object of the Qin dynasty. Old Scholar feels distressed. Jiang Feng has a headache. This damn. Have you ever asked me? I haven't even seen that girl's person. Is this all arranged? Fuck. Uncle can bear it, I can't bear it. Old Scholar, wait. Jiang Feng hurriedly snatched the jade pendant from the matchmaker and carried it into his arms. I took your thoughts, but this matter is about the words of the matchmaker's orders from your parents. I have investigated. People in your family, it's all in the flood and landslide. If it's gone, it's equivalent to saying, Jiang family, you have a single seedling. Then, this is easy. Since you don't have parents, and I'm waiting for you to have such respect, then I will call myself your elders and be the master for you. Matchmaker, this is the best matchmaker we have found in Chainan. I will tell you a matchmaker. Grandma Wang Zi didn't even want money. Yes, little brother Jiang. Being able to matchmaking to such a good man like you is the blessing of my grandma Wang's 8 lifetimes. Don't you think about it, I'm quite famous in Chainan City, so don't worry about this marriage. The girl's family has agreed, then this thing will definitely happen. It's a fart. Lao Tzu agreed after a few moments. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes sharply. Uncle Old He, Father Zuzi, Grandma Wang, Old Scholar, I take your wishes, but once I promised my family and my master, if I don't make a name for myself, or if I haven't met someone I really like, Jiang Feng would rather be a bachelor in my life. I have to humiliate my style, or humiliate our master's reputation. This Old Scholar was surprised. But at this moment, Jiang Feng took out a jade pendant from Cambodia Prince. It was a top-grade purple jade. Everyone's eyes hurt. The purple jade is engraved with Phoenix seeking Phoenix, hollowed out, and accompanied by a string of gold particles. This makes this jade pendant look so magical. Jiang Feng sighed and said, this is the treasure that my teacher gave me. Do you believe it now? Old Scholar is embarrassed. He forgot the mysterious master of Jiang Feng. If it weren't for someone to teach, how could Jiang Feng be able to achieve such accomplishments in literature at the age of 20? Whether it is the wine and food he makes, the food, or even the fine salt, they are all different from lifting the heavy as though it was light. The master has spoken, what can they do? In the end, a few people whispered and sighed and left. But when he walked to the door, Old Scholar's face went dark, and he reached out his hand to return his jade pendant. Just when Jiang Feng thought this was a fool, Old Scholar hurriedly asked, who is your master's last name and name? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 274 Li Shimin's Palace. Li Shimin rarely had a good night's sleep. After going down yesterday morning, he was in a good mood, drank a jar of Jiang Feng's wine with Yuan Dangang, weighed it repeatedly in Yuan Dangang, and left. This makes Li Shimin feel particularly comfortable. It's as strong as Yuan Dangang, but it was not counted. How could Yuan Dangang be surprised by using Chainan 8 rivers to solve this crisis? Li Shimin in a good mood lies in Empress Zhangsan's warmth, and then falls asleep deeply. This is his first good night's sleep since he knew that Guanlong was going to do something. However, after such a good night's sleep, I just woke up and received a disturbing bad news. When little Gizzy saw Li Shimin awake, waited for him to dress and eat the meal, he said, His Imperial Majesty, Chancellor Wei and Lord Zhangsan waited outside the palace for a long time. Hearing this, Li Shimin didn't care about it, and beckoned. Come in, let me have a drink with me. After a while, Wei Zheng and Zhangsan Wuji entered the door and knelt in front of Li Shimin with a thump. I was in a good mood. This kneeling let Li Shimen know that something was wrong. Where are you still in the mood to eat at this time? Throwing chopsticks, all eunuch court eunuch were sent back. Li Shimen solemnly asked, what happened? If nothing happens, what would they do? That's the ghost. Wei Zheng and Zhang Sun Wuji looked at each other, and Zhang Sun Wuji said, His Imperial Majesty, something has happened. The water of the Chang'an 8 rivers can indeed carry a boat, but the boat does not know how to return. The problem, I don't know if the water is too shallow, or what's wrong. Most of the boats have accidents. What's the matter? It's sinking. How is it possible? Didn't you say that they have all been tested by sailors? How could something happen? Li Shimen was angry. This is the last news he wants to hear. But at this time, something really happened. How can this not make him worry? His Imperial Majesty, the minister and others asked the sailors what they said about the load, and the draft, etc. The minister did not understand, but the general meaning is that the riverbed of the 8 rivers is full of stones. Large ships cannot enter, and most of the small cargo ships have basically not left the Chang'an boundary, and the bottom of the ship has been pierced by the rocks at the bottom of the river. What's this? Possibly, have the merchandise of those merchants been rescued? The goods were fine, but the joy they had just established was crushed again. Some people even passed out on the spot. The two did not dare to imagine what they saw. If His Imperial Majesty knows, then. But why can't Li Shimen imagine such a scene? Although they only concealed the worst part of it, how could he not know how miserable it is to be able to tell such things from their mouths? Then is there a solution to this matter? Yes, Wei Zheng answered. Old official Go. Personally I went to Zhang Liang, and he said that if you want to open the water, you must either clear the dark rocks of the entire river or change the canoe. However, it is clear that this is the time to clear the Yellow River section from here. The river bed is something that cannot be done, so it is impossible to change the canoe. The canoe is good, but the cargo capacity is too small, and there are no that many ships near Chang'an. Shallow water, dark stone. If you knew the importance of these 8 rivers earlier, how could there be such a thing? I see a glimmer of hope. But now, hope is shattered again in his negligence. How can this not make Li Shimen sad? What else can I do? Li Shimen asked, rubbing his forehead. The two of them were silent this time. Li Shimen felt the sky and the earth spin again. Is this all impossible? That, isn't the great Tang going to destroy me? When I think of the faces of 5 surnames, 7 clans and Guanlong faction at this time, Li Shimen's anger can't help but surge up again. This time, Li Shimen did not hide anything, so everyone in Chang'an City knew that all the goods came out of Chang'an from the waterway. The goods are out, but it's stranded outside Chang'an City. What does this do? In less than half a day, this matter will definitely spread throughout Chang'an City. When the time comes, what a panic in Li Shimen's mind. As long as there is a ship that can record Tao in the book, he thought about it one after another, but there is not a ship that can be used. Or in other words, it is not in a hurry to come now. What should I do? The current situation, is there no one in Great Tang who can solve it? Is it my Chang'an City? Apart from the Jiang Feng brother, can there be no other genius? Li Shimen is really anxious. His Imperial Majesty. We searched for the most experienced boatmen in Chang'an City, and they all can't help it. The old official felt that this matter, maybe only the Jiang Feng brother can solve it. Li Shimen was silent. Jiang Feng brother. For Jiang Feng? He peddled guilt for a long time. Anything needs Jiang Feng to solve. Is there really no one in my imperial court? Finally, Li Shimen thought for a while, and no one really could use it. Oh, go, find Jiang Feng brother. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 275. Jiang Feng is like a dead fish once again, sleeping on the table. On the ground next to him, several lobsters all jumped out of the tub, and he didn't notice them jumping on the ground. And just at this time, 3 black shadows suddenly blocked the glaring sunlight at the entrance of the store, which made Jiang Feng a little uncomfortable. Looking at the 3 dark shadows at the door, Jiang Feng scratched his head and said, Our shop is closed today. Jiang Feng brother, why don't I accept it anymore? The familiar voice woke up Jiang Feng, who was about to go to sleep. Yo, old Li, your business is done. I just heard that the goods in Chainan City are all from the river go out. Come on, sit down, Dang. Wash your face and wake up. Jiang Feng got up. I went to the backyard to wash my face with cold water, and then refreshed to the front hall. Li Shimin admired the new furniture, clicking one's tongue in wonder. Jiang Feng brother, how do you remember to change the furniture? These things are worth a lot. Yes, these are all replaced by your baby son. Jiang Feng shrugged, pointing to the lobster on the floor and asking, do you want to eat this stuff? Dang. Can I get you a spicy small dragon shrimp? You just say whatever you want. Jiang Feng laughed. I got into the back kitchen. Where did he not see the sorrow on Li Shimin's face? What happened? This ship is out of Chainan. What else will be set back? Could it be that it was blocked by Guanlong faction? This is also impossible. Guanlong also knows the priorities. At this time, if they and the Li surname dynasty go to war, the cheap ones are either 5 surnames 7 clans or the barbarians of Tibet and Turkic. They will not be so stupid. But, where is the setback now? Jiang Feng can't figure it out. I hurriedly finished the small dragon shrimp, holding the pot just now, and walking out of the kitchen. The attractive fragrance still only made Li Shimin and the three of them look at the red in the pot in surprise. Lobster. In this scene, Jiang Feng couldn't help being more certain that Li Shimin was in real trouble. This time, Jiang Feng didn't circumspect, and asked directly, let's talk about it. What's the trouble this time? Don't say that His Imperial Majesty and Guanlong have declared war. This matter, as long as it's not second fool, who will not believe it? This. Li Shimin's complexion stiffened. Wei Zheng and Zhang San Wuji also had their faces drawn, and glanced at Li Shimin secretly. Li Shimin rubbed his hands, hit a ha-ha, grabbed a lobster skin without peeling it, and chewed it in his mouth. Well, this time it was indeed a problem, but it was not a war with Guanlong, but a problem with the boat. The river was cleared out, but apart from the problem with the boat, it seems that the boat didn't know it was because of the problem. I can't help but do something else. When I left Chang'an City, the bottom of the boat was pierced by the dark rocks in the river. That's it? Jiang Feng looked at Li Shimin in surprise. He is very suspicious that the five-tooth battleship is such a powerful ship. Whether it was blown out, or what, all the things are made. This thing is rare to live in. And Li Shimin was so sweet that he was about to spit out a mouthful of old blood. This is it? Do you damn it? Don't you know? It's all sorrowful. What do you want? Wei Zheng and Zhang San Wuji were also fiercely twitched. Jiang Feng brother, it's really awesome. Can you hurt him so much in front of this master? Is this really good? You don't want to think about it, when the time comes, after you know the identity of His Imperial Majesty. How are you fucking? They really want to see, when the time comes, when Jiang Feng knows the identity of the people. It's so exciting. I don't know if I am familiar with Jiang Feng or what is wrong. Now Li Shimin and the others are looking at Jiang Feng more and more, and want to beat him. This product is a bit too cheap. Every time there is something, it's hard to say something, as if you haven't said anything, you have to pretend to be forced, which is uncomfortable. Jiang Feng saw that the three of them had different expressions, touched their noses, and coughed dryly. This matter can basically be solved. Now, since you have all found me, then your hearts are firmly in your stomach. To put it bluntly, this is not a big deal. As long as it is not a war with Guanlong, then these things are not major events. But I have a question. Li Shimin asked carefully. What question? He was afraid of Jiang Feng. He was very afraid of Jiang Feng at some point. He'll give you a surprise. Jiang Feng peeled a shrimp, dipped it in the sauce, and chewed the shrimp in the eyes of everyone who was about to breathe fire and said, the previous dynasty, even the five-tooth warship thing, if you can find it out. I am puzzled. You can think of this thing, such a simple thing? Just tell me. What way? Zhang San Wuji, he was completely impatient and asked directly. Jiang Feng shrugged, feeling bored. Well, it seems that you are really experiencing difficulties. I ask you, what happened yesterday? Why did I not see you? What are you doing? It's still so unconventional to play cards. Li Shimin's face is black. Said each word. Yesterday we accompanied His Imperial Majesty to find a way. Yo, see His Imperial Majesty? Let's talk about it. His Imperial is Majesty full of dragon scales. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 276. Li Shimin wants to hit someone. I really want to hit someone. Since this time, his murderous aura is very heavy, and he wants to find someone to kill him, but he doesn't allow it. At this time, seeing Zhang Feng's face that deserves a beating, Li Shimin can bear it. Can't help but want to greet him with a punch in the face. Too cheap. This damn thing, all IQs, when you get to Zhang Feng, can get you negative numbers. Li Shimin only realized at this time why he could not touch the Crown Prince of Cambodia, the son of the King of Cambodia, to east, south, west, north. This guy is born a ghost. This is such a good thing. Why did I immediately get to whether I have dragon scales? What's in me? Don't you see it clearly? But Li Shimin can only slander in the heart, and secretly ponder, if Zhang Feng enters the imperial court later, he will have to rectify him. This stuff. Zhang Feng brother, let's talk about business. And in this matter, have you seen anyone with scales on it? Li Shimin said weakly. Zhang Feng is so dispirited that I won't talk about it anymore. I was still weird before. His Imperial Majesty knows all the things I can think of. I thought His Imperial Majesty is really the divine dragon in the sky. It turns out that he is still a human. He can have half of my ability, which is pretty good. Today, Zhang Feng bet that I can guess anyone I can guess, except for His Imperial Majesty. Which is true. There is no one else. Li Shimin, shot by Zhang Feng, a flattery, is completely relaxed. He automatically blocked Zhang Feng and said that he only has Zhang Feng, which is half ability. Nothing serious. Not serious. By the way, Zhang Feng brother, you mentioned Uia warship. Do you mean you want to use the Fifth warship to transport goods in Chainan? But no matter whether it is the Bay River or the Waishui River, it cannot carry such a heavy ship. Moreover, under the riverbed, there are stones everywhere. This ... I can't get it. Li Shimin didn't want to withdraw anymore, and went straight in. He was afraid that Zhang Feng would bluff him again. This thing is easy to handle. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin on the shoulder, wiped his hand by the way, and said, the five-tooth ship is definitely not coming. But you have also said that there is no ship to transport these goods out. So what is the draft of the Uia warship? What is the draft? Li Shimin looked around. Zhang Sunwuji and Wei Zheng also stunned Yao Yao head. Simply don't understand. Zhang Feng slapped his head and then remembered that people at this time, if they could know the draft, they would have been mad. Yes, I didn't say it. Let's put it this way. Which river channel can the Fifth warship go to at most? Li Shimin this time understood. Zhang Sunwuji answered, if it is not loaded, you can reach Yong Prefecture. But this is also the limit, but most of our goods have to bypass the Qingling Mountains and then pass through Jingzhou. In order to get to Liang Province, this place, the ship simply can't get up, and the mountains in the Qingling Mountains are steep, and there are many rocks in the river. I remember, it seemed like a few days ago after a heavy rain, the Wai River that passes through the Qingling Mountains has flooded. Zhang Feng's thoughtless question made Zhang Sunwuji shut up in an instant. There is nothing to talk about. Zhang Feng the frowning each minding their own business said, if you put it that way, Diaquan is really not easy. But if the boat is changed to the fast boat, will it be different? No way. The weight of the boat is small, and Chainan does not have that many light boats. This method does not work. I have discussed it before. Still not working. Zhang Feng frowned. After taking a sip of wine, he buckled a piece of bark from the edge of the table and placed it on the wine bowl. In an instant, everyone's eyes gathered on that piece of wine, above the bark. This table is good. Just under this table, it's all bark. Old Li doesn't know if your son bought me low-quality goods. Li Shimin rolled the eyes. If you don't talk about anything else, the things you got from Cambodia Prince, but if you take out a little bit, you can get everything here changed to pure gold. This table ... Isn't it all like this? What do you tell us? Do you have a penny? Li Shimin is crazy. Zhang Feng's mouth is flat. Well, your son is awesome. The best thing to give away. Then, let's stop talking nonsense. Look at this bark. How is it? Are you sure you don't understand? In Zhang Feng's last question, Li Shimin couldn't help but squinted his eyes slightly. What you said was ... making a raft out of bark. Then load out. Get lost. Zhang Feng glared at Li Shimin. Hate it and said, after you go out, don't say it, says Zhang Feng's brother is so stupid. This is a wine bowl, can I put other things in? I mean, you can make a raft. Bamboo raft, or the kind of wood with higher buoyancy, made it into a big raft, and then you understand? I really doubt your IQ. That's it, you still want to deal with His Imperial Majesty? You also have to meet my Zhang Feng, or you won't be left with the loincloth that was pitted. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 277. Li Shimin ignored Zhang Feng's last words. He even automatically filtered out the words after Zhang Feng. However, the matter of the raft made him remember. Raft. Why did I forget such a thing? As long as I can remember this, bamboo raft, wooden raft. There is no ready-made one, but I can dismantle the hull of the big ship and make it. This is really perfect automatic filtering. The bottom of the ship will be crushed by rocks. Such a simple method. Why did not expect before? For such a simple thing, why no one can think of it at this time? Is it too complicated, or are everyone's minds in a misunderstanding? However, Li Shimin also sincerely admires Zhang Feng. At least when he thought about it, Zhang Feng asked disdainfully, that's it? Just now, Li Shimin still thought Zhang Feng was very deserves a beating. But now I look at it. Come, I am the real fool. Zhang Feng brother, is such a simple thing as a raft really possible? If it is possible, why has no one thought of it before? How do I know this? If you want to ask, just ask His Imperial Majesty. To be honest, you only need to look at the big goose on the water to understand the things you can't think of. That's it. Li Shimin panicked. Get up and leave in a hurry. His Imperial Majesty is still waiting for this matter. Lord Zhangsun, it should come soon to my house to solve the problem. If it is all right, I will go. Disturbing. Goodbye. After Li Shimin finished speaking, he was leaving. Wei Zheng immediately followed, but Zhang Sun Wuji was stunned while holding a shrimp. For a moment, he slowly took out an ingot of gold from his arms and prepared to leave. Zhang Feng is also confused. Wait, don't go now 1 inch. Hey, I haven't finished speaking yet. Li Shimin hearing this, he stepped out of Tavern's foot, and then slowly pulled it back. Zhang Feng said angrily, I haven't finished speaking. So you ran away? You are not afraid to go back and be beaten? This method is just the original, the cargo is out of the shoal, you still have to change the boat 1 inch. Now, your boats should all be flat-bottomed boats, right? While speaking, Zhang Feng knows them. I didn't understand, so I drew a cross-sectional view of the boat on the table with a drink. Zhang Sun Wuji took a look, and nodded said, yes, all of our Great Tang ships are basically like this. But the bottom of the Five-Tooth warship is semicircular, even a bit like an egg. This is not right. Zhang Feng beckons with the hand said, come and sit down, don't worry. This matter there is still a big difference. The reason why your boat bottom is smashed is basically because the force area of the boat bottom in the water is too large. And the speed of this thing cannot to reach the extreme. If you change to a ship with a small force area, not only will the speed be the fastest, but the chance of the ship's hull will also be greatly reduced. There is still such a ship. Zhang Sun Wuji was stunned. How can such a boat float in the water? Li Shimin is also frowned. He doesn't understand this thing. They're 3 people. Zhang Sun Wuji knows a little bit about this. Wei Zheng's words, just like Li Shimin, are just a little white about this thing. At this time, he can only stare at him, sitting on the bench and watching Zhang Sun Wuji and Zhang Feng talk to each other. I'll tell you. Zhang Feng patted one end of the long stool, motioned Zhang Sun Wuji to sit there, and then said, "This is your current abuse there. All ships are made of wood. I remember, you have already mastered the technique of smelting iron, right? If you replace the bottom and hull of the ship with iron, think about it, even if there is 1,000 enemy fleets on the opposite side, you only need a full iron lump. Even if it is a collision, it can wipe out the whole army." At this point, you didn't expect iron? Can this thing float in the water? Everyone was shocked again. Zhang Feng knows that no matter how he explains, these people still don't understand. So he waved his hand and said, "Come with me, I will give you insights." While speaking, Zhang Feng got up, took out a handful of iron-pouring jugs that looked like a Coke bottle he had collected from the secret compartment of the counter, and then slowly walked into the backyard under Li Shimin's greedy eyes. Zhang Feng calmly filled the pot with some water from one tank, and then put the iron pot in another tank full of water. Next moment, an incredible scene appeared. The iron kettle, actually real, just suspended on the water. Although he is a little shaken, he basically won't sink. This scene made the three pillars of Great Tang completely bewildered. This pot is made of iron? How can he float on the water? Do you mean to make all ships like this? But no, among other things, it's too late for this time. And this thing is so small. How heavy is the boat? Is this really possible? Zhang Feng rolled the eyes, lie down on a recliner in the yard, and then slowly said, "Early stage, because time is tight, so I think you only need to change the position of all the boats to a sharp bottom, such as a sword, a blade. Looks good. The blade is the bottom of the ship and the back of the blade. You can use it as the deck of a cargo ship. It's that simple. But considering what you have, so, you only need to lay this thing on the bottom of the boat, and then plug the gap with something. In this way, you can double the speed of the current boat, and you will never be afraid of damage to the bottom of the boat. I will show you shit. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 278. Li Shimin left Zhang Feng's little tavern happily after all. How could he be unhappy with such a good thing? What is this? This not only solved the problem of Guanlong blockade for him by Zhang Feng, but also directly allowed him to upgrade all the battleships. Think about the kind of warship, Zhang Feng said, and he trembled with excitement. A warship full of iron skin. If there are 100 ships, it will be able to crush any enemy in a row on the water, and the enemy can stop the iron ship hit. No, there is no such thing in this world. What does the Zhang Feng brother think about? He can think of things like iron boats. This is really a record that has never been approached and will never be approached again. Li Shimin sat on the soft collapse, feeling infinitely. You guys, tell me, what's the matter with this ship? I saw the iron pot with Chancellor Wanzang Sanwuji with my own eyes, and it really stood on the water! It's like my brush wash. In the Imperial Study Room, I don't know when, a large tank was moved in, and it was still in it. Li Shimin's brush wash was filled with some ink. Its ups and downs. In the Imperial Study Room, not only Fang Xuanling and the others, but also some shipbuilding craftsmen, as well as some skilled craftsmen from the Ministry of Works. Their eyes changed when they saw this brush Washington. Rafts and bamboo rafts are easy to handle. You can get materials from Chain and City in minutes. But this tin boat can really float on the water like His Imperial Majesty said. And can't sail in the water, His Imperial Majesty. There is a saying from the old official, which is not worthy of being said improperly. An old man of Ministry of Works, his turbid eyes are seeing this pen at this time after washing. She was shining, and she trembled like a pendulum. Li Shimin waved his hand, say, I asked you to wait, just to talk freely. If you have any ideas, speak up and discuss together. I don't know. If it's now my Ministry of Works people worked overtime and rushed to work. Using a small smelting furnace, I poured out a model of a ship based on the model of the Fifth warship. How about trying it first? Someone has already taken care of this matter. Maybe it won't be long before you can see it. You wait and see first, study it. Yes. The old man, a little disappointed, but the scorching heat in his eyes has not diminished in the slightest. Iron ship. Moreover, the whole body is covered with iron knots. If it can float on the water and sail like this brush wash, then Great Tang only needs one. The fleet will be able to sweeping across the world. His Imperial Majesty. If you don't consider the price of iron, you can make these things. However, the problem is that all iron ore in Great Tang is basically covered by Guanlong and 5 surnames, 7 clans controls. We have to buy everything we need from them. If this happens, they realize that when the time comes is no longer sold to us iron ore, or if the price suddenly increases, then this cost. It must be an astronomical figure. Now my Great Tang's national strength is empty, because I shouldn't do this thing now. Let's not say whether it can be successful, just talk about the cost, and the time it takes to build an iron ship is astronomical. There was the Ministry of Works minister, and at this time, he raised an objection. Li Shimon's eyebrows are slightly frowned. This matter will be discussed later. Now, I want to know whether this ship can float and whether it can solve the current crisis. As for iron ore, money, these all are things in the future. The mood just a little better was destroyed again, which made Li Shimon very uncomfortable. However, he directly rejected the words of the people of Ministry of Works. Anyway, you should make me happy first. Right? There is no such thing as money now. As long as the crisis is resolved and commerce can be completely connected, will Great Tang still be short of money at that time? When the time comes, just wait and worry about sitting in the pile of money. Seeing Li Shimon's objection, everyone who wanted to speak up was silent. Now, it is indeed time to do a good job in solving the current problems. This shipbuilding will have to wait until after this event is over. There is no shadow yet. After a while, a member of the Ministry of Works, led by Little Gizzy, hurriedly appeared in the Imperial study room. In his hand, he held something covered with a red cloth high. The thing is about arm length. There are 2 palm-size adults. It looks a bit like a boat. Return to His Imperial Majesty. The boat is completed. Please verify with His Imperial Majesty. All right. Li Shimon, hearing this, from the soft collapsed, got up, hurriedly came to the person's side, and opened the iron boat that was still exuding warm temperature. I saw that the whole body of the ship was made according to the model of the 5-tooth warship. But the whole body was made of water. It seems to give people a sense of heaviness. Li Shimon took the iron boat from the man with both hands and put it in the water. But, just as everyone's eyes gathered, that ship, at this moment, when Li Shimon was placed in the water, the hull was tilted and fell directly into the water. Ding dong. With a sound, it immediately sank to the bottom of the tank. Everyone is confused. This ship. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 279. Wrong. There must be something wrong. Li Shimon frowned. After signaling the crowd to fish out the boat, Li Shimon placed it in his hand and looked around. Where is the problem? I couldn't help but Li Shimon's gaze fell on the ink in the brush. That's right. From the iron kettle shown by Jiang Feng to the brush wash, water has been added to it. Is it because there is no water in the boat? Come on, fill the iron boat with water. Yes. The person who just offered the iron boat was scared all over, all trembling. I wanted to show it well, but didn't expect it actually messed up and the ship sank. This time, he panicked. According to Li Shimon's request, he used a sharp object to pry open the place above the iron ship that seemed to be injected with quicksand abrasives. Then, in the eyes of everyone, the man was trembling with fear, put the ship model in the water, and cautiously cleaned the model again with the sand inside. In accordance with the water in the brush wash, slowly pour the water in little by little. Half a quarter of an hour. This thing has been done for a whole quarter of an hour. Everyone did not dare to look at it for half an hour. When the ship was placed on the water steadily, everyone was shocked. Even Li Shimon was dumbfounded. I saw the model of the ship in the water tank. With the splashing waves, it moved forward slowly and tremblingly, and the waterline on the ship's side was slowly stabilized. All Ministry of Works people who can build ships exploded. Fuck. Luban. Is this Luban alive? Ships. Iron ships. Can they really float on the water? How could this be a iron? How could it float on the water? This has never been recorded in all ancient books. Okay. The people of Ministry of Works are completely broken up. What is this? This is a miracle. This is the miracle God bestowed on great Tang. All the elders of the Ministry of Works, even when they saw the iron ship model suspended on the water tank, they collapsed on the ground, muttering in his mouth, roared in horror, Who the hell is this? Who the hell made this thing? Except for Lu Ban. The old man could not think of it. Who can let iron float on the water? No, Lu Ban can't do it. This kind of thing, is it? Siwai said by Grandmaster Yuan. What fortune does star bring to great Tang? Everyone was shocked. Crazy in raw. Vent the shock in my heart. I have forgotten the existence of His Imperial Majesty. They are a bunch of lunatics. A group of crazy people who are obsessed with all kinds of research. When they don't see a thing, they may not have any expressions. They are pedantic and basically follow the steps. But once they see a novel thing, then they will burst out, frightening obsession and madness, even if they sacrifice their lives. It's like doing the sword master of Moxie. He made the masterpiece divine weapon at the cost of his life. At this time, Li Shimin looked at these people with a smile on his face. His goal has been achieved. Imperial Court. That's how it should be. If everyone does everything in order, then this Imperial Court, don't worry. In this scene, Li Shimin enjoys this feeling very much. He would rather something like this happen every day in the Imperial Court. In that case, he can really sit quietly on the collapse. Squinting, that kind of enjoyment is really not changed for a Taoist immortal. Zhang Sunwuji, and Wei Zheng and the others, after seeing the expression of His Imperial Majesty at this time, were not as comfortable as His Imperial Majesty showed, but there was still a trace of sadness. This thing is made out. Looking at the appearance of His Imperial Majesty, this thing is bound to be produced in large quantities, but what is the price of this thing? That all needs a huge amount of money. Fill it out. This time, looking at the appearance of His Imperial Majesty, it is determined to do it. So it is also destined that the war with 5 surnames, 7 clans and Guanlong faction has completely started. Can you win this battle? Everyone has no confidence in their hearts. Even with Zhang Feng, can this battle be won? Wei Zheng is silent. Zhang Sunwuji also put away the smile on his face. Even Fang Xuanling, Du Yui, and Cheng Yojin are all frowns at this time, thinking about something. The Imperial Study Room at this time is extremely weird. Ministry of Works people are cheering and weeping with joy, while on the other side, several national dukes are bowing their heads and meditating. His Imperial Majesty, sitting on the tall soft collapse, admiring those. The madman who was crying and laughing also laughed. I don't know how long it took. Little Gizzy quietly pushed open the door of the Imperial Study Room from the outside, and said something solemnly in Li Shimin's ear, and that's it. Li Shimin was furious. Fiercely slap was slapped on the soft. Li Shimin shouted angrily, tell me, if anyone dares to spread the rumors, cut it. Everyone was shocked. Even the Ministry of Works people who were still jubilant just now were shocked at this time. Li Shimin finished his order and turned around and said, I will give you 3 days to create a sharp-bottomed anchor for me at the bottom of all merchant ships. If not, cut it. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 280. Hey, did you know? Those merchants' ships have run aground, and now everyone outside Chainan City is rushing for the goods. The fur products worth dozens of silver all were evacuated. What? Where? 10 miles outside the city. I heard that many merchants. I can't bear to hang myself. Hiss. It's over, it's over. I heard that His Imperial Majesty offended Guanlong faction. It seems that this time. His Imperial Majesty is dangerous, isn't it? Oh, in Chainan City, there are such rumors everywhere. Even some people, they all drove ox carts, donkey carts, and even mules madly ran out of the city. At this time, At the city gate, you can also see a group of people happily returning to the city with piles of wet goods. Everyone is bragging about the period of prosperity outside the city. Just like something falling from the sky, the greedy people rushed out of the city even more desperately. And at this moment, from the imperial city, a drum that would only sound for emergency wars, was beaten fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. With the sound of ancient drum beats, from the depths of the imperial city, a little bit of transmission, everyone is horrified. Even the people who had just carried the goods were shocked. What's the situation? This drum ... But apart from the sudden war, the horns of the Chainan defenders must be assembled urgently. Is it Turkic here? Fuck. Run. In Honglu Temple, at this time, the little Khan of West Turkic, slightly frowned, stared at the direction outside the city, frowning and asked, "What's the matter? What's going on outside? Could it be our people calling?" Hearing this, the entourage behind the little Khan in the purple robe, went out in a hurry. After a while, following the eaves, it returns like a ghost again, reporting to little Khan. It is said that the merchants who were stranded in Chainan outside the city were scuttled by their ships, and all their goods were piled up in the woods on the slopes of 10 miles outside the city. There are even more people there. Spread rumors deliberately and rob the goods. Oh, the corners of the purple-robed youth's mouth slightly evoked. If it weren't theirs, it would do. Send the order, let all the agents squat for me. No one is allowed to leave the city without my order. This ... Little Khan, this is ... Xiao Khan turned his head slightly, and his fascinating narrow eyes glanced at the man. This incident must be Li Shiman's conspiracy, otherwise, why would it be rumored in the city that Turkic is coming? And also the Chainan defenders were launched. Do you think Li Shiman is a fool? The little ones dare not. The few people behind him hurriedly dispersed. The sturdy Tuihan young man, slightly frowned, who was guarding the little Khan, did not move, while the outrageous man with long arms in Tibet rarely faced the outside of Honglu Temple. One of the booths made gestures, and there was no more movement. This couldn't help but make little Khan's smile more intense. It seems that you didn't do this thing either. Did Li Shiman take the opportunity to clean up all the Guanlong faction in Chainan City? No, based on what we know about Li Shiman, he won't go to war against Guanlong. If there is a war, it will be fine. Tuihan's robust man squeezed his fist, turned and left, leaving only the little Khan from Turkic and the long-armed youth from Tibet. Do you think this is Li Shiman who wants to lead us out? Not interested. This is the answer of the long-armed youth. Little Khan's eyes became more and more playful, playing with a wolf tooth on his ear. I don't know what I'm thinking. At this moment, the hooves of a team of cavalry made the smile on little Khan's face even more intense. Two. With the sound of horseshoes, little Khan also left the window. At this time, he hadn't looked at it anymore. Fight. If you need to fight, this Khan can do it for you and provoke your war. City gate. A guard army hurriedly held up a little Huang flag and galloped from the crowd. While running, the guard team roared, "Close the city gate." No one is allowed to enter or leave the city gate without an order. Offenders are cut. What? Everyone is hearing this, once again shocked. And the city gate guard, after hearing this, he was shocked and roared sternly, "Turn off the city gate. Smash it." With a dull sound, the huge Anhua gate, Mingde gate, Caxia gate, and all the city gates of Chainan all burned up at the same moment. Beacon ready. At this time, the entire Chainan city of Novosibirsk University was shocked. Everyone looked at the billowing fire beacon and was terrified. And when everyone is afraid, a team of guard troops shuttles through every street market. Everyone should return home, and they can go out tomorrow. Those who violate the order, those who go out without authorization, will die. Everyone will go home for me, before sunrise tomorrow. In Chainan City, if you meet anyone, kill without mercy. At this time, everyone was really scared. One after another the breath of crisis, between everyone's mouth and nose, rushes to the brain. It's going to change. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 281. On the Shili slope outside Chainan City. At this time, all Cheng Yojin's domestic soldiers disguised as guards, surrounded by the mountain of goods behind them. The double-edged saber in their hands were taken out, but they faced the red-eyed people. They also panicked. If it is a mountain bandit, or another who, then it has already been pressed at this time. But they are facing the people of Chainan City. These people are blushing at this time, holding sticks, stones, and even items such as hoe and sickle high in his hands. They are constantly approaching and approaching. At this time, as the leader of this team, Cheng Beijia has a headache looking at the people who are constantly approaching. Neither is he to kill, nor is he not to kill. Boss, how do you fix it? To kill or not to kill? Head, say something. In this situation, brothers have no way out. Yes, boss. Cheng Beijia sighed, gritted his teeth and shouted, they are all the elders of Chainan. If it is a last resort, don't hurt people. This order is very difficult, but he can become the leader of the family soldiers. He still has a head. At this time, killing the people outside the gate of Chainan, if this is passed back, it will definitely cause a big disturbance in Chainan. Not only National Duke will be implicated, even His Imperial Majesty, and many people will be implicated. He dare not. I would rather be beaten to death. He would not dare to take action. This is the military order. It is also a responsibility. But this responsibility, at this time, made them feel a little bit of chills. The people they guard are all such people. Cheng Beijia's retreating steps still touched a tree after all. Guys, I know, among them, someone must be bewitching you. These goods are related to Great Tang and the safety of Chainan City. I believe that you are all reasonable people! Because of this, everyone got their hair grey. Even yesterday, you all participated in the scouring of the river. Have you forgotten it? Get out! What do you know, you crippled stuff? Other businessmen don't want these things, so why can others pick them up? We can't pick them up? You want to embezzle them? Come on. Yes, I remember, you are Cheng Yojin's soldiers. What kind of stuff is Cheng Yojin? Then the damn thing is an insatiable master. Brothers, go up and give it to me. Rob. Yes, Cheng Yojin, don't you know, he robbed hundreds of women in Longyu. Shouldn't those people be robbed? Come on. Patriarch people are dead for these things, and other people in the Hu family can grab them. We can't? This is obviously Cheng Yojin who wants to steal it. Otherwise his people, how could it appear here? Fuck your mother. Who fucks cursed Lozi? Dead? At this moment, hiding behind the soldiers, the merchant couldn't sit still, and his blushing neck Chu Dongchen jumped up, trying to see who was cursing him. Mother, I'm here to sell the goods. His mother, who are you? Dare to stand up to Lozi? My mother. You still want to grab my goods? If there are not these homes the soldiers are here, I think you all want to put your heads down. Following the curses of the merchants, the crowd slowed down after all. However, several discordant voices rang out again in the crowd. Yo, isn't this the steward of Cheng family? So fast, just say these things belong to your Cheng manor. Guys, look at this. Just say Cheng manor, people. What are you waiting for? Grab it for me. While speaking, I don't know who it is. Fiercely as according to Cheng Beijia's a fist-sized stone was thrown on his face. Only heard a bang. Cheng Beijia fell straight down. The crowd suddenly fell into a dead silence. It's dead. Moreover, he is not a small officer. Now, the trouble is big. Some people woke up and threw the stone and wooden sticks in their hands, subconsciously looking at it like a fountain, gushing from the smashed heads. Many people's calves are trembling, and they finally woke up. Yes, even the Cheng family people want it. What does this have to do with them? They can fight Cheng family, and these things are all from government treasury. They are impossible to snatch things at home so stupidly. Right? This is a fool of Cheng Yojin and Duke of Cheng. And isn't Duke of Cheng only having a fierce wife? This is the famous Iraq in Chainan. He dared to find a wife in Longyu. This. Everyone hesitated. But, just now, in the crowd, bursts of chaos broke out again. God. Dead. My folks. Grab it. Kill these soldiers. No one knows that we did it. Otherwise, I'm going to be robbed of my ancestors. Quick. Kill. However, this time, the crowd suddenly heard a sharp sound of breaking the wind. With the sound, I saw a man in the crowd, fell to the ground in response, and on his forehead, a cluster of arrows was still shaking rapidly. Quiet. Silence. Death. Silence. Everyone was shocked. The soldiers of Cheng Manor looked at the hillside of Shilipo and finally showed a smile. Originally, they thought, this was going to die. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 282. Following the sound of the burst of arrows, the crowd was as if the pause button was pressed. Everyone looked at the cluster of arrows, dumbfounded. At this moment, someone in the crowd lifts the head in horror and realized that, at some point, on the trunk above their heads, there were already hundreds of people standing densely packed with bows and arrows. Guard army. On the hillside behind him, Wai Shu in golden light armor is slowly retracting the crossbow in his hand, and at this moment, a white horse, dressed in a bright yellow robe. The boy also slowly urged the horse to stand on the hillside, and those Cheng Manor family soldiers knelt on the ground after seeing this man. His Royal Highness pay respects to Crown Prince. What? Crown Prince? Crown Prince is alarmed. My God. Woo woo woo. I knew that this is cheap and can't be touched. The crowd is hearing Crown Princes after the name. Many people knelt on the ground in a hurry. And even some people were frightened. Li Chengqian's face is cold. Just now, he watched that person die after all his books. If it weren't for the deployment, he could not help but want to kill the mob who did not kill more than 500 people. At this time, Wai Shu urged him to go forward, lightly saying, Chengqian, leave this to me, you are too arrogant. This is not good. While speaking, Wai Shu coldly shouted, everyone, kneel. Anyone who does not kneel shall be shot by the mob. Kneel. In an instant, a large number of guard troops rushed out of the mountains, shouting in unison. At this time, all the people finally panicked. On top of the head, the bows in the hands of the guard army have been drawn even more. It seems that if anyone does not kneel, they will be shot immediately. At this moment, among the kneeling people, some people bowed their heads and shouted in horror, His Royal Highness, the guard is killing people indiscriminately, don't you care about it? However, what awaits him is a cluster of icy arrows. Now all the people are more panicked. While Wai Shu didn't seem to see the general, he continued to rush the horse and looked at everyone indifferently. These goods, you all know what it means. I know, most of you are deceived, but I also know that many of you are deliberately made panic. Let you die in vain. I am not a murderer either. My name is Wai Shu, as Jinwu Guard's captain, my father is Wai Zheng, and you all know my father. Name. I now give you a chance to reform and renew. Remember, I only say it once. If you know each other, just say I will let you wait for your life for the addresses of your respective homes and who else is in his home. I will let you go home after the guard army in the city finds it out. But if you still have a fluke, then I, Wai Shu, will say the authority of Jinwu Guards has convicted you as the crime of treason. Your Highness Crown Prince. May I ask how the crime of treason should be determined? Wai Shu did not return. The bright silver spear in the hand is even more revealing the cold glow. Li Chengqian said indifferently, exterminate the clan. Hearing this, everyone is terrified. Among them, some people couldn't sit still in an instant, and they got up and reported their home. My name is Wang Gaodan, and I live at the foot of Shilipo, and there is a big chestnut tree at the door. My house is just me and my old lady, elder brother, who served as a soldier 3 years ago. He hasn't come back. This one next to me, his name is Chen Erniu, he has a cow in his family, and 2 younger sisters. His father used to be a soldier. Now he is a cripple. Wang Gaodan seemed to be frightened and stupefied. As he spoke, he pulled the dark-skinned and 13-year-old boy who was wearing only a loincloth, and knocked his head desperately. Wai Shu waved. In an instant, 2 armored soldiers stepped forward, put a rope on them, tied them to a book, and nailed a note on their trees with arrows. With these 2 people taking the lead, more people have also stood up and reported their families. And some people in the crowd panicked. Although he was kneeling on the ground and swaying, his eyes were running around, looking for an exit. But they desperately discovered that there are at least thousands of guard troops all around. Even in the woods and rivers not far away, they spotted another person with sharp eyes, Cheng Yojin, and tens of thousands of Chang'an garrison soldiers behind him. Now, they are completely panicked, and the people on the treetops are staring sharply at the crowd. The bow in their hands moves with the movement of their eyes. If anyone has a slight movement at this time, then what to do? Among the crowd, there is a farmer who looks like a farmer, but his face and arms leaking out of his clothes are all white, and not as dark as a farmer! Exclamation mark. He touched a person next to him with his leg. The man trembled as if he hadn't heard him. After a while, the person said hurriedly, quickly, "Now only take poison. Can't drag the family down." Okay. The two, it seemed that they had negotiated, and slowly put their hands in their arms, but the moment they took out a packet of medicine powder from their arms, they were about to throw them into their mouths. Ksoo, ksoo. In an instant, a few sharp winds made their souls go away. Poo 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 poo. With a few muffled noises. The two were horrified to find that 4 clusters of arrows penetrated their shoulder blades and their thighs, leaving them with no strength to move now. And this is second. Why Shua's ghostly voice also sounded behind the two of them at this time. Do you want to commit suicide by taking poison? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 283. Hundreds of people cleaned up quickly. In an hour, the ranks of more than 700 people still picked out more than 70 people from it. What a terrible number this is. It was these more than 70 people who almost made Cheng Yojin a name that could not be erased. Even the tragic disaster of being ransacked to extinguish sect. There are even deeper things. However, at this time, Wai Shu waved his hand and ordered these people to be forced into the prison of Chang'an City, waiting for his imperial majesty to fall. The remaining people either took poison and committed suicide. Either they are all tied up and hung from the book at this time. Wai Shu took out a sharp and narrow knife from his arms that he didn't know where it came from, and flicked the blade lightly in his hand. I patrolled everyone in the crowd. Are you saying, or dead, or are you going to let us find out, and then you wait for your family to accompany you on the road? Wai Shu, now that we are planted, we accept it. I am. Pukai. Wait for him to finish. The knife in Wai Shu's hand gently wiped his neck. It's like cutting pork. The man's words, not finished. There is only one after another, bloody, accompanied by a gurgling sound from the throat. Stern, the voice of the people who were tied up was terrified. Come on. This matter, if anyone tells you about emissary, I promise you and your family will be able to pass this life safely. Otherwise, you can try Jinwu Guard's interrogation method. Don't think that I really don't know anything. Behind you is Guanlong faction, isn't it? Everyone hearing this, fiercely silent, couldn't help but jump. But that's all. If they don't know now, then they are really fools. Shu, bring back Dali Temple. At this moment, Cheng Yojin urged the horse to come up. I don't even look at these people. Waved his hand and said, take them one by one to Lao Tzu, and drag Lao Tzu back to Chang'an. Hearing this, what Li Chengqian wanted to say. But after all, I didn't say it. Cheng Yojin glanced at him, but didn't speak anymore. Wave his hand, and then let the Chang'an guard tens of thousands of horses stationed in the woods to guard these merchants, and then led the guard army back to Chang'an. On the road, Cheng Yojin looked at Li Chengqian, who looked pale, and asked, Crown Prince is thinking that our methods are a bit cruel? Uncle Cheng, since everything is checked, it's clear. Why not give them a good time? But so, Cheng Yojin was silent, pointing to Wai Shu in front of him. Shu, this child is not bad. Have you ever thought about it? If you have a trace of mercy today, then you are not worthy to be an emperor. You are too young to understand this. Learn more from your father and talk to your Jiang Feng brother. You will understand that this world is not so beautiful in your phenomenon. You have also heard that if one of my men could not help but kill these people today, and you happen to be there, can you imagine the consequences? Li Chengqian closed his eyes in pain. But the words of those people insulting Cheng Yojin are still flashing in my mind. If it were him, he would definitely be tempted to order people to kill them. If you really want to kill them, then you are really hitting it. Cheng Yojin's eyes flashed with shocked rays of light. Then he said, they are forcing us to take action. Once we take action, then the people will be killed by mistake. The old man will also be because of the crime they said, whether it is true or not, whether you Father Emperor knows the old man whether you are a human or not, when the time comes, my Cheng family will definitely perish. Do you know? Li Chengqian was silent. At this time, if he doesn't understand, then he is really a fool. It was also at this time that Li Chengqian realized the deceit. He had always thought that Guanlong faction was nothing more than a gathering of merchants, but after checking it yesterday, he was horrified and discovered that the 8 Guanlong factions, in fact, the earliest predecessor was the Northern Legion, and some merchants, formed by mutual alliances. After these years of development, even the imperial court has been infiltrated by many people. Uncle Cheng, I understand. It's fine if you understand. In the future, I will learn more from your father. In fact, I don't understand your father. The air fell silent again, because, at this time, it has already reached the city gate. The city gate gathered a large area of Yuangyang who had looted supplies and was about to enter the city. At this time, they were foul-mouthed, cursing the guards on the city wall. After seeing Cheng Yojin and the others, he surrounded him again. Cheng Yojin's eyes were cold, and he waved his hand. Everyone who holds goods in your hands, catch it. Li Chengqian was shocked. Quickly asked, Uncle Cheng, these all are ordinary people. Can't catch it. And this is still in the city gate. If it is this catch, it will cause riots. Chaos. Cheng Yojin smiled as he watched the guard army swarming up. As you know, the goods outside the city have not decreased at all. Then tell me, where did these things come from? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 284. Li Chengqian's horrified discovery is really as Cheng Yojin said. It seems that the goods have always been handled by private soldiers, so where did these large quantities of goods come from? And the goods in the Shilipa were all dry and not so wet. But what about the things in these people's arms? But it's all dripping things. There is a more terrifying thing. Let Li Chengqian understand that this is a complete conspiracy at the front of the car. As early as noon, he received rumors that the ship was seriously damaged and all goods were forced to move to Shilipo. At this time, in such a hot weather, even if it was soaked in water, it's not dripping anymore. But what about these people's hands? It's all dripping. This Guanlong faction conspiracy is really poisonous. Li Chengqian suddenly felt chills behind him. He doesn't know how many conspiracies are waiting for him in Chainan City. They are all like this outside the city, and when they are out of the city, many people have already entered the city. In that city. He didn't dare to think about it. He only hopes that the people in the city will be controlled by others. Is this a battle between two forces? Li Chengqian suddenly had a suspicion. He wondered what would he do if he changed to deal with this matter on his own. He couldn't think of it. This is the most feared. As Cheng Yojin said, he is too emotional and too indecisive. At this time, Cheng Yojin turned his head, patted him on the shoulder, and sighed. Born in the emperor family, no one was born that kind of cold-blooded person, but everyone stands in a different position. The same. Therefore, Chengqian, you have to hurry up to adapt to your identity. Your identity is Crown Prince. All indecisives will hold you forward and may even cause the disaster of the destruction of Great Tang. So, hurry up and become stronger. Come on. After all, we are all old. Hearing this, Li Chengqian's expression suddenly changed. Looking at the hair floating under Cheng Yojin's helmet, it has turned grey, and he just remembered that the same is true of his father Emperor. Thank you, Uncle Cheng. I got it. Ha 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 ha. Go into the city. Cheng Yojin didn't even turn his head back, carefreely smiled and waved. The crowd slowly escorted hundreds of people into Chainan. Smash it. When the heavy city gate slowly opened, there was a sound of Jioran, and even Cheng Yojin with a mask walked in front of everyone. A long-handled battle axe in his hand lay horizontally on his side, and bursts of murderous aura erupted leisurely all over his body, shocking those who still did not leave at the city gate. What's the situation? Look, Cheng Demon King can't take out his weapons 1 inch. God. Is it 10 miles? Those people were killed by him? Look, those people behind their flattery stocks. Fuck. How come people are screaming like Zongtsai? Look at those people behind their flattery stocks. Is this still a human thing? My mother, if Cheng Demon King didn't do it, he wouldn't deserve to be called Cheng Demon King. Damn it. Is this going to rebel? Dare to openly slaughter the people of Great Tang. He is afraid to rebel. Behind Cheng Yojin, why Shu also put down the mask now? Even Li Chengqian has put on a veil. They are not afraid of these people, but Zhang Feng. I'm afraid that Zhang Feng will join in the fun somewhere in the crowd and see their faces. At this moment, in the crowd, I don't know who cried out in surprise and said, "Look at the one wearing the veil. He is Crown Prince." Crown Prince Li Chengqian dared to be the day of the day. My God, what the hell is this? The noise in the crowd, from the initial buzzing to after everyone saw Li Chengqian, the voices of these people suddenly rose by a syllable, as if they were afraid that others would not know that he was the Crown Prince. Li Chengqian didn't even look at those people, even as if there were flies buzzing in his ears. After everyone set foot on Chainan City, Cheng Yojin stopped the horse's rein and beckoned. Instantly the gatekeeper general hurried forward. I'm going to ask you, have you noticed before, sir, that all the people will be forbidden? Go back to His Royal Highness Crown Prince, go back to General Cheng. This matter has been spread long ago. Chainan City, it's just that these people, somehow, don't want to leave. Oh? Did you wait for the guard army's orders? Cheng Yojin waved his battle axe, scanned the crowd indifferently, and asked. But no one answered him. Very good, very good. Crown Prince, if it is you, these people know that there is imperial decree. He didn't want to go back to the house, but waited here with medicine. What do you think these people should do? This is a test question. Li Chengqian understands. His eyes moved across everyone's face, then he clasped his fists and said, reporting back to Uncle Cheng, these people are not ordinary people. Oh? Why do you see it? Cheng Yojin is interested. Look at these people, although they seem to wear ordinary clothes of the common people. But you see that the skins of these people are not as dark as those of the common people. This means that they have not been exposed to much sun. The sun, as a common people, how can you not bask in the sun? Not bad. Congratulations to your Royal Highness Crown Prince, for the sudden enlightenment. Cheng Yojin hugged his fists heartily, and asked again, do you think these people are killed, or catch, or let go? Catch. Okay. Come here. Take these rioters and thieves to the general. In addition, strictly investigate everyone in the city. No need to let go of any house. Anyone who has just participated in the robbery outside the city, people, grab it all for this handsome. Yes. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 285. Palace of Absolute Beguiling. Li Shimin listened to Li Chengqian and Cheng Yojin's report, but his expression remained unchanged. It seems that he has known all this for a long time. The same is true of Wei Zheng and the others present. I didn't expect. These people are the first people who want to take the minister for a shot. You are the small official of my brachial stock. They can thinking of cutting off your sharp axe from my hand first. It seems that among these people, they really have worked hard on everything about me. Li Shimin took a deep breath and said, Cheng Minister, you immediately secretly transfer 10,000 elite Qingkai from Longyu Road and Tongwen and other places, waiting outside the city. And during this time, the more you pay attention. Cheng Yojin, hearing this, hurriedly knelt on the ground. I will follow the order at the end. But His Imperial Majesty, Crown Prince also participated in this matter. I think it's okay. This is what I asked Cheng Qian to go. On the one hand, he should know something. On the other hand, I also want to bring a word to Guanlong. I am angry. It depends on what they wish. I don't want to stop. Everyone was silent. But Wei Zheng asked again, His Imperial Majesty, What about these people caught today? Kill. For the crime of treason, check their all cases, no case, just put on one. After all, their ass is not clean. Tomorrow noon, the Emperor City Gate asked to be cut off, and each of them, as well as family members, all my names are posted exactly on the Emperor City Gate. Everyone is hearing this, and their hearts are cold. His Imperial Majesty is really angry. But this strategy is really in seconds. On the one hand, it can deter Guanlong and the minions of the Guanlong forces, and on the other hand, it is to let everyone see who these insurgents and thieves are. The family members will eventually be tortured in public opinion. This also allows those who are prepared, and those who have already invested in these forces, to see, this is the end of the opposition to the imperial family. At this moment, little Gizzy hurriedly entered the imperial study room. The report, His Imperial Majesty, just heard from the Vermilion Bird Gate that the minister is preparing to jointly ask for His Imperial Majesty because of things outside the city. See me? Li Shimin smiled. What do these people want to do? How could they not know? It's nothing more than to impeach him to oppress the people. It's nothing more than to want impeach Cheng Yojin to lead the soldiers without authorization, and broad daylight to forcibly bind the people. That's all. Will he be afraid? Give me the order. From the gate of the Palace of Absolute beginning to the gate of the Imperial Study Room, 100 people will be arranged to make sticks. If anyone wants to meet, each will have a stick, until after the 100 sticks, come see me again. Yes, little Gizzy hurried out. In this regard, no one in the Imperial Study Room asked who these people were. Do I still need to ask now? Apart from Guanlong faction, who else can come so quickly and be here on time? 100 sticks. 60 sticks of normal people are basically abolished, let alone 100 sticks. Li Shimin didn't want to tear his face with Guanlong's people at this time. It's not time yet. If they dare to do this at this time, then he also no longer care about anything. Dare to make an open mutiny? This is the crime of genocide. Li Shimin can do this, and he has given Guanlong's face a lot. His Imperial Majesty, although these people are blocked today, it is inevitable that such things will happen in the future. The old official feels that it is still like a panacea, otherwise it will always go on like this. Then the Imperial Court. Yes, His Imperial Majesty, it's no way to go on like this. The old official thinks it's either to quickly sword cuts through tangled hemp, to rectify the Imperial Court completely, or to follow Jiang Feng brother. As I said, let's bring abroad trouble to others and divert our attention, so that as long as we open up the waterways of the cooperative and the caravan of Cheng'an, then Guanlong's suppression of the Imperial Court becomes meaningless! Fang Xuanling and Du Yui knelt and said in a hurry. Li Shimin touched his chin, thought for a while, and asked, there are 3 days before the retired emperor's birthday. I will give them 3 days. If they still don't know how to repent, then I'll be true. I will go northward and see him in Guanlong faction in person, what he wants to do. Li Shimin has had enough. This cooperative and the new business model are mutually beneficial things. Your Guanlong faction will also receive benefits and bribes. I am not too embarrassed. But do you really think I am a soft persimmon? Want to swallow it alone? Want to encroach on my great Tang's economic power? Last time the Ministry of Work's high official was removed, it was already a warning to you. Didn't expect this time. You not only didn't know the meaning, but also got worse. Good. Since you want to fight, how can I be afraid that you will not succeed? Now, 2 preparations are made. On the one hand, Fang Xuanling and Du Yui, from today onwards, you two will completely organize all the details of all the masters of Chainan for me, and the other on the one hand, Zhang Sunwuji, Yuan Wai Zheng, are quick to investigate the disaster situation in Tibet, Tuihan and Turkic. If Tibet can wait, then I will give him a fire. Let him never sit still. The public opinion created by Guanlong faction this time made me think of a good way. I gave it to these 3 countries intact. but I did. Let's see how long they can wait. This small official in accordance with the purpose. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 286. The ban was finally lifted. Chang'an City has once again resumed the hustle and bustle of the past. But in this hustle and bustle, there are many fears hidden. Everyone remembered what happened yesterday. A group of prosecutors and thieves rioted under the noses of His Imperial Majesty, flashing them, and bewitching them to grab the goods of His Imperial Majesty. What is this? This is the death penalty for sending them to hell. At this moment, the entire Chang'an City people, their eyes are red, walking on the street, those pairs of eyes are the same. Seeing everything they feel like rioters and thieves. At this time, those who are normally hanging around, or those who are still wealthy at home can't sit still, and they always feel like they have a pair of eyes behind them staring at them all the time. Tongyi Street is located on the right side of the crossroad at the intersection of Chengxing Street Market, in an ordinary house. On the side of Street Market, there is a dim sum shop called Yixin Dim Sum. This dim sum shop is quite famous in Chang'an City, and it is popular among the ladies and even the people in the shop. Favorite. Every day, as soon as the market opens, there will always be a large group of children at the door, staring at the store, and sniffing the snacks floating in the air from time to time. Every time at this time, there will be a little maid in the store, who will take some broken, unsellable snacks to everyone, and everyone will disperse contentedly. But today, Yixin Dim Sum store did not open. Why? Just because of yesterday, the little maid didn't know where she picked up a hairpin, and it's still an emerald green color. I heard that the jadeite hairpin from Cambodia is one of the goods this time. Now, the entire house panicked. The owner of the house, surnamed Zhang, is an honest businessman who is kind. But after learning about it, he twisted the maid, then went to the Yemen. But until now, it has been an hour and no one has been seen. Come back. Patriarch Madam is in a hurry. This is really a major event. I heard that a lot of people were arrested yesterday. If something happens to Lord, what will happen to the family? When Patriarch Madam didn't know what to do, a wife of Zhang's mansion quietly said to Zhang Lushi, "You live with Grandma. Don't worry. You forgot a few days ago, Grandma Wang came home. It's about the marriage proposal." The old scholar, experienced and knowledgeable, is also a good candidate. I have also heard people say that the future uncle is a rare good person, great talent. Son. Zhang Lushi has a sad face. "Oh," I said, "Mrs. Kui, if you have something to do, just say okay." Now Lord doesn't know what's going on. Will he get on the board? "What do you say about it?" said with a smile. "Grandma Patriarch, you have wronged me. We are all women and we have no idea, but if you go to old scholar to find your uncle, on the one hand, see if your uncle can't handle this matter properly and see if he is really talented. When the time comes, Miss marries you, don't you worry. On the other hand, I heard that Grandpa." Okay, I haven't written the 8 characters yet. Just shouted at my grandfather and grandpa. Although Zhang Lushi was scolding, he glanced at the back room. One of the ears sewn on the door seemed to have eaten honey in his heart. In this way, you quickly find old scholar and talk about the family affairs. If he is a matchmaker, if he can't work hard, then my girl, he old scholar will miss it. Mom. This thing ... I mean, can Kuya follow along? It's not convenient for me to go out. But Kuya can go and help us to see, does that Zhang Feng look like anecdotal rumors? At this time, a woman wearing a pink gauze, with a blushing face and a peeled egg, hurried out of the back room and said timidly, "The woman's name is Yuao Zhang. She was born beautiful and charming. People in the neighborhood are complimenting her. She is more handsome than the person in the painting, and even more attractive than the wine girl. Big eyes, bright and intelligent. You can't help but sink in at a glance. The body is neither plump nor thin, although only 17 years old, but that should be quite upright, more upright than other girls." Because of this, since she was 12 years old, Zhang's father and Zhang's mother have strictly forbidden her to step out of the house. Unless necessary, the door does not allow her to take a step. Therefore, She will go up to the 4 books of Confucianism, the 5 classics of Confucianism, and down to the women written by imperial court emperors. If you go out, then Jiang family's door must be kicked off. Even more, how Cheng'an city still has the 4 great demon kings. If they're eyeing on, then there will be a way to survive. But a few days ago, when my mother-in-law Kui was out shopping for groceries, she occasionally chatted with Old Scholar. Old Scholar gave her a routine and used a piece of jerky that didn't know what kind of meat. Jiang Yui's situation is gone. Then there will be things like Grandma Wang's visit. At this time, Jiang Yuiao knew Jiang Feng. Both of the two surnamed Jiang. Originally, Zhang's father refused. But after learning about Jiang Feng's deeds and Old Scholar reciting the poems that Jiang Feng had read, Zhang's father became enchanted, generally accepted. And these few poems were also heard by Jiang Yuiao, who was overhearing behind the door. He was shocked to the heavens. After learning that Jiang Feng was only 20 years old, he was very handsome. After I couldn't help but love it. At this time, seeing my mother going to test Jiang Feng, I couldn't help but jump out. Jiang Lushi gave a wry smile. I don't want to stay in the female college. Have a good time. Let Qia follow. Remember, bring some snacks. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 287. Jiang Feng is very free. Idle pain in the balls. Except for gossip with Guzi from time to time. There is nothing else to do. As for Cheng'an City, forget it. He didn't bother to stroll around. The river has just been cleaned up, and the smell is comparable to the snail powder piled up in a large room. You will be ecstatic after smelling it, so dare you to go out? Even if he loves the crooked neck tree, he doesn't bother to go to sleep under the shade. Now hiding in the backyard, drinking a little wine, it is beautiful. The most important thing is that as soon as you go out, you will see old he sighing and cursing, saying that he is 20 years old, and he doesn't find a wife to become a family, and he spends all day with a wild child. The same is not enterprising. Jiang Feng's ear hurts. It's better to hide here and enjoy the comfort. But think about it, Jiang Feng feels toothache again. Sora has an ability, but his damn system, when I throw a tavern to Lao Tzu at first, then it disappears. Fuck. What is it for Lao Tzu to do? Let's go. Dare not. What if? This is the task of system. But don't go. This fuck. When will you wait? Think about it, Jiang Feng's anger. I can't wait to find the system out and beat me up. He is the man who will sit side by side King all the time in the future. When will this fucking wait? However, Jiang Feng fiercely took a sip of wine and it didn't lie in his breath. Why is this riding horse angry with me? After thinking about it, Jiang Feng stopped thinking about it. Instead he started to ponder all the things that happened recently. He participated in a lot of imperial court major events. He couldn't figure out the emperor's plans. These things, with his divine ability, his own existence must be known to him. But until now, he hasn't said anything. This is not right. Is it because Guanlong and Tibet are too many spies, so he is secretly protecting me? So you didn't expose me? Unfortunately, Jiang Feng's back was startled with a cold sweat. He sounded the nest of Turkic spies next door, and dispatched Jinwu guards in the middle of the night. Is this domineering? Still, Jiang Feng dare not think about it. It's better to stay a little further away from that smoky place. At least you have to wait until the emperor, Lao has handled all the things. I'm talking about the matter of entering the court as an official. Otherwise, if I can't wait for Lao Tzu to enter the court as an official, his mother will be hanged. At that time, there was no place to cry. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng secretly made up his mind that there will be such an imperial court major event in the future, whoever loves whom, anyway, what he can think of, his imperial majesty, he has long thought of it. Feng Tsai. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. The moment this voice sounded, Jiang Feng was also taken aback. The hip flask in his hand also hung on the ground. Bang dang. There was a crisp sound. Now I can't hide it if I want to hide. Jiang Feng stood up speechlessly, and shouted weakly, here, urge your life. Don't think about it, he knows that there are people coming, except for Old Scholar. 2 people. At the very least, No one can imitate the voice of old scholar. Open the door, and sure enough, there was an old scholar wearing a grey robe standing at the door, but behind him, there was also a woman who looked about 15 years old. The woman is wearing a maid serving. At this time, Jburley is hanging a food box, waiting for a pair of big eyes, looking up and down Jiang Feng. Huh? Old scholar, are you? Old ox said the young grass. Old scholar hearing this, his face was stern, small and serious. I will serve old man. Good wine. Yes, good food. Old scholar glared at him, then bypassed Jiang Feng, and entered the little tavern, sitting on the top of the stab. The maid also sat next to old scholar. She stared at Jiang Feng without seeing a word, and Jiang Feng's hair exploded all over her body. Well, wait, I just made a pot of tiger bone soup. But this girl, you are. Leave her alone. She is here to thank me for the family letter I wrote for her before, and found relatives. By the way, the things in this basket, I feel tired and crooked by old fogey. Youngster, this is a good thing in Yixin dim sum store. Yixin dim sum store. Hearing this, Jiang Feng understands. This fuck is here for inspection. Yes, our performance is worse. I heard that Jiang family is not a noble family, but it is also a bit famous in Chainan City. This Miss Jiang family is even more beautiful than heavenly immortal. But, somehow, can you come by yourself? What do you send a maid to do? I am a great young man in the 21st century. For this major event of marriage, you must first give me a few days to fall in love. Right? Is this forced marriage? Fuck. I fucking know that behind you is ugliness or beauty. Jiang Feng still has not escaped the rumors of later generations. Great Tang's description of beautiful women. The body is plump. That's a fat girl. We are skinny like a little chicken. If we marry a 300 cat is fatty. Then, when I think of this, Jiang Feng trembles. This marriage must be retired. However, just as Jiang Feng was thinking about how to retreat from the marriage, he was surprised to find that at the door of tavern, I don't know what happened, Old He and Grandma Wang are coming again. Up. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 288. Old He and Grandma Wang knew Xiao Kui. After meeting, the few people greeted each other. Old He stared at Jiang Feng. Feng Tsai. This is your way of hospitality? You don't even pour a cup of tea? See you. Old He smiled at Xiao Kui. From the counter above, the familiar took out a white clay pot, and Jiang Feng only left a little bit of his own fried tea. Jiang Feng closed his eyes and couldn't bear to look straight. Great Tang's tea leaves are all tea foam. People here drink tea. What is it called? Threw the tea foam into the pot, gurgled and boiled for an hour, and then drank it all fucking with a big bowl. That smell. It is no different from Chinese medicine. Number. Slightly better than cactus. His tea leaves are all related to the tea leaves collected from outside the city with money, and he needed it by more than a pound. Looking at old Jiang Feng knew that the big handful in his hand and the dazzling look in old scholar's eyes had completely lost his mind with his pot of tea. Angrily in the back kitchen, he chopped a marinated chicken and snapped one after another. Then grabbed a handful of salt and sprinkled it on. If you die, please. After a while, Jiang Feng slowly walked out of the kitchen with a large pot of stewed vegetables. Then, everybody was presented with a small bowl of tiger bone soup. What else did you say? Looking at the wine jars on the table and the tea leaves scattered everywhere, his heart hurts. Ahem. Old scholar, now showing his generosity, greeted. Everyone is moving chopsticks. This youngster is distressed today. His tea. The old man once heard about this thing, except that I don't know if it is inside the imperial palace, but there is absolutely no such thing outside. And this meat, you smell this? Ah. If Miss Jiang family comes over, she will definitely not endure hardships. Feng Tsai is the true craftsmanship, then he can make a lot of money. Come and come, move your chopsticks. Xiao Kui has long forgotten what old scholar said. He is holding the wine bowl. His hands are trembling, and his faces are trembling. The child is even more red. Staring at the fragrant meat in the basin, she has long forgotten everything. After all, she is in Jiang Yuiao sister Xiangqing. Normally, She can eat whatever the lady eats, but compared with today's pot of meat, everything I ate before was pig food. As for Grandma Wang, let alone at this time, staring at the meat in the meat bowl, he had already jumped on it. He is pretty good. At the very least, I have been eating and drinking with Jiang Feng for a while, and here they are also Jiang Feng's elders, and they can't lose face. Seeing that Xiao Kui didn't eat it, Old Scholar personally picked up a piece of pig intestine or chicken neck, and threw it into Xiao Kui's bowl. Kui, a girl, you are welcome. Eat. This will also be your home in the future. Try Jiang Feng's craftsmanship, and when I go back, I will ask Feng Tsai to give it to Miss and in-laws. I will take a little home. Okay. Thank you, Old Scholar. Thank you, Grandpa. While speaking, Xiao Kui also learned how to eat like Grandma Wang. Up. Old Scholar and Old He looked at each other, and then haha smiled. Come on, let's do one of the three. Ignoring the twitching of the corners of the mouth, ignoring the two Jiang Feng, the two also drank alone, a bowl of wine and stomach. Old He sighed. Oh, what a pity it is such a good wine. If only your father-in-law can taste it. Isn't it? My father-in-law? Yes, Feng Zi. It's your father-in-law who got the lawsuit, and you still have news. It's my shit. Jiang Feng twitched his lips, tearing a piece of chicken breast, eating and drinking, each minding their own business. But as soon as the meat entered his mouth, he suddenly suspected that he had just put sugar or table salt. How does this taste different from before? Is it even more delicious? Unfortunately, Jiang Feng put his fingers into the basin, dipped it in a bit of thick soup, and licked it in his mouth. In an instant, my head hurts even more. No wonder they eat so much. Without image, Lao Tzu wanted to die, but on the contrary, he brought out the flavor. Jiang Feng can't eat anymore. This meal is not for food at all. Simply, Jiang Feng pretended not to know and asked, Old Scholar, you are here today? If you have something, let's just talk about it. Okay. Wait for your drink. Now there is something, you have to make an idea. Old Scholar sees it and never stops. Hidden, Blunt said. Just you, sir. This matter hasn't been written yet. Should I meet someone else's girl? Jiang Feng directly interrupted Old Scholar. Old Scholar doesn't mind either. Oh, it's like this. Do you remember what happened yesterday? I made in this mansion. I don't know where I got a hoster, and it was in this shipment. One piece. So, shopkeeper Jiang is scared. I sent it directly to the Yemen, but it was almost 2 hours before anyone came back. There was no news. So, I don't have any ideas, so I want to let you know what's going on. Jiang Feng, hearing this, frowned slightly. This matter ... it's a bit difficult. The maid at Rich Merchant doesn't know where she got this hoster. That was something that was told by the personal office yesterday. It's probably hard to do. Old Scholar and the others hearing this, hurry complexion changed. Feng Tsai, in this matter, you have to find a way. That's your sir. Jiang Feng is speechless. How many times has he said it? Without a word in the horoscope, is it all called by the sir? Jiang Feng couldn't help but stared at Old Scholar a little angrily, roaring in the heart. Why do men embarrass men so much? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 289. Jiang Feng is speechless. If it weren't for Old Scholar's age, he really wanted to punch someone. This damn thing is nothing. He hasn't seen any other girl before. So this is what the sir called the sir? He seriously doubted whether this Old Scholar fell in love with the maid in the house. Jiang Feng's eyes couldn't help but glance at Guia. Looking at Old Scholar, don't worry about it. He can see a little bit similarity from the faces of the two goods. Is this girl the illegitimate daughter of Old Scholar? In ancient times, there was an unwritten rule. The young lady came out of the cabinet, and her servant girl would also be married as a maid. Is this girl an illegitimate daughter of Old Scholar? Otherwise, how could he be so caring? Old Scholar waited on the right side, but Jiang Feng's eyeballs were not seen. But Jiang Feng's eyeballs were seen. Not only that, but the QI was spinning around him. Not only that, but also leaking out of his face. So that's how it is expression. The angry old scholar held up his chopsticks and scolded his head and face. It is said that Jiang Feng has ruined his reputation. He obviously thinks that Jiang Feng is brimming over with talent, but he has nothing to say all day long. Moreover, the waste of light and shadow here is a pity. Thinking about finding him a daughter-in-law, Jiang Feng can take care of him. But I didn't expect Jiang Feng to be so awkward, taking his kindness as donkey liver and lungs and so on. In an instant, Grandma Wang and Old He, and even Zuzi, who was squatting at the door, couldn't squat down, and several people surrounded Jiang Feng for a long time. The embarrassed Jiang Feng feels that he is sorry for everyone. After a long while, a pot of meat came to the sky, and 5 jars of wine finally made everyone shut their mouths dizzy. Until this time, old scholar dazedly patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder and said, "Business. Feng Tsai, you have to worry about your sir's affairs. I know you know the 4 great demon kings. You should go find those few and find a way." It turns out that old scholar got his idea here. Jiang Feng suddenly hurry up with a fist and said, "Well, I will go now. Today, I must save shopkeeper Jiang. Today you guys go hurry up. I'll let Guzi go and they will please come." Okay. Jiang Feng directly placed the expulsion order. But he knew that this incident was not a big deal. "I haven't come back now. I guess I was cooperating with the Yeoman to find out who the host is, that's all. People will definitely come back safe and sound today." He also read the notice, and the Yeoman said that these things are not government treasury goods. It can also be said that they are not the goods transported outside the city. And this thing is at most one. Who the hell will look at Bai Wenqian for you to check? You want? Now Chain and City can buy you a few big cars. So, shopkeeper Jiang is just squatting in the Yeoman symbolically, cooperating with others to investigate, that's all. Finally, I sent away several masters who were picking their teeth while walking. By the way, I also brought some stewed meat and a small jar of good wine to several people, which sent the group of plague gods away. But what made Jiang Feng blow up was that Qiuya, when he was leaving, he didn't know whether he intentionally or accidentally touched his hand and stuffed a note into it. The palm of his hand. Looking at the graceful, hastily written handwriting in the note, Jiang Feng suddenly had the illusion of a puppy love in middle school. "I don't know the emperor, I'm only famous, I'm curious today, I'm not a Qiuya until my concubine sees it. And I hope to forgive me for any abruptness. Zhang Fu, Yuiao, Zhang Yuiao. Still a talented woman. Jiang Feng's head is bigger, and Qiuya didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. He was still at the door with excuses. He didn't leave. He seemed to be waiting for a reply. Okay, Jiang Feng is also interested. This girl, interesting. A little courageous. He couldn't help but found the feeling of first love. I simply wrote a poem on a piece of paper on the counter. Phoenix perching on parasol tree by Song Dynasty poet Liu Yong as a gift. Alone I lean against the parapet of a high tower in a gentle breeze, gazing into the distance where the grief of separation looms on the horizon. Amidst the grass and hills shimmering in the setting sun, no one can fathom the inquietude of my mind. I tried to drown my sorrows in wine and song, and forced myself to drink to oblivion, but I am empty still. My clothes hang loose on my emaciated body, but regrets I have none. It is because of her. He wants to see if this Zhang Yuiao is going back. And the most important thing is that the damn thing must stop old scholars' mouths. Otherwise, he will be crazy if he does this all day long. When he dropped the paper into the shape of a paper crane and gave it to Qiuya, the old scholar and the others hiding outside the door laughed and left. Jiang Feng can finally breathe a sigh of relief. He collapsed on the chair and fell asleep. He felt like he hadn't slept in 8 lifetimes. However, just when Jiang Feng was asleep, at the corner of the street, Qiuya blushed and opened the paper crane cautiously. Under the gaze of Old He and the others, Old Scholar slowly read the poem. In an instant, Old Scholar was holding this piece of paper and slapped Old He's shoulder with excitement and shouted, "It's finished! It's finished! Ha ha ha! What a haggard for Yixiao! Good poem! Good thing!" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 290. In the sky in June, There are more locusts than mosquitoes in the sky. He kept hovering and sullenly opening his mouth, devouring everything he encountered. At this time, on Chenan Street, it was noon. But there were basically not many people walking on the street, basically hiding at home to enjoy the cold. Either in small groups, squatting under the shade of the trees, fluttering with straw fans. Jiang Feng also shrank in the yard, not going out anymore. Not for anything else, just because Jiang Feng used the planks he had replaced before, and then called a few carpenters to build a windmill according to his requirements. It's the kind of paper windmill that I used to play when I was young. It's just replaced with a wooden shaft, and then a big cattail fan made of whole palm leaves is inserted on the wooden shaft. Guzi shakes vigorously, bringing the slightest coolness. Beside him, Zuzi's younger sister Momo, and a large cloud of dark child, stared at Jiang Feng with wide-eyed eyes and told them stories. Jiang Feng is tired. In an instant, Zuzi would put a handful of iron pots on Jiang Feng's mouth and let him take a sip, and then Jiang Feng elated a sigh of relief and took a bite of the dry tiger meat from Momo. Once again elated, telling stories to everyone. I'm not talking about it. I just fell asleep, and the jerky he put on the side of the recliner became a child's delicacy. Guzi is very loyal. He did not participate in the food-grabbing battle. Instead, he held the handle of the windmill and did not let go. This was the task given to him by Jiang Feng elder brother. There is no Jiang Feng. He won't teach it out. One afternoon, that's the end. Jiang Feng woke up when the hordes of words were fighting against the locusts in the air. Looking at lazy arm, there was no bag, and the child in the yard was not making any noise. Seeing him get up, Zuzi shouted, "Stand up." In an instant all the children stood up in unison. Jiang Feng elder brother is good. Good. He. Come on, I won't tell the story in the afternoon. Tired. Let's play games, okay? Regardless of whether everyone agreed or not, Jiang Feng pulled out a wooden box from under the recliner, and the screaming noise inside instantly attracted the children's attention. While speaking, Jiang Feng opened the box. There is a hidden grid in the box, and there is a steel column rolling inside, and a sheep tendon tied to a stick is the only thing exposed outside the box. At this time, Jiang Feng smiled cheaply, pointing to the numbers in a few grids in the box. He said, "This is 1 to 5. Which is the smallest one? If any of you can eject marbles into the 5 slots 5 times in a row, elder brother rewarded him with a gift." Okay. Although children don't understand pachinko machines, when Jiang Feng said that there was a gift, I couldn't help it. His eyes were red with excitement. It was the first time Jiang Feng offered to give them a gift. They wanted to know what the gift was. Jiang Feng also taught everyone how to play in front of the children, and Guzi also extended it. Longing his neck, he glanced fiercely. "Look, pull this stick. Pull him to the side of the wooden box, then let go. The marbles will come out." Just like this. While speaking, Jiang Feng bounced the marble fiercely, but God didn't show it. He wanted to pretend to be a match, but he screwed it up. It's so dying, that marble actually fell on it. I won a burst of laughter from the children. Jiang Feng is impatient. "I'm coming again, it didn't count just now." Jiang Feng elder brother, ridiculous. What ridiculous? I said 5 times per person. After 5 times, after everyone has played, they will choose who has the largest word count, and the winner will be selected. They are participating in the second round. Zuzi, especially Momo, was full of disbelief. Jiang Feng didn't see it, and bounced the marble again. This time the marble fell on the second one. Jiang Feng was anxious. "Come again." "One." "Come again." "Come again." When the 5 times were over, he finally pleaded and bounced the marbles into the 5 inside the grid. "Okay, are you all optimistic?" This thing, let alone you, even me, can't be completely shot, so you are all lined up and have fun. Okay. If anyone plays well, I will give him a braised chicken. Among this group, except for Guzi, Zuzi is the tallest and strongest. Of course, he is the first to come. He has played 5 times, basically no more than 3. The rest are blown up. It's like a bird, chirp chirp Twitter is surrounded by pachinko machines, and it's fun to play. Even Guzi did not endure temptation after all, and participated in it. Jiang Feng looked at the child, stood up swayingly, stretched his waist, but accidentally saw that Li Shimin did not know when, was standing at the curtain of the door, staring at the child and laughing. "Yeah, old Li is here. You are alone." Li Shimin beckoned and did not intend to disturb the child or fun. After entering tavern, Li Shimin looked at Jiang Feng up and down and asked, "Brother Jiang Feng, since I like children so much, I didn't hear that the neighbors told you about a marriage. Is the daughter of the Yixin dim sum store? Just marry it earlier. How many more births would it be better?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 291. Li Shimin actually came long ago. Just when Jiang Feng was telling stories to this group of children, he came. But he has not disturbed Jiang Feng and child. He also likes the story Jiang Feng told just now, especially the story of Zhu Yingtai finally transforming the butterfly, which shocked him deeply. At the end, the pachinko machine appeared, and he couldn't help being slightly frowned. If this thing is unfolded, it will be a gambling tool. Although Li Shimin has also seen a glimmer of business opportunities, since it is produced by Jiang Feng, there is no problem at all, and he also sees a profit margin from it. I don't know how to do it. Li Shimin is now full of business skills. Perhaps this is what I learned from Jiang Feng. Maybe it is also because he is short of money now. And Jiang Feng, hearing this, is also a little uncomfortable, staring at Li Shimin and said, "I said old Li, you also came to see me joke. This what's the matter? Tell me." My girl hasn't seen her face, so I will arrange it for me. Anyway, let us have a look at what the woman looks like. Tell me, what kind of reason is this? I didn't even agree with it, so let me arrange it. Jiang Feng was bitter, and Li Shimin was just hee smiling and shaking head. I said, "Jiang Feng brother, I don't know what skills you learned after you left your hometown, so you don't have this idea. We old ancestor taught us, the orders of your parents, the words of the matchmaker. Although your parents are now passed away, but I also envy your group of neighborhoods, worry about you, this is a good thing." Furthermore, the old scholar once saw that he was a person who had experienced big storms. You are still afraid of his vision? I persuade you, or prepare a decent dowry gift, and then finalize the marriage. Jiang Feng, hearing this, his face turned black. "Hey, I said you are old Li, you are also a lobbyist, right?" No. Li Shimin held back with a smile, looking at Jiang Feng and said, "Actually, I have also heard of Jiang family's daughter. The sign of birth is not worse than those concubines in the imperial palace, and even worse than those concubines in the imperial palace. Pretty. Do you know the daughter of Empress Her Majesty? I heard that other girls can tell you back. If they marry you, they won't insult you." No way. Jiang Feng swung his head again and again. There is not a single stroke of the 8 characters. By the way, how do you know about this? Could it be that you were also found by old scholar? No, it was also yesterday. Coincidentally, old Cheng's son went to the government office and met shopkeeper Jiang. When chatting with him, he heard about it, so Iron Knox went back and told his father. Now old Chen might start at home. I have prepared a congratulatory gift for you. You all know? Jiang Feng's eyes were staring out. I know it all. But don't worry, shopkeeper Jiang is okay, just drinking with Iron Ox. It's just a delay. I went back last night. Now Jiang Feng cares about this. Don't worry. He is worried about a hammer. He just feels that he will never have the face to meet old Chen and the others in the future. What is it all about riding a horse? Damn feudal thought. Why is the girl not allowed to go to the streets? Why do you have to listen to a matchmaker for a major event in marriage? How many reasons are this? That's right. When Li Shimin saw that Jiang Feng was unwilling to talk about this matter, he curiously knew no mouth, looked at the noise outside the curtain and asked, I like these children very much. Almost, idle pain in the balls quickly, Look for old scholars. They always follow the butt to talk about marriage, so I can only play with the children. P. You have a good old saying that men must start a career first and get married. Do you think old scholar doesn't understand this truth? This old bastard is really old and confused. Come on. Li Shimin was speechless, but with a turn of his eyes, he asked slightly, I saw you telling them stories, but after all, they are just slave children and they don't know the words. They will definitely be slaves in the future. Why are you? Don't teach them to read. Too lazy. Zhang Feng is blunt. Lao Tzu will enter the imperial palace in the future. Where can I get them to read? Last time I asked old scholar, if he is willing, I will come out money contributed to running a school for him. But the old guy didn't do things he didn't do. I guess I would go. Li Shimin twitched his lips. He didn't believe it. Zhang Feng's nonsense. He has seen Zhang Feng teach a man called Zuzi Guzi and Momo to recognize characters, and those babies are holding black charcoal all over the street during this period of time. I don't want to see it. It's hard. Li Shimin didn't notice anything before, but when he came today, an idea suddenly blossomed in the heart. Afterwards, he mysteriously leaned close to Zhang Feng and asked, Zhang Feng brother, should I discuss something with you? What's the matter? Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin suspiciously. Seeing his face, he slowly laughed. He definitely didn't hold his fart. Li Shimin rubbed his hands and said slowly, why don't you build a college? I will pay for the house, and it can be built now. No go. You old Li certainly didn't hold your fart, right? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 292. Li Shimin has a straight face. How do you say it? Am I thinking about you too? Can't you just listen to me once? Thank you. You are good. You say it. Zhang Feng told Rao and let Li Shimin continue. He wanted to see what kind of fart Li Shimin was holding. Let him teach. And still a group of wild children who will not. Come on. Your Li family has a big business, and you can afford a husband. If you want to do good, do it. That's the case. Aren't you going to be attending the imperial court in the future? If this matter, once you do it, it will not only let you have accumulated a high reputation in Chainan City, and if you are recognized by Tao of Confucianism, then in the future, even if you enter the imperial court, wouldn't His Imperial Majesty be able to take a high look at you? This. Zhang Feng hesitated. In the future, he will indeed enter the DPRK as an official. But the matter of running a school is too troublesome, and the Imperial College of Supreme Learning can't pass any of those levels. What did he do? And let him teach those hairy children alone? And now that old Li tells this matter, he must be thinking about the last time he fooled Li Qian. It's not bad. Not allowed. You will not be exhausted. When the time comes, he will definitely be pissed to death. He is only 20 years old. Think about the teachers in later generations, one by one. Can't help but make Zhang Feng's hairs stand up all over. When Li Shimin saw this, he hurriedly said again, I know you are thinking about when the time comes. There are too many people. You can't be busy alone, right? You don't want this. It's not this, old Li. Have you ever thought about it? This matter is not as simple as you think. Have you thought about Imperial College of Supreme Learning? Imperial College of Supreme Learning will allow it to appear under his nose one such thing. And you also know my temperament. The things I teach are all things that are different from this era. You said it's okay to have a chat and boasting. Why do you have to put such a thing on top of that? Once this is done, I think, I can't wait to be an official in the Imperial Court. I was killed by those old stubborns in the Imperial Court. Old Li, you are pitting me. Li Shimin heard this for a moment before he thought it was perfect, and he also desperately wanted to bring out the people from Guanlong faction, and also wanted to clean up the Imperial Court. But if Zhang Feng runs a school, he will go to great generosity. Select the talents of the world and put them in Zhang Feng's college. In this way, he can clean up all the stuff on the Imperial Court in only 1 year. When the time comes, he has the talent to replace. At that time, he could truly be considered a blessing. Imperial Court, those pedantic people, as well as the Guanlong faction people, do not get rid of them for a day. They will be like flies. buzzing in their ears all day long. He is annoying. Jiang Feng brother, don't worry about that. Don't we have an online love with Lord Zhangsan? And we have a little relationship with the Imperial Court now. Regarding the Imperial College of Supreme Learning, don't worry. Since I, Old Li, dare to speak out, I must take care of this for you. I'll just ask you, can't you do it? This is enough opportunity for you to soar into the sky. It's not that I don't want to do it. Jiang Feng shrugged. In fact, he also has a little intention. But when he thinks of Guanlong, his golden ox has a headache. Old Li, I don't know if you know that most of the people at Imperial College of Supreme Learning are from Guanlong. What do you think I'm doing? This is doing their foundation. What do people hate most in this life? It is nothing more than taking possession of others, killing their parents, brother, wife and children. But in the officialdom, I am in cut off other people's official luck. This matter, as long as we take ahead, both of us will be finished when the time comes. Why is this? Li Shimin is also anxious. Jiang Feng still has concerns. Hurry up and said, you don't know. Last night we had a drink with Lord Zhangsan. I turned him over with a jar of good wine. Guess what? He revealed a secret. His Imperial Majesty, it's time to attack the people of Guanlong. If you run a school at this time, it will definitely attract the attention of His Imperial Majesty. Think about it. What are you doing? This is help His Imperial Majesty. And you have helped him so much before. He will ignore your safety. Don't say anything else. As long as I talk about the relationship with the Imperial Court, you can be safe. What do you think? Don't do it. No matter what you said, I will not go. Jiang Feng's head is shaking like a rattle. But then he was taken aback. Huh? Not right. Old Li, are you giving me a cover again? Jiang Feng discovered for the first time that Old Li's mouth could say so. Moreover, he is also against the guest. He used to fool Old Li, but now he is fooled by Old Li. Is it still worth it? Li Shimin hearing this, for a moment. But who is he? As soon as I think about it, I understand it in an instant, and pats Jiang Feng on the shoulder with a smile. Brother, old elder brother, I am now rich. But when I think of your future, I am here. It's the whole night that I can't fall asleep. So I just thought about it with old Y, and after seeing it today, I came up with this method. Think about it, if we can help you suppress Guanlong's affairs, can you do it? On the one hand, you can accumulate your fame. When the time comes, if you can get the recognition of the Great Confucian before entering the dynasty, you will become a great generation. Confucian. Even 5 surnames, 7 clans and Guanlong faction have to weigh your weight. How about? Do you want to do it? This Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 293. Jiang Feng hesitated. In this matter, if Old Li can really let Zhangsan Wuji take action to ensure his safety, and His Imperial Majesty is really ready to take action against Guanlong, then these things can be done. Right now, the attitude of 5 surnames 7 clans is not clear. That is to say, 5 surnames 7 clans really doesn't want to be torn apart from the Imperial Court in the true sense, so if it's a Guanlong, it's His Imperial Majesty is really ready to start. Brought trouble to others, isn't that no one can notice his little book house? As for the Great Confucian, Jiang Feng is sure. Just buckle something out of your memory, and it will flatten them out. Is it really bad? Then I will recite all 300 Tang poems for you, and it depends on whether you can handle the move. The more I think about it, the rays of light in Jiang Feng's eyes become hotter. As long as you become a Great Confucian, no one dares to stop you from entering the palace in the middle of the night when the time comes. The title of the first generation of Confucian, in this era, can walk unhindered. Think about it. Jiang Feng feels exciting. Ask Li Shimin. After seeing the heat in Jiang Feng's eyes, he finally let go of his worries. In his opinion, this time I flicked, it is done. Jiang Feng agreed. Sure enough. At this moment, Jiang Feng fiercely slapped the table and said with excitement, Old Li, let's do it this time. But the premise is to ensure our safety. After all, Guanlong is too powerful. At our current worth, a little finger can be crushed to death. Don't worry about this. Li Shimin patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder. I heard Lord Zhangsan say about this matter last night. His Imperial Majesty is planning this matter. Who is His Imperial Majesty? But the Emperor. You also said that His Imperial Majesty can think of everything you can think of. Then do you think His Imperial Majesty will let this happen? And it's still under your nose? Good, good. With you, Zhang Feng is relieved, but let's say it first. It's like teaching things that don't know a big word, so don't bother me. Now, if you can find Mr. It's better to invite me, the old scholar. I'm understand. Li Shimin took a picture shoot. Zhang Feng said with a smile, I don't know you yet. Shannon is famous for lazy people. You are only a talented person, are you not? Come on, don't worry about this! Do you think anyone can be qualified to study? Then he has to ask Lord Zhangshan's Ministry of Justice if he can answer it. And when the time comes, if it is to run a school, all the rules, you decide. I know you have a lot of stinks. Heard here. Zhang Feng was deeply sighed in relief. But at the same time, I wondered in the heart, how to distinguish him this time to make him the most perfect. After all, to do it, we have to do it well. Wenzong. This identity is exciting to think about. I don't kneel when I see His Imperial Majesty. This is the right of a generation of Wenzong. With a wave of hand, all students in the world will respond. If when the time comes, a large group of students wearing white student robes will kneel on both sides of the road and shout their names in unison, when the time comes, hugging him on the left and right, swaggering in the imperial city. Thinking about it makes me feel exciting. However, Zhang Feng knew that all of this was nothing more than when old Li saw him playing with the children, and last time, it must have been what he said to old scholar for Li Qian to listen to arrived, finally took it back and told him this is not the purpose of his coming this time. By the way, old Li, what are you going to do this time? I can't come and sit with him, okay? Li Shimin, each minding their own business, went to get a jar of wine, picked up a pack of jerky tiger meat from the counter and said, Jerky tiger meat. Brother, you don't have a good encounter. Here. It's been a long time. You don't plan to bring out such a good thing for me to taste it? Isn't this forgotten? You just said this when you came. Zhang Feng is somewhat innocent. Li Shimin opened the oil paper bag, and in an instant, a pungent and prickly odor filled his nasal cavity, which made his appetite without appetite during this period of time, and he salivated leisurely. The jerky is only 2 fingers wide, and the chopsticks are so long and very hard. But it's chewy. Li Shimin didn't get a bowl of wine before Zhang Feng, and the elated one drank a big sip and then said, even if you have eaten the delicacies of mountains and seas, it is still yours here. The most delicious. By the way, Zhang Feng brother, or I will call the cook in the house and teach him. Get out. Zhang Feng anxious. I know you, old Li. You are not at ease. Last time you fooled your son. Let's not talk about it. Now I am thinking about my ability again. This is the only source of money for me after becoming an official in the future. Don't grab it with me. In the future, these things will be given to His Imperial Majesty at critical moments, so that you can save your life. Yes. No. Zhang Feng's head is shaking like a rattle. Just kidding. This thing is not eaten by most people. If this thing is spread out, with the brains of these people in this era, within a year, he can guarantee that this thing is full of great tang. Yes. Isn't he a loss? How much money is this fucking worth? When the time comes, he married dozens of wives and gave birth to a large group of dolls. What would he raise? Only the small amount of money, salary, and the gap between the teeth are not enough. Li Shimin was a little speechless. Am I nothing serious? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 294. I can't talk about it. You are worried about everything about me. It is really fireproof, anti-theft and anti-brother. You can come if you want to eat. Wait for me when the time comes to change this gadget from His Imperial Majesty to good. Guarantee the first pass to you, and let you also have heirloom craftsmanship in old Li. Li Shimin hearing this happy. So, what you said before can't be passed down. That stuff can be passed on, but sooner or later the secrets will be learned. But I have a secret recipe for this ingredient. You just have to keep the secret recipe, and I promise that in the future, your Li family will definitely be able to rely on this thing, and you will live forever. Really? Li Shimin is also interested. Jiang Feng glanced at the crunchy Li Shimin clutching to tiger meat. Look at it and you will know. Okay, let's not talk about it for the time being. Good stuff. When the time comes, we are brother, and I have a bite of meat if you eat. You have to take a bite of the soup from old Li. What are you afraid of? Now your business is not you did good. Just the cooperative and the salt making technique are enough for you to earn money can't be spent in 8 lifetimes. Jiang Feng glanced at Li Shimin contemptuously. Every minding their own business tearing the jerky. It's okay not to listen to this. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin put down the wine bowl instead and sighed. Brother, you don't know something. This time Guanlong is coming so fiercely. Many of my industries have been affected, especially Longyu. That is no. What do you think I should do? Not to mention business is okay. When it comes to business, Li Shimin is full of complaints. As he talked, there was a faint sign of crying. Jiang Feng looked big for a while. Hey, isn't it just such a mess? Don't worry, I will tell you. This Guanlong faction is the locust after autumn, and it won't be a few days after the fall. Speaking of this, Jiang Feng took a mysterious glance outside the door, and then in Li Shimin's puzzled eyes, he whispered, "Tell you, they are going to be finished." Li Shimin hearing this was stunned. Almost finished? Why don't I know? I was blown up by Guanlong. You are here to say that he is going to die. Are you kidding me? That is Guanlong faction. 8 great families, which has been in business for almost 100 years. Are you telling me that he is going to die? Jiang Feng brother, don't use this matter to prevaricate. Relieve me. I still understand this matter. Li Shimin shook his head in distress. Hey, you still don't believe it? Jiang Feng simply rolled up his sleeves, hooked Li Shimin's neck, pointed to his nose and said, "So, look am I, Jiang Feng, kidding?" Li Shimin didn't speak, just looked at Jiang Feng's indifferent expression and smiled contemptuously. Jiang Feng is reluctant to do so. Come on, let me give you a break. Although Jiang Feng is normal, there is indeed something out of touch, but look at my thing, it seems to be a joke. Li Shimin hearing this is slightly frowned. It seems to be really. Every time Jiang Feng says something, it is fulfilled. And every time he didn't care, reality would slap him fiercely. This made Li Shimin puzzled, and hurriedly asked, "Brother Jiang Feng, you said that Guanlong is going to die. Where does this matter start? Don't let it go. All right. Don't worry. Can I not worry?" Jiang Feng patted Li Shimin on the back of the neck. "Son," this said, "in this matter, the Guanlong forces were suppressed by His Imperial Majesty, and there is bound to be action. You only need to shrink all the industries under your hands. It's impossible to suppress the forces that are suppressed by the Guanlong forces." All the industries were sold off, and then the main industries were concentrated near the waterways. Li Shimin was surprised. "Jiang Feng brother, what do you mean?" Jiang Feng lightly saying, "Because Guanlong forces are going to die." Li Shimin is speechless. This sentence is again. This is the second time Jiang Feng said this today. But from all the information, documents, and everything he got, Li Shimin saw that the Guanlong force was planning a big operation. And that force that had existed for more than 100 years, would it be so easy to deal with? It's almost finished. I think you mean almost finished. But Li Shimin also knows Jiang Feng's ability, so he couldn't help but ask, "Jiang Feng brother, don't go around the corner, you just say it, it's anxious for me." Li Shimin poured a bowl of wine for Jiang Feng and gave a wry smile. Seeing Li Shimin like this, Jiang Feng took a sip of wine leisurely and said slowly, "Old Li, think about it. I said before about the way to deal with Tibet. Think about it first, and then think about what I'm saying now." While speaking, Jiang Feng patted Li Shimin on the back of the neck and said, "You fine taste." Li Shimin couldn't help but his face suddenly changed. He thought that Jiang Feng was also in the little tavern, and he said his plan to deal with Tibetan Turkic. This time, The Jiang Feng brother also wanted to use this method to deal with the Guanlong forces. But how does a cooperative fight against Guanlong? I couldn't help but Li Shimin hurriedly asked, Brother Jiang Feng, let's just tell me if you have something to say. I'm so anxious. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 295. Li Shimin is really anxious. I came to Little Tavern this time, just because I wanted to come here for a drink. The matter last time was resolved aggressively, but the Guanlong forces in the Imperial Court made Li Shimin want to kill every day at the Imperial Court. And every day all has to face various impeach memorials. He can't stand it anymore. From the information he just got, it seems that the Guanlong forces have made a big move this time, and he doesn't know exactly what it is, which makes Li Shimin anxious. This is the Little Tavern hurriedly. I just met Jiang Feng and the child, which made Li Shimin talk about his plan to clean up the Imperial Court. I want Jiang Feng to help him get some pillars. In 1 year, although it is impossible to learn how much ability, but can have the ability of Jiang Feng, that is enough for him. At the very least, after he clears the Imperial Court, there will be no vacancies in the Imperial Court. If Jiang Feng hadn't talked about the industry last, he would have forgotten the purpose of this visit. But Jiang Feng said that Guanlong was going to die, and he also talked about Tibet, which shocked Li Shimin. The plan to deal with Tibet and other countries last time was planned from the very beginning. And it's okay to deal with those uncivilized places, but Guanlong is different. See Li Shimin anxious, Jiang Feng just said lightly, old brother, you are still anxious. You didn't expect the one I made before. What does the cooperative do? What did you do with the salt-making technique that did not expect before? And the plan to deal with Tibet and other countries, is it related to this matter? You didn't expect. What exactly is the 8-river transport that I asked you to do before? Li Shimin's head exploded in an instant. Are you saying that the breakthrough Guanlong Merchants Way blockade was the beginning of the plan during the 8-river transport last time? I can understand this, but you said what is that salt making, and the cooperative? Salt making is okay, but this cooperative can be learned by anyone. When the time comes Guanlong, he won't use it. Li Shimin threw away 3 questions directly. Jiang Feng slightly smiled. Waving his hand to let Li Shimin calm down, he said slowly, Old Li, you think too much. I will tell you about this 8 rivers transport. Come on. You should know about Silk Road, right? And all Merchants Way now is built on the Silk Road. I really doubt it. Why don't you even think of this? Are you now? What type of business do you do in this industry? I don't believe you, Old Li. I don't know if you make medicine ingredient or Silk Road? Well what? Didn't I forget it when I was so excited? Li Shimin hurriedly beat haha. The Silk Road you said is. Seeing Li Shimin, Jiang Feng still didn't understand, and sighed, Old Li, I'm just wondering, how do you do business? I pointed out the water channels to you, don't you understand? Okay, I'll make it clear to you. You remember, I think this time His Imperial Majesty should have been implemented. I ask you, where does this waterway finally lead? Li Shimin said without thinking, Yellow River, and Dajiang. Jiang Feng nodded, then you said these 2 places, where will they lead in the end? Go up, Dainengtong Bazu, enter Tibet, you can enter Hangzhou and enter the sea, and the same is true for Yellow River, from Longyiu Road to Kangzhou to the sea. If you don't use such natural waterways, why do you have to walk on dry roads? Are you stupid, huh? The Merchants Way is blocked for you. Are you still running up? You don't know how to work around and take another Merchants Way? If you do this, I will calculate it for you. You normally buy a batch of goods from Cambodia, and it will take you more than a month to walk on the dry road, and a better half a month, but if it is a waterway, it only takes less than 10 days. To be able to reach Cambodia from Chainan, think about it, what does it mean? Li Shimin was shocked. He never thought about it. He simply thought that Jiang Feng was just for resolving the siege of Chainan, but he never thought that Jiang Feng would arrange it like this. If this arrangement is implemented, it will not only be implemented on Merchants Way, but even within a short period of time. Great Tang's military forces will be able to reach any location in a short period of time! And it's faster. What is this? This is a fighter. The fleeting fighter plane, once according to the situation described by Zhang Feng. Then, the soldiers of Great Tang, by boat, can reach Longyu from Chainan in 1 day. 1 day. If it is a dry road, what does it mean? Unfortunately, Li Shimin recalled the allusions from the Three Kingdoms period. Fire even camp. Yes. Why would neglect the route and pursue the tip? Li Shimin couldn't help but feel guilty. Zhang Feng didn't say anything wrong, and he didn't say any big truths. Instead, he only said the current predicament and some things that Great Tang must have. It can also be said that some of the things they forgot. Li Shimin sighed. Zhang Feng brother, I understand. Do you mean to connect all the roadways in Great Tang? Yes. Not bad. Not bad. You finally realize that's it. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin on the shoulder. This released Li Shimin. It's hot. But Zhang Feng slightly frowned. I think that, when Chainan 8 Rivers was opened, His Imperial Majesty should have been arranged. Otherwise, I believe that Guanlong was the only one who wanted to create public opinion and was ready to cheat. Regarding the death of Cheng Yojin, His Imperial Majesty was impossible to let those people go. However, now that he hasn't done anything, it can only explain one thing. What's the matter? Although Li Shimin feels embarrassed at this moment, if he can think of this, he will come again. But he also wants to know what Zhang Feng said. Zhang Feng mysterious smiled. Maritime Silk Road. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 296. Zhang Feng brother, what you is true? You said this, His Imperial Majesty has already thought of it? Li Shimin really wants to say why I don't know, but in the end he held it back again. Seeing Li Shimin excitedly grabbed his hand, Zhang Feng shook it with extreme disgust. Said silently, otherwise you think everyone is as stupid as you? This is a thing. If His Imperial Majesty can't even think of it, he is not worthy to be the emperor! Puh. Li Shimin hearing this, almost sipped a drink on Zhang Feng's face. This grandson, take the opportunity to hurt others. Zhang Feng brother, you are just being bullshit. Just tell me, what does this waterway have to do with HNA? And as far as I know, the sea is basically the land of stingy. Such a poor place, how could a new business road be formed? Zhang Feng was speechless. You said that Western Regions is full of damn sand. Why has it become a golden merchant's way? He really wants to have a chance at this time. He took this old Li to Hyundai and let him see Shenzhen and other places. At that time, he probably wouldn't say that. Old Li, anything, as long as someone walks, it will form a path. I ask you, since you often go to Western Regions to do business, then you should ask for the agreement, the farthest way. Where are the merchants of Great Tang? Li Shimin frowned, and the map of Western Regions flashed in his mind. As far as I know, the black-clothed Arab Empire is the furthest to be reached. After that, it seems to have reached to sea. Yes, sea. Zhang Feng shot Li Shimin. I ask you, you have been in business for many years, you might figure out, starting from Chainan, if there are no natural disasters and the journey is smooth, how long will it take to reach the black-clothed Arab Empire? Probably, it will take half a year to drop it, right? Li Shimin was a little uncertain. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin on the shoulder. Old brother, half a year. You know, if it's Great Tang's fleet, buy things directly from Cambodia, with the power of the Fifth battleship, plus the assistance of the tin boat, you dare to believe it. You just need in 1 month, the Great Tang caravan can reach the black-clothed. Can you believe it? And on the other side of the sea, do you know what it is? At this time, Li Shimin's mind was already apaced. 1 month, half a year. This. He finally remembered something from the previous dynasty period. That is that Emperor Yang of Sui is preparing to establish maritime commerce, which is Maritime Silk Road. Since the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, this thing has been there. To the Qin and Han dynasties, and even the previous dynasty, But why didn't he think of it? He has always been thinking about how to make Great Tang prosperous, but why did he forget this and things? At this time, his mind couldn't help but come to mind that he had forgotten all the things about the Silk Road on the sea that he had seen in the secret history. Li Shimin's face very hot. Zhang Feng watched Li Shimin sink into thought, and didn't say anything. He knew that Li Shimin realized it at this time. After all, these things old ancestor knows, it is excusable that old Li, a small businessman, did not remember that. But His Imperial Majesty must be there at this time, prepare for this. In this matter, he just played a role in fueling the flames, and it was His Imperial Majesty that really made the matter really work. He believes that His Imperial Majesty must also think of this. It's just a matter of time. After all, even if His Imperial Majesty doesn't remember, isn't there a person next to him who mirrors me? Why Zheng? He also has a Zhang Sun Wuji who is better than a monkey, and even Fang plans and do decides. Does he Li Shimin know these? Now he has made the fuse of the 8 rivers out. Li Shimin can't think of it, then someone at the Imperial Court must know about it. The opening of HNA is also the best solution for Guanlong this time. Zhang Feng launched. You Guanlong is awesome, you dominate the mountain. You monopolize Great Tang's Silk Road, you are awesome. But I started doing business from the waterway. You can't help me, right? Moreover, His Imperial Majesty has the most powerful Five-Tooth warship of this era, as well as the tin boat made by Lao Tzu. You have the ability, you go too. I can't kill you with a tin boat. He did this, in fact, to save his life. After all, he did too many things before. And he was in Chainan City where fish and dragons mixed in together. Although his appearance is now unremarkable, as long as Guanlong wants to check the official salt, the manufacturing method and his information are as simple as crushing an ant. Even if he doesn't shoot now, when the time comes to the Imperial Court, then Guanlong will shoot him. This is why Zhang Feng at first does not want to enter the Imperial Court, but has to wait for the broken system to activate. He can't afford to offend those people. And in this age when human lives are cheaper than dogs, so, he has to use the hands of some people to help him level the blocking stone before entering the Imperial Court. It was also at this time, Li Shimin took a deep breath, without saying anything, got up excitedly, and bowed a big gift. Zhang Feng brother, you are the living Zhuge. I admire old Li. Don't. Zhang Feng waved his hand. Zhuge, I said that is my discipline. And this thing is also what I must do. Think about it, with my talents, enter the Imperial Court. I must be 5 surnames 7 clans and Guanlong's eyes are thorny in the flesh. If the small shrimps like me are not laid out in advance, when the time comes, before I enter the place, only a cup of Lois is left. But, Li Shimin asked suspiciously, although you said so, but the cooperative matter is also helping Guanlong's arrogance? This is a point I have always wondered. Ah, hi. You old Li, don't understand it. This is given to them by Zhang Feng, a big gift. When I enter the Imperial Court, Lao Tzu will let him spit out both principal and interest. I have a big trick, waiting for them. Just do your business with confidence. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 297. What big trick? Li Shimin was shocked. He had always thought that why Zhang Feng targeted Guanlong so much. But now I understand. And I also understand why Zhang Feng didn't rush into the Imperial Court anymore. It's not that he doesn't go, but that he is worried. For Guanlong, he also hates him deeply, but he has never been able to find the opportunity. And he also has doubts in the heart. Dullness. Why did Zhang Feng engage in Guanlong so much? Now he finally understands. This product is just a ghost. If Guanlong doesn't get rid of it, he doesn't plan to be like the Imperial Court. Unfortunately, Li Shimin once again recalled what Zhang Feng said just now about the cooperative, and what he said about preparing a big move. Zhang Feng brother, you said you planned to kill Guanlong before entering the dynasty. Do you rely on this seat raid? Zhang Feng shook the head. I obviously said hi. I'm familiar with you. What about this? In fact, I was in the layout when the salt making technique started, but this Cambodia is just an accident. but even if he doesn't meet me, when the time comes, you will also establish diplomatic relations with Great Tang. It's just that this trick of mine only made me make a lot of money with you. But, have you ever thought about it? If not commodities, how do you establish a business route? Li Shimin touched the beard on the chin, slightly nodded. You are right, but, this. Do you want to talk about cooperatives? Actually, do you think Guanlong people will take advantage? Li Shimin's faces nodded solemnly. With Guanlong's financial and power, it is inevitable that they would not do this when the time comes. If I did this, wouldn't he also accumulate wealth? On the contrary, he helped them this time? Jiang Feng smiled. Pointing to myself, said with a smile, Old Li, you said, who made this thing? You. That's right. This is something that Lao Tzu made. Then do you think Jiang Feng is a loser? Li Shimin twitched his lips. If you can suffer, it's damn good. It's not enough. We Jiang Feng, in addition to brother here, as well as my neighborhood here, this is all I want. So, Guanlong? He counts. How old is it? Right, I will let him take advantage of it. Jiang Feng said arrogantly. But Li Shimin had to admit it. Nodded. Jiang Feng is really good for people he trusts. But, outsiders? Goodbye. Take his little tavern as an example. Although he is lazy, he can also do tavern well, but he just doesn't do it. For such delicious things, he would rather eat them for slaves than make money. Why? Just because of his sentence, I am willing to buy a daughter. Sometimes, Li Shimin really admires Jiang Feng. However, this time he couldn't understand Jiang Feng a little bit, and asked, then you cooperative, why do you want to make a big fanfare? You don't understand, right? Jiang Feng smiled slyly. Old Li, guess what? Who is operating this cooperative in the end? His Imperial Majesty. Yes. Jiang Feng patted Li Shimin on the back of his head. You taste carefully. Don't be in a hurry. After speaking, I took the wine bowl and drank it. Li Shimin fell into a deep shock. Do you still have to think about it? He is operating this thing. Moreover, this coup, as well as the silver bills manufacture, are all set by him personally. Can he not know? But he still doesn't understand, nor can he understand the twists and turns. Li Shimin could not help but asked, Brother Jiang Feng, I still don't quite understand what you said. Although His Imperial Majesty is in charge of this matter personally, what's the difference? The difference is big. Jiang Feng sighed. Old Li, you are not an official, otherwise, you will be sold and still counting money for others. Li Shimin's corner of mouth twitching. Jiang Feng brother, let's say things don't talk to me, okay? Good. Then let's talk about it. This incident was originally done by His Imperial Majesty, so think about it. Why did His Imperial Majesty do it himself? That's because His Imperial Majesty wants to centralize power. As long as all the money in the world is in his hands, coupled with his power over the world, think about a person who has money and power. What is he afraid of? This. Li Shimin was shocked. Jiang Feng said again when Li Shimin was shocked and dumbfounded. Old brother, think about the previous ticket. Is it not legal? If you don't have it, it will be gone. But this silver bill's personally published by His Imperial Majesty. Do you think about it? As a businessman, would you be keen on that? One is issued by aristocratic family, the other is government fact. Which one do you choose? When the time comes, as long as the maritime trade starts, His Imperial Majesty waved his hand at that time and rejected all the silver bills except the government effect. Do you think Guanlong will? Can you sit still? When the time comes, I am afraid that those businessmen will tear him alive. And, this is the primary stage of my plan. Speaking of which, Jiang Feng's voice stopped. Attached to Li Shimin's ear, he said, Old Li, remember my big move. Don't say anyone. Don't worry. Li Shimin was excited. He wants to hear what Jiang Feng has to offer. Jiang Feng said word by word, when I enter the court, I must give His Imperial Majesty a gift, and this gift is what makes Guanlong completely annihilated. What is it? Bank. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 298. What is bank? Li Shimin was confused again. Jiang Feng's face also showed a trace of remembrance at this time. This word is both familiar and unfamiliar to him. What is familiar is that here, he can only use something from later generations to make him remember his identity. Let the protagonist always remember that Jiang Feng is from Earth. Otherwise, his last thought will not exist. Even now, many people in his memory can only think of them when they dream back at midnight, but they can only think of them, sounds and smiles, or some names that feel familiar and unfamiliar. However, the blurred faces made him panic. Desperately raw in my dream, wanting to remember the faces that quickly pass by. But, no matter how the ebbing of time, the blurred faces of these people, the faces of Old Li, Old Scholar and the others appeared again. Jiang Feng sighed with a sigh. Bank. Just treat him as a bank. But my bank is more unique than the current bank in the current cooperative, which is something recognized by the imperial family. You think about the cooperative, and this thing is much better than the cooperative. It is more authoritative. What do you think? After talking for a long time, this thing is bank. Although he doesn't understand anything else, he still understands the principles of this bank. At this time, the cooperative has a shadow of bank, but he doesn't understand why I don't directly name Jiang Feng as bank. Instead, set up a cooperative. But now he understands. When the time comes, once the bank operated by the Imperial Emperor is officially opened and the cooperative is included under its umbrella, then it is hard to imagine the wealth accumulated when the time comes. How big will it be? At that time, how many merchants would the roadways and ships that were mature enough to save so much time attract? How many places along the coast will be rich? Li Shimin dare not think about it. No need to think about it. When the time comes, you only need to wave your hand to get on the ship, then all the goods must have the paperwork written by him. But for clerks, that's all. That's not how he wants to play. Just how to play? I couldn't help Li Shimin's heart. He was happy, but he was also amazed, and hurriedly asked, then according to what you said, everything from the very beginning, you have already thought about how to lay out all of this? Almost. Jiang Feng lazily said, in fact, at the beginning, I didn't think so much, but since I already had this idea before the cooperative was created. You don't care about food prices, vegetable noodles, and meat prices. I care. Looking at the price of this item a day, and sometimes it's too late to buy it, do you think it hurts? Even more how Guanlong faction's business is all over Cheng'an, and the goods are more expensive than others. Complete. Even some things you can't buy anywhere else. You said, are you angry? So, you just start at that time. It was in the layout. That is to say, when we came to eat barbecue last time, you did the salt on purpose. There is no such way. Jiang Feng waved his hand. What happened last time? He was really deliberate. After all, that thing is also a great gift he is going to dedicate to his Imperial Majesty. Maybe when the time comes as an official, once you offer this stuff, His Imperial Majesty may be happy to be with his become sworn brothers. How could he be so stupid? Last time, if it wasn't for brother, you had gone. You probably didn't know this stuff until now. You said that if I don't worry about you, if I hide it, who can let me rest assured? Jiang Feng shrugged. Innocent. Li Shimin is a little embarrassed. Such a silly question. He is skeptical. How can he speak it? However, he didn't care when everything was said. Jiang Feng brother, many thanks. I have a chat with you today, old Li. I am really like being born again. Li Shimin feels infinitely. Come, today, I will toast you a bowl with your wine. Good. Neither did Jiang Feng. Then he refused, and had a bowl with Li Shimin. By the way, your father's birthday is coming soon. If it's okay, tell me sometime, Tang. Give him senior congratulations, and resolve the contradiction between you. By the way. Li Shimin, hearing this, surprised, hurry to prevaricate. Well, isn't this because of Guanlong's affairs? I have arranged my father to go to Longyiu Road a long time ago, so I won't do it this year. Is that so? Zhang Feng hearing this didn't care. I'm still thinking about going to your house and recognizing the door. Now it seems that I can only wait for the next time. Bring the jar of wine back. That's the gift I prepared for your father. How about it, brother? Isn't it interesting? Li Shimin faces red. The tears rolled in the eyes. He wanted to say his identity in one mouthful, but after thinking about it, he could only pat fiercely on Zhang Feng's shoulder. Good brother, come. Done this bowl of wine. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 299. In the end, Li Shimin is gone. Because, even for Father Emperor's birthday tomorrow, he still has a lot to prepare. Today, all came here because of excessive worries about Guanlong, but now, with Zhang Feng's reassurance, Li Shimin has enough courage. Seeing the busy people in the imperial city through the car curtain, he couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional. Wait. Next year, he can go to Chainan with Zhang Feng brother in a real sense, and even accompany Zhang Feng to see the other side of the ocean. He said, as long as Guanlong is divided, 5 surnames 7 clans will be far away. As long as the cooperative, bank, and HNA are open, what fear does Li Shimin have? At this time, the cooperation with Tibet has officially started. A batch of grains are coming, and Li Shimin also knows that on his birthday tomorrow, Jila's youngest son, the little Khan, will definitely use this to say things. But the trap he made a long time ago will be firmly attached to Turkic's neck. Food is okay. I don't want money, I want your cattle and sheep. When your cattle and sheep are gone, there will naturally be hungry people who will personally give the horses to Great Tang for food. Who would be afraid of the clan on horseback without a war horse? This is the Great Tang period of prosperity. Li Shimin is very excited. His face was red with excitement. Even when he arrived at the imperial study room at this time, he didn't notice. It wasn't until Empress Zhangsun called out that he woke up. His Imperial Majesty, what's the matter with you? Li Shimin took a deep breath after retreating left and right, excitedly took Zhang Sunwaga's hand and said, Guanyin, do you believe in God? Zhang Sunwaga gave Li Shimin a white look. Don't you believe that? What are you talking about with Zhang Feng and brother today? It makes you excited? Ha ha ha. I suspect that the Zhang Feng brother is either a god or the ZY star that Mr. Yuan said is coming. You have seen the situation now, but you guess what? Zhang Feng unexpectedly from the very beginning, just like dealing with Tibet, thinking of everything, including what Guanlong is thinking now. I suspect that the Zhang Feng brothers know everything. Zhang Sunwagu was taken aback, but off aside slightly. Smelling Li Shimin's whole body of alcohol, he knew that his Imperial Majesty must be drunk. Otherwise, how could he say that lost self-control like this? But she still gently poured a cup of tea for Li Shimin, and said, I don't believe that Zhang Feng brother is so godly. Why don't you tell me? What did the Zhang Feng brother say? Concubine is also a little curious about this person. Why are you all 5 fans of a small name in the market? Even now Kiana is crazy all day, all in your mouth. It's Zhang Feng brother. Ha ha ha. Li Shimin ha ha smiled and held Zhang Sunwagu in his arms. Guanyin, this is angry. But, this Zhang Feng brother is indeed a great sage. This chain and 8 rivers, you think it is to relieve Chang'an's merchant's way is blocked? Wrong. I thought so before, but do you know one thing mentioned in history books? There is a Silk Road on the water, but there is also a Silk Road on the water. Up to the Qin and Han dynasties, it has already become popular, but in my hands, it is so important I overlooked one thing. Oh, Li Shimin sighed. Then I said everything I said with Zhang Feng today in detail again. When I asked Zhang Sunwagu, I was shocked. Didn't expect. The art of salt making was dedicated to His Imperial Majesty only after he wanted to become an official. Speaking of which, Zhang Sunwagu couldn't help but be stunned. Chuckle. This little slippery head is really shrewd. If he really didn't know the second brother, he would come so recklessly. Maybe the second brother would kill him as a demon. Right? Li Shimin hearing this, plucked Zhang Sunwaga's stone nose and said, is it so unbearable in Guanyin's heart? Hearing this, both of them ha ha laughed out loud. Guanyin was wrong. I will really take him to become sworn brothers, as Jiang Feng brother said. Ha ha ha. Li Shimin thought of several times when he was drunk and wanted to take Jiang Feng to become sworn brothers. Now think about it, how ridiculous it is. How lonely. Monthly pass. People who are locked in by the moon. Li Shimin could not help but look up to sky and heave a deep sigh. This world is fortunate. God treats him well. He is surrounded by a good wife and mother like Guanyin. He is never hurt by the affairs of the harem. We have Wei Zheng and the others underneath, who are fully assisting me. At this time, he also met a true brother who had never been met by an emperor. How lucky this is. Seeing that Li Shimin's face was different, Zhang Sanwagu also sighed slightly, and nestled tightly in Li Shimin's arms, as quiet as a cat. However, this silence did not last long. A soft return sound made the two separate quickly. Initiate His Imperial Majesty, Chancellor Wei and the eldest grandson Fang Xuanling. Du Yui came to report on the preparations for the birthday of the retired emperor. Li Shimin tidied up his clothes and waved his hand, said, "Coming." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 300. Boom, boom, boom. With the sound of 6 bells over the imperial city, a horn sounded instantly. Woo! With the sound of the horn, the Million-Bird Gate slowly opened. A red carpet spreads from the imperial city to the main road of Chainan City. On this main road, rows of tables, neat and tidy, are arranged in rows. As the gate of imperial city opens, Chainan City firecrackers have long been covered. Like a thunder, roared Imperial Edict 2. Just now, a man wearing armor like an iron tower appeared at the Million-Bird Gate when the sound of firecrackers fell. And when these 3 words sounded, people all over the city knelt on the ground. The man's sword edge-like eyes slowly swept across the audience. After seeing everyone kneeling, he shouted, accepting orders from Emperor. The Emperor said, "Today is the retired Emperor birthday, universal celebration. I feasted the people of the city to thank all the people for what they did before. Thanks His Imperial Majesty Ron." Everyone choked up. 3 days ago, they were informed by the government that on the birthday of the retired Emperor, His Imperial Majesty would entertain the people of Chainan City. Everyone thought it was impossible, but today, they're real and insights here. What is possible? One night in Chainan City, thousands of guard soldiers were laid on the red carpet and tables, until the sound of the Imperial Edict sounded. Everyone awoke from their dreams. It turns out that all of this is true. His Imperial Majesty really wants to entertain them. After thanking His Imperial Majesty's Imperial Edict, the robust man waved his hand. Feast, get up. Although in Chainan City, it is full of joy at this time, but in the imperial city at this time, civil and military officials, trembling with fear, knelt outside Li Yuan's palace, waiting. His Imperial Majesty and Empress Crown Prince and the others have been in for an hour, but they have not come out until now, and no one knows what happened. Li Yuan's palace. Li Yuan leaned openly in the arms of a concubine, watching the singing and dancing in the field, and ignored the Li Shimin family who was standing above the great hall. Little Gizzy can't stand it anymore. I wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Li Shimin's eyes. But, just now, in Chainan City, the loud firecrackers sounded, which made Li Yuan slightly frowned, waved his hand to pause the singing and dancing, and asked, "What's going on outside?" "It's the turkey calling, is it?" "Back to the retired emperor. Today is your birthday, and there are firecrackers to celebrate your birthday." "Oh, my birthday is here?" At this time, Li Yuan glanced at Li Shimin faintly. "It's no wonder that His Imperial Majesty has time to come to me today. I originally wanted to behave for the people of the world. Go back and tell them that I am sick this year. The birthday is not enough." The old court eunuch beside Li Yuan was instantly embarrassed. Looking at Li Shimin not knowing what to do, Li Shimin slightly shook the head and signaled the old court eunuch not to act. Then he took a deep breath and said, "Father Emperor." "Child, you still know I am your father Emperor?" Li Yuan is very don't give face, with a Buddha sleeve, without even looking at Li Shimin. Li Shimin wanted to say something, but was pulled by Zhang Sunwugu and said, "Father Emperor, don't be angry. I know you are uncomfortable, but it's all gone, and my daughter-in-law knows you too. You can't see the people suffer, so I know in a short time that there are a lot of rumors that have reached your ears, but please listen to your daughter-in-law." While speaking, Empress Zhangsun is facing Li Shimin nodded, on the frontier whispered in Li Yuan's ear, and Li Yuan's face turned from disdain at the very beginning, to amazement at the end, and then he even looked forward to it. Li Shimin was stunned. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, Li Yuan was like a child, laughed. "You really don't mean what you said," nodded in Zhang Sunwugu's Wenwin Classic Dictionary. "Father Emperor, how can your daughter-in-law lie to you when you say these things?" Good. Good. Li Yuan's excited expressions all became hot. "Come here. Change clothes for me." "What are you doing here?" "If it's a good time, I can't spare you." Ha, it's better to be a wife." Li Yuan laughed and hurried out. While walking, I yelled, "Daughter-in-law, is there really such a good wine in this world?" "Really? The second brother knows you like to drink it. Give it to you. 20 altars have been prepared, and a table of delicacies you have never eaten alone for you." "Really? Will your daughter-in-law lie to you?" Li Shimin was dumbfounded. "This is all right, but now is not the time to care about this. Hurriedly keep up with Li Yuan's pace and step out of the palace gate." As soon as I left Li Yuan's dormitory, the numerous officials with their legs numb instantly saw Li Yuan rushing out of the dormitory in a hurry and with joy, and all ministers were stunned. Knelt down in a hurry and said, "Congratulations to the retired emperor."